comments. Thank you. I want to read a couple of them, but before I do that, please let's share the live. Let's share the live on various platforms. So I'm trying to get TikTok, please share. I'm going to do the same for YouTube in a bit. Then I'll be able to farabale. That's a car. Ṣé máa ń wo rédíò Yorùbá? Ẹ ká kọ àwọn àtẹ̀jíṣẹ́ tí wọ́n fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa. It's lovely. All right. So we're live on YouTube and on Facebook. If you're joining us on Facebook and YouTube, thank you for joining us. You're welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Clabed, Ekason, Esheo, thank you. I saw someone talking about PhD earlier. Thank you. I have things to say, but I'll just hold it for now. But thank you. Thank you. Also, good morning to See Soul. Good morning. Someone says, start writing your screenplay. It's about time. Start the process of getting a platform ready for the funding. Thank you. Concilium Proventus. Thank you. Thank you. I will. All right. So let's please share these things on our different platforms. Ibojinodu, thank you very much. Please, if you're on TikTok, kindly click on the heart icon beside the name, Busui Oris, to join the team. We had a very emotional session yesterday. You have not sent the song to me. What song? I don't have a song to send to you. I don't have it down. I've told you the name of the song, Aye Raye, Aye Raye by Aduni and Nefertiti. It's not I don't have a file to send. That's the truth. It's not a file I can, but okay, what I can do is this. Let me see if it's on YouTube. I think it's on YouTube. Because I played it on YouTube the last time. But it's not downloaded. I don't have it. Number. All right, but while we're doing this, you want the title? And that's the title now. Aye Raye is the title. Aye Raye by Aduni. I'm looking at it right now. By Aduni and Nefertiti. It's on YouTube. Aye Raye. This particular one, they didn't even spell the Aye Raye very well. They wrote A-E. A-E Ayari now Konlo. So it's right there. People are spreading crazy lies on the app. I've read it all today. So today, I decided that it's going to be news and Q&A. People have sent me some interesting videos. So I said today I'm just going to chill a bit and just discuss general topics, so to speak. So whatever. So there are some questions that people. I was like, okay, that was a party news. Once we're done with the news for today, what's a party rowing? We shall look into some of those things and then see how we can all learn together. One second, I'm trying to share these things on. Thank you, Mayowa. In fact, you are yes. Josh Romileti, but mo ti rántí báyìí sí. Mo rántí gan kó tó sọ̀rọ̀ ìwọ gangan mo kọ́ rò, ìwọ mo kọ́ ọjọ́ lọ́kàn mi kọ́kọ́ lọ. Ṣùgbọ́n Masha Romileti, just in case. The Yoruba race, thank you for this platform. Yeah, thank you. I thank the Yoruba race too. I thank them for birthing me and raising me. All right. It's a flex, so being Yoruba, Kosin Gototo, and I'm glad that there's a renaissance. All right, so we shared that on YouTube. All right, we've broken the propaganda jinx. God help us. God help us. But thank you very much for those kind words. We uploaded some videos from from Tuesday today. So the Victor Banjo stuff, the last part that we had yesterday, we're going to put it out tomorrow, I think. Yeah, but it's been an interesting ride, just discussing, um, you know, the man, and more than that, learning lessons. All right, learning not to repeat the mistakes of the past, and and also noticing patterns. So one of the things I know that I mean, I'm blessed with many things, but one of the things I think help, you know, in learning is noticing patterns. So you can, and so you then fortify yourself, and you're able to reduce the mistakes you're going to make. Everybody's going to make mistakes in life. It's normal, but at least um, you won't make king-sized errors like the big ones. Or even if whatever you do, you don't repeat certain things because you have learned from them by noticing the patterns. Also, when you also notice patterns, if you see what happened before certain things happened, then you can tell what's going to happen based on what is happening, and then you can nip it in the bud, right? So that's the beauty of what we do, and I thank everybody for being part of the sessions that we had. We're going to start a new one tomorrow, but for today we're just going to chill. We're going to read the news, and then you got the song. All right, praise God, praise God. So yeah, um, Kimoso. Yes, so we're going to just have conversations. There's some questions that people have asked. We'll try and just talk about some of them today, and yeah, it's going to be a fantastic session today. I only hope I don't have to stay late. I'm not going to, if not even I hope, I'm not going to stay as late as I did yesterday because I needed to finish. I needed also to finish that series yesterday, and I'm glad we did. Good afternoon, Concilium. Good afternoon, Two Chops. Thank you for being here. Please, what? So there's a picture on social media of a school in Ghana. The name of the school is University of Professional Studies, Accra. And so people are saying, oh, Nigerian universities are not good. I was not wondering that, wait, which kind of school people go? Because I went to AU, and there's nothing in this building that even comes close. Like, I mean, it's fine. The building in Ghana, in Accra, it's beautiful, but I don't know the kind of school that people went to, share, but I'm wondering. And by the way, one of the things I think we do a lot in Nigeria is that we compare the best of something foreign with the worst of something local. We never seem to think that we have the equal of what we are comparing ourselves with in our space. So we look for the worst thing ever in our space, and we look for the best thing from another place that we compare it to, and they'll say, oh, look at Nigeria, it's such a terrible place. But go to Ife, come around, come to the campus, see, I know, Kere. Guess what? In our anthem, they used to say Africa's most beautiful campus. That's the anthem of. Do you know how you guys should visit to at least once in your lifetime? Visit Ife. Don't worry, I'm proud like that. But visit the town. Of course, you should visit the town, especially if you're Yoruba. Even if you're not Yoruba, Just check the place out. That's the source of all life, according to us in Yoruba land. But seriously, visit Ife, and while I said, try and get to the university campus, OAU. Like, there's no way you're going to go to Ife and then come out and say something like this because they put light everywhere. Say you don't have anything like this in Nigeria. I know you're all serious. So I think we should be proud of what we have. Things, of course, there are things that are not working that should be better, but this comparison, and then to now make matters worse, let me show you something. Anthem wa gonda bi oyekini great. Ife anthem wa tún fi Africa's most beautiful campus. Let me show you the building that everybody wants to kill themselves over. It's actually nice. This is the building. That's the building. It's quite nice. Maybe I'll look for pictures from Ife now. In fact, I will look for pictures from Ife. I must look for pictures from Ife just to show you. I mean, Covenant is good, UI is good. Many schools in Nigeria are actually good. I mean, I've been to a number of unis just visiting or maybe working. So I know Nigeria has many schools, but I want to tell you the ones that's close by. So somebody now says, if you see Pent Hall at University of Ghana, you will denounce your Nigerian nationality. Let me show you the Pent Hall. This is the one that will make you deny Nigerian nationality. You think that looks like estate control Goa? This is the one that will make people deny their nationality. It looks like one of the low-cost housing estates in Abuja. Ah, boy, we don't rate ourselves though. And when you don't know what you have, I don't. But for real, like, is it that many schools in Nigeria are terrible? Like, what will make people just say these things? Because it must be that. But Mumbo, I'll show you something from. If I'll see if I can quickly find some Ife pictures for you. Not to brag or anything, but just so that I don't even have to show. But just go online and check. Just check stuff and then send them pictures. If they tell you that this one, for instance, is in, let's say, jokes apart, if I told you that this picture is from, let's say Cambridge, this one, this is Ifel. But I'll see if I can find some more pictures. Anyway, go online, you'll find a lot of pictures of different unis, Ife, Ibadan, Unilag, Unilorin, you know. Amphitheater alone is could that come raised poverty. To people they were raised in the poverty of the mind. Like they are constantly looking for the worst of Nigeria. Please, many schools in Nigeria are actually better than the ones they showed. The other day I visited last time I went to the campus a while back and I saw some buildings that they just put up. I was like, guys, yeah, Sherembio. If you are in Ife, if you went to Ife, for instance, you know Old Buka. There's no Old Buka anymore. That place is now a faculty. It's amazing the kind of things that universities are doing, and you see the same thing everywhere. It's not just about Ife. You see it in Ibadan, you see it in Lagos. Ilorin has it. We've never gotten to private schools like Abuad. They should be comparing this school with Abuad, Afe Babalola University, Covenant. Call on when you're son Nigeria, people are sick. People are very, very, very sick. All right. So let's get into the news making the rounds in the last 24 to 48 hours. We landmark, yes, Omaron. And I'm sitting in the southwest too. We have not mentioned ABU Zaria. We've not mentioned BUK, Bayero University, Kano. this thing where people just think that everywhere in Nigeria is terrible. Even Usuka, University of Nigeria, Usuka, things are not as bad. Like, things can be better, but it's not like it's so bad that you now look everywhere in the world and now say, oh, look at this university in Ghana. Meanwhile, that school in Ghana, this is the funny thing about Ghanaian schools. The entire university is probably on a couple of acres. Many of the universities, maybe apart from Legon, many of the universities probably on like, I don't know, to about 5 acres gone. Just, you know, hey, look at, you go to Lorry, for instance, your trip from the gates to Bitan or Legonwa is like you're traveling, or you go to Ife, like it's road one. Omashio. Because they are sick. And it's serious sickness. Serious sickness. All right. Let us get into the news making the rounds in the last 24 to 48 hours. And then we'll get into conversations later. So yesterday we talked about Peter Obi's letter. You know, I had only one question, and sincerely, I still have that question today. So someone mentioned Uniben. Yes. Many schools, I mean, things can be better, especially in hostels. A lot of things need to be worked on. But I just don't like this thing where people look for the worst of themselves and compare it with the best of strangers and then deprecate themselves to the point where they feel like they are nothing. I don't know who raised these kids, but they did a terrible job at it. Anyway, I said something yesterday. I don't know why that stuff was released. And a lot of people were saying it wasn't Peter Obi who released it, so I didn't know what to say about it. Anyway, this is something from Peter Obi, and I think he needs help. You know, perhaps people were able to see things from another perspective. So he says here, our engagement with General Abacha, setting the record straight. In consonance with my established principles of defending everything I am involved in, and in the interest of all men and women of goodwill, especially those committed to the pursuit of truth. One second, before I go into this, please, if you're on TikTok, kindly click on the heart icon. Thank you, Agbex. Thank you for doing what you just did. Please click on the heart icon, join the team. If you're already a member of the team, drop a heart me, gift, whatever it is. These things help the life, so please, I would love for you to, you know, support us by doing that, please. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. Like the live on YouTube, please. Thank you very much. These little things actually help a lot. Apparently, there's a heart icon beside. I mean, there's some icons on the right side of your device. If you're on YouTube, you know, kindly use them as well, so that the app knows that there is engagement, and then that helps drive traffic. All right, don't worry, I'm going to start all over again. Let me use another account here. Meanwhile, the question I asked yesterday was, what goal, like what exactly are they trying to accomplish with this whole thing? I didn't get the I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what exactly the goal is, right? But then it's worse knowing that it was actually Peter who released it, and this is what he put on his own page. It says, our engagement with General Abacha, setting the record of defending everything I am involved in, and in the interest of all men and women of goodwill, especially those committed to the pursuit of truth, I hereby attach the letter which documents my co-opting, along with others, into the task force on the decongestion of the port. Now, this is where what I'm interested in. Please take listen to this part. Thank you, Itimi. It says, as I stated during my interview at the weekend and consistently maintained in the past, I had never met General Sonny Abacha before that encounter. That's not what he said in that interview. He said he had never met him. That was all he said. He didn't say I never met him before that story. He said I had never met him. And then another interview, he said we were in a room, and then he said you will be the one to head the whatever. So even in this funny press, whatever they're putting out, the man lies. We all listened to the interview. It was just because it was on Saturday. Was it Saturday or Sunday? Just a few days ago. He said he had never met with Abacha. Period. That was what he said. Now he's saying, as I said during my interview at the weekend and consistently maintained in the past, I had never met General Sani Abacha before that encounter. Our meeting with him was born out of collective concern as traders and importers over the prolonged delays. I just saw that and I felt, nothing else this man says makes sense because he's. But you know the funny thing, why are you lying? Like, okay, so you work with Abacha. Like, whatever made you work with him, You talk about it and you let it go. Like, you don't have to keep harping on. And in the way to get yourself out of the mess, you now sink deeper. Then he came with his tax force letter. I don't know how they typed it in 1996, but task force became tax force. If they say you work with him, you did. I don't know why people like to change their past so badly. Like you did, and it's fine. It's okay. Right? It's okay. But let me actually play for you what he actually said. So it doesn't look as if, one is just, I want you to compare what he said with what he wrote here. Take a listen to this. What's the name of this person? Iregbu Ihoma. It's good to have you join us. We're glad you're here. But please try and reduce your stupidity for today. Today I want to just rest. So I'm going to mute you for 30 minutes. Go play with the babies. I'll see you later. All right. 1 second. Let me find that video. Some of you should be in kindergarten. Like you're not old enough to be holding a device. It's just a shame that your parents allowed you to. I'm not sure. Please listen to what Peter will be had to say.
How do you clarify this reputation that you work for the Abacha government or in the Abacha government?
So I've never worked for government before I became governor. Yeah, going to do with working government. I've never met Abacha. I don't know him. I'm not in the military. So everything I've done in my life is.
I've never worked for government before I became governor. I never met Abacha. Is that not what? 1 second. One more time, please.
Find this reputation that you work for the Abacha government or in the Abacha government.
So I've never worked for government before I became governor. Yeah, going to do with working government. I've never met Abacha. I don't know him. I'm not in the military. So everything I've done in my life is in the public space country.
Come back. I saw that video of his children. It's when he said the children used to record him. Like, that's not something to be proud of. If I say yes to my kids, they should know it's yes. Not that they will go and take record that. Just say, in case daddy changes his mind later. Like, we kind family about that. But, I mean, maybe it's helping his children to be able to become, I don't know, policemen or something. All right. We're going to come back to some news about him. But let's move on to other news. This is from Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, our Minister of Interior. It says, I held a constructive meeting with the U.S. Ambassador Richard M. Mills Jr. today to discuss the recently introduced visa procedures for Nigerian nationals. The meeting, attended by the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Magdalene Ajani, Comptroller General of the Nigerian Immigration Service, Kemi Nana Nandap, aimed at strengthening ties between Nigeria and the U.S. through a well-structured visa framework. The discussion centered on visa reciprocity, with Ambassador Mills Jr. providing valuable insights into the revised protocol and its alignment with established practices to uphold the integrity of the visa process. Excuse me. The ambassador described the new e-visa policy of the Nigerian Immigration Service as an innovation intended to streamline and enhance application process for foreign travelers into the country. I'm just going to go to the last paragraph. Our government, under the leadership of President Tinubu, GCFR, will continue to ensure strict compliance across board in key areas, including secure travel documents, visa overstay management, information sharing, and so on and so forth. So we wait to see the results of this meeting, which is, by the way, I think is one of the most hardworking, not just hardworking, but productive and fruitful ministers in the president's cabinet. And I'm actually very, 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 very proud of him for what he's doing. Moving on from that, just a little clip of Professor Yemi Osinbajo at the book launch of Garba Shehu yesterday. I just wanted to take a listen to this. I mean, it's been a while since we heard him. We might as well just take a little, just listen to him for a bit. So please take a listen to this.
He says, if you humbly walk behind your boss, they will say, look at him. He's not cooperating with his boss. If you walk by his side, they'll say, ha, see this man. He thinks he's equal to the boss. And if you walk in front of him, they will say, he thinks he's better than the boss. The account of Garba Shehu about all of the events surrounding that particular conflict, I'm sure you will find incredibly interesting reading. But the bulk of the book is about his stewardship as presidential spokesman, co-presidential spokesman of President Muhammadu Buhari. And that is the bulk of the book. As we've heard, and we've already heard from his, at the time, the special advisor.
When you not use.
All right. You mentioned something about, working with, his boss and everything. But there's another place where the name came up. It was an interview that was conducted by Moriah Brown in 2000. Between Moriah and the former governor of Lagos State, Babatunde Raji Fashola. There was something he said. I'm going to go deeper into it when Oba Rashid Ladoja eventually becomes Olubadan. I think it's going to be installed maybe in a couple of days. They already call him Kabisi, which is how your Ibadan monarchy works. But there's something in that interview. There's some BRF said something about Ladoja and also mentioned Yemi Osinbajo in passing. So let me just read this thing. By the way, BRF says when Ladoja was removed as governor by an apparently illegal impeachment process, it was Bat, that's President Tinubu, who took up the legal battle, despite the fact that Ladoja was an opposition governor. I was saving this story for my memoirs, but let me reveal it now. Sundays were my day off for football. One Sunday, I got a call from Bat. Tunde, I'm sorry, I need you. Yemi, that's the current VP, that's the former VP, and who used to be the Lagos Attorney General. Yemi is away. Bring your legal books. I need you to research something for me. Are we just going to fold our arms and let a governor be impeached? Bart didn't care that he was in opposition. It was in Body Leon that we prepared the court documents. We got a lawyer to go to Ibadan at 4 a.m. to file the case. It was that case that went all the way to the Supreme Court that allowed Ladoja to get back his seat. Bart ran Lagos with essentially a team of his rivals, people like Idowu Shobowale, Kemi Nelson, Tauri Koka, and so on and so forth. We'll go into these details later. I just want to read the part that had to do with Rashid Ladoja, despite the fact that he was in PDP. And, at this point, Bart, of course, was AC, I think? Yeah, it was an AC. There was no ACN at the time, I think. So it's just quite interesting that we have this in our history, and also to know that in the next few weeks, when Baba Obasanjo, because I know he's a good man, when he goes to visit Ladoja or to pay obeisance, whatever that, whenever he does that, he will be talking to somebody that he actually orchestrated his removal from office, according to some. But just to say that people have been doing things in Yoruba land regardless of their parties, which is very, very inspiring. Moving away from that, I'm going to go back to, 1 second though. Number. All right, I'm going to go to a particular news that made the rounds yesterday. It was quite, big. A lot of people were talking about it. Sorry, guys. No, it was on Monday. There was a show, there was a podcast where certain guys, went to, they were imprisoned, but they had been released, and then they talked about something. So somebody, Ozo, wrote this online. It says, after spending 26 years on death row at Kirikiri Maximum Prison, Lagos State, for buying a stolen generator, Okubona Igbojionu reunites with his mother. He is from Abia State and was 22 years old at the time of his imprisonment in 1999. He bought the generator from Segun Ajibade. That's what they said. He sold it thinking it was legit. 2 weeks later, Segun Ajibade returned with police, claiming the generator was stolen. They both got arrested at the spot. What followed was a nightmare. Okubona alleges he was beaten and forced to sign a statement he couldn't read. Remanded in 1999, he was sentenced to death in 2003 for allegedly buying stolen property. He was just 26, his life upended, sent to Kirikiri's death row. For 26 years, Okubona languished in Kirikiri Maximum Security Prison. His youth, dreams, and freedom were stolen. Meanwhile, Segun Ajibade, the actual culprit who sold him the generator, reportedly walked free in 2016 after receiving pardon from Ogun State's governor. Okubona, along with co-accused Kolawole Oladeji, a technician, and others, faced a flawed trial. They appealed to the Court of Appeal, but were allegedly misled into withdrawing it with false promises of a pardon that never came. In 2025, TikToker Olumide Ogunsanwo, C. King, spotlighted Okubon's plight, igniting public outcry. Simon Oshi from Enugu saw the post, visited Kirikiri with lawyers, and confirmed Okubon's Abia roots. He reached out to Abia Governor Alex Oti. Governor Oti moved fast. He sent Abia's Attorney General to verify the case, coordinated with Lagos and Ogun state authorities, and secured the release of Okubona, Olawale Adedeji, and another inmate on July 6, 2025. The third couldn't travel to Abia for the handover. The reunion was emotional. On July 6, at Abia's government house, Okubona, now 48, tearfully reunited with his mother after 26 years. It was 26 when he was in prison. Abiweto. Okay, it was 22 when he was in prison. Okay. Okubona reunited with his mother after 26 years. Videos of their embrace went viral, a bittersweet moment of joy and pain. He thanked Oti for giving him another chance at life. Kolawole Oladeji, the technician, was also freed. He had repaired the generator unaware of its origins, yet suffered the same fate. Both men were promised reintegration support by Oti, who tasked commissioners to help them rebuild their lives. After Segun Ajibade's 2016 pardon, he faded from public view. The real culprit walked free, while innocents suffered. Our justice system in this country is flawed. That's very, very sad, right? But that's not the end of the story. The end is what I want you to please pay attention to. This is from the Ogun State government. Ogun dismisses claims of Okubona Ogbojionu's innocence, says he was properly convicted. The Ogun State government on Wednesday responded to viral reports claiming that a recently released convict, Okubona Ogbojionu, was wrongly imprisoned for over 2 decades for buying a stolen generator. According to the government, Okubona was properly convicted for his involvement in an armed robbery that resulted in the death of a security guard, Moses Bankole. In a statement released by the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Oluwashina Ogungbade, SAN, the Ogun State government clarified that Okubona was convicted on January 14, 2003 by the Ogun State High Court and sentenced to death, but his sentence was later commuted to life imprisonment in June 20. The court found Okubona guilty of participating in an armed robbery at an health petrol station, where a gang of robbers stole a 10 kVA Lister generator and killed one of the guards. It said that the prosecution presented 11 witnesses and Okubona made 2 confessional statements without objection, choosing not to call any witnesses or present evidence in his defense. pointing out that the prerogative is granted entirely at the governor's discretion, considering the nature of the convict's offense, the convict's assessed tendency to reoffend, his ability to reintegrate into society, and the reformation demonstrated, most importantly by his remorse and regret. Ogungbade said that Okubona was recently released from prison after his death sentence was commuted to life imprisonment, having benefited from the governor's prerogative of mercy to commemorate Democracy Day 2025. Which governor? Ogun State governor. He said, quote, if, as the viral reports now claim, Segun Ajibade has truly led a quiet life since his release, it likely suggests genuine remorse for his crimes and his gratitude for his freedom. This is the exact opposite of Ogbona's intransigence today and could explain why Ogbona was not considered for release when Segun was. Ogbona's crime hobbled a business, terrorized Akoni Yusuf, and killed Moses Bankole. These victims or their relations remain today, and attempts to sanitize Ogbona's conduct with falsehoods does fresh injustice to the victims. Those who, in a misguided quest for justice, are recreating Ogbona as a victim will do well to remember Moses Bankole, the true and irredeemable victim of Ogbona's crime. If Ogbona is truly reformed, he should silently and gratefully enjoy his freedom and pursue honest pursuits. Presently, his honesty is highly doubtful, and the world is hereby notified. If you read the first, you listen to the first one, so naturally it makes you feel like, hey, yeah, which is a natural response any compassionate person would have. But it turns out that the person was not imprisoned for buying a stolen generator, was actually imprisoned for stealing one and killing somebody. Anybody who pushes this narrative of it, if what he said was true, of course I'll be compassionate and feel bad for him, which is a normal response. But I don't know why people just like to play the victim. All right, let's move on. When I first saw the story, of course, I was like, this guy spent all these years in prison. Why? Only to discover that Otigbo handicap. I don't like people come out with handicap, but all right, let us go all the way down. Number. So there's this guy who does this. Oh, this one is long. Number. All right, this is something from the Vanguard about Ganduje, the erstwhile chairman of the APC, who allegedly stepped down. Genuine diaspora, thank you for the gift. Like I said, now people can give gifts on YouTube, so thank you very much for using that. I appreciate the gift. Thank you so much. All right, if you see me looking down, it's because there's another device that helps me monitor what's going on there. Okay. I'm sure it's Igbo lawyers who want to claim from Ogun State. They even said it was the governor of Abia State that got him released. Maybe the governor of Abia State reached out to the governor of Ogun State, and everything they said about Lagos is even happening in Lagos, happening in Ogun State. It's actually quite interesting. Why can't people just be grateful and just move on? Like, why must they be victims? This thing was online. It's still online. It was a podcast on Monday. Some sad story that makes you just feel bad, only to not discover that you just wasted your compassion. People weaponize empathy in this country. Stay woke. Anyway, Ganduje, who was a former chairman of APC, and he stepped down a few days ago on health grounds. He said he wanted to take care of himself. Interestingly, by the 9th of July, which was yesterday, inaugurated with 7 others as fan board members. So he's now a member of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria. Barely days after resigning as national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje has been appointed and officially inaugurated as chairman of the board of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN. The inauguration ceremony held in Abuja was presided over by the Minister Festus Keyamo. The event also saw the formal induction of 7 other distinguished individuals representing key ministries and aviation. So somebody asked the question, is he healed? I said, maybe God touched his body. So he has been appointed since last year, only inaugurated. Yes, now I say inaugurated, Noni. Inaugurated, Noni. But Shebi, he was sick. But thank God for healing. I mean, God is a healer. All right, moving away from there, I'd like to play something. I promise you, I did not make this thing up. I found it online. So please listen and be blessed. I won't even say, I will try not to. Just listen to what one of the kings in Delta State, what he said when one second, what's this man's name? He's a senator. Jeez. The way I want to explain his name. What's this man's name? The senator that's all over Anioma issue. Isn't Wike? No, Wike is Frank. Nwoko. Senator Nwoko. So please take a listen to this stuff from the king.
I wouldn't want it to seem as if we are trying to force the issue. Let us get them to support us. We are colleagues in the Senate. They've supported this movement. So what is there in a family of APC people getting the support of the governor to say, goodbye, you people can go, we can stay on our own? I believe it will make it a little bit more matured and even less challenging, as the case may be. That is the only caveat that I believe that we must take on board, so that nothing appears confrontational, nothing appears as if we're trying to force an issue. The body language of Mr. President, when I met with him on the 20th of March, underscores exactly what you're saying, that yes, his thinking seemed to be in sync with the point you have made. But we cannot, in all conscience, entertain is the prospects of having people from across the Niger to become part of this undertaking. I've made this statement in Abuja, and I'm repeating same here. This is for South-South, and we can only leave it for South-South. I'm speaking the mind of our people, and we are not equivocating on that. So, we are ready to go on this journey with you. We're going to do all that is possible for us to.
Like I promised, I didn't say that. It's the leaders of the Anioma people in the South speaking and saying that. I'll read again what the king said. It said, we cannot, this is from the Azagba, we cannot in all conscience entertain the prospect of having people from across the Niger to become part of this undertaking. What undertaking? Anioma state creation. This is for South-South, and we can only leave it for the South-South. And he said, they're not changing their mind about it, they're unequivocal about it. So, when people do videos insulting me, say they are Kinikon, go and talk to the kings, right? And tell them exactly who you think they are. And he also talked about, not forcing issues. So yeah, that's something from him. Moving on. Something from Ogun State, but not happening in Ogun State, happening in faraway Brazil. This is from the governor of Ogun State, Prince Dr. Dapo Abiodun. It says, today we had the honor of hosting the Brazilian business community at the Ogun State Investment Summit, held on the sidelines of the 17th BRICS Summit. This high-level forum provided a unique platform to spotlight bold opportunities, strategic partnerships, and the clear vision driving Nigeria's fastest-growing economy. From oil and gas to agribusiness, technology, tourism, manufacturing, aviation, automotive, mining, energy, including renewables, and technical and vocational education, Ogun State remains open for investment across Africa's most dynamic sector. So I'm happy that he went with the president to BRICS Summit, and it's also good to know that he's taking advantage of that summit to get people to invest in Ogun State, which is a blessing for our people. All right, moving on from there, listen to an interview granted by Channels Television, or that was on Channels Television, with Reno Omokri. So please take a listen to this.
Yeah, it's a pleasure having you.
Thank you, Shehu.
Your usual Ashoke and Nigerian attire.
Well, that's what I do. 100% of the time, I dress in made in Nigeria.
I see that you, as soon as you saw the interview with Mr. Peter Obi, you were very uncomfortable, and you thought that there were a lot of things that you don't agree with. And but it does look, there are a lot of people who think that Peter Obi riled you up, and the only reason is because you know that Peter Obi could be a winning factor in 2027. Why does Peter Obi become a problem to you whenever you hear his name?
That's not true. He doesn't rile me up. I rile him up, but he doesn't rile me up. The reason why I had to come here, I had to leave California and come here, is because I'm a patriot. Peter Obi lied, and he lied. There are foreign direct investors who are watching your program and who are making investment decisions not to come to Nigeria. There are foreign investors in Nigeria who are making investment decisions to leave Nigeria because of the lies he told. One of the lies that he told is that the president has borrowed more than the administrations of Yaradua, President Jonathan, and Buhari put together, and that's just a blatant lie. I have here with me from the Debt Management Office, and Nigerians who are watching, they can actually go to dmo.gov.ng, or you can go to Google and just put Debt Management Office Nigeria State of Indebtedness 2015. As of 2015, this is a PDF document from the Debt Management Office. Nigeria was owing a total of $63 billion. That's it here. I don't know if your camera can catch it. Now, when Buhari was leaving office, this is from the Debt Management Office, this is not from me. The Debt Management Office was set up by law. We've got people who are apolitical there. They are not members of the PDP, APC, or ADC. Buhari left office, and this is how much we were owing. On the last day of Buhari leaving office, $113 billion. Now, as of today, this is from the Debt Management Office, our debt has gone from $113 billion, has reduced our debt by over 14 billion. We should be appreciating this man. Yet, Peter Obi came here and lied to the Nigerian people. What did he do? Very manipulatively. He took the debts and then he now translated them into Naira to make it look like the debts have increased. Because don't forget, the Naira has been floated. So today, the Naira is trading at 1,531 Naira to the dollar. So when you now multiply that by what we're owing today, which is $97 billion, it looks as if...
This is one of the best things that
One second. So it ended abruptly. I want to find, I think there is a second part to it. 1 second, please. I'll find it, but please, it's still Reno talking about something. I'm going to find the full video of that particular bit. Please listen to him continue on another tragic.
The candidate does not make sense. Listen, I played you a video which we cannot play because of the NBC. Can you testify that you heard the video? Can you tell your audience?
Yeah, I heard the video.
Now, you heard him telling his supporters to kill policemen, to kill soldiers, to burn down Lagos. After he gave that video, do you know how many police and how many soldiers have died in the southeast? Over 50. As a matter of fact, there was a couple, an army couple, you know, her name was Gloria Matthews, her husband was Linus. They were killed and beheaded in Imo. Do you know who killed Ahmed Gulak in Imo? Who killed Harira Jubril with her 4 underage children? 160 police stations were shut down in the southeast. Why? Because IPOB, UGM, or non-gunmen, and ESN, they attacked them. They killed over 24 policemen. And then you are saying that the trial of a person who ordered this does not make sense. Look, as I speak to you right now, Finland is trying Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa is not even as guilty as Nnamdi Kanu. He has not done a half of what Nnamdi Kanu has done. Is Peter Obi going to tell the Finnish government that the trial...
Nnamdi Kanu is still not found guilty yet because he's facing trial.
Yes, but I can give my opinion. This is not facts. This is an opinion. Is Peter Obi going to tell the Finnish government that the trial of Simon Ekpa does not make sense? Look, Peter Obi gives an opinion on everything that happens in Nigeria, but he did not talk about the trial of Simon Ekpa. He did not condemn it. He did not condemn what Simon Ekpa did. So this man has separatist tendencies. He has never condemned the Monday sit at home. In fact, when he goes to Anambra, he obeys it. Look, if you are a policeman, if you are a soldier, is this the kind of commander-in-chief that you want to have? Somebody who says that a person who ordered the killing of your brothers in arms, his trial does not make sense? No. And then he lied about the convoy. He said that
You know, I think the best thing is actually to play from the other app so I can get it fully. Because get one thing where I want making talk. Me finish within the talk. 1 second. All right, this is the other part to what he was saying. Hello, Ẹkáàbọ. Please hold on for the ad to end. All right.
As soon as you saw the interview with Mr. Peter Obi, you were very uncomfortable and you thought that there were a lot of things that you don't agree with. But it does look, there are a lot of people who think that Peter Obi riled you up. And the only reason is because you know that Peter Obi could be a winning factor in 2027. Why does Peter Obi become a problem to you whenever you hear his name?
That's not true. He doesn't rile me up. I rile him up, but he doesn't rile me up. The reason why I had to come here, I had to leave California and come here, is because I'm a patriot. Peter Obi lied, and he lied. There are foreign direct investors who are watching your program and who are making investment decisions not to come to Nigeria. There are foreign investors in Nigeria who are making investment decisions to leave Nigeria because of the lies he told. One of the lies that he told is that the president has borrowed more than the administrations of Yaradua, President Jonathan and Buhari put together, and that's just a blatant lie. I have here with me from the Debt Management Office, and Nigerians who are watching, they can actually go to dmo.gov.ng, or you can go to Google and just put Debt Management Office Nigeria State of Indebtedness 2015. As of 2015, this is a PDF document from the Debt Management Office. Nigeria was owing a total of $63 billion. That's it here. I don't know if your camera can catch it. Now, when Buhari was leaving office, this is from the Debt Management Office, this is not from me. The Debt Management Office was set up by law. We've got people who are apolitical there. They're not members of the PDP, APC, or ADC. Buhari left office, and this is how much we were owing. On the last day of Buhari leaving office, $113 billion. Now, as of today, this is from the Debt Management Office, our debt has gone from $113 billion to $97 billion, meaning that Bola Tinubu has reduced our debt by over $14 billion. We should be appreciating this man. Yet, Peter Obi came here and lied to the Nigerian people. What did he do? Very manipulatively. He took the debts and then he now translated them into Naira to make it look like the debts have increased. Because don't forget, the Naira has been floated. So today, the Naira is trading at 1,531 Naira to the dollar. So when you now multiply that by what we're owing today, which is $97 billion, it looks as if our debt has gone up in Naira value. But don't forget, these were debts that were taken in dollars, mostly Euro bonds, debts from China, France, and from the Bretton Woods institution. Peter Obi came here and lied, and he told more lies than that.
I think a couple more things about this conversation on Peter Obi. Sorry, on that interview where he talked about borrowing money and feeding. Just very short. After this, we're moving on to something else. Take a listen, please.
You're an analysis, and you say that the economy has done better under President Bola Tinubu in the last 2 years. But what happens to the purchasing power of the average person? What happens to the livelihoods of the average person? What happens to the ability of the person to be able to feed and transport?
Well, should we continue to go into debt because we want to now start to give our people an artificial luxury? We were borrowing so much under General Buhari. Don't forget, the reason why Godwin Emefiele is in jail is because we took a loan of 28...
Under trial.
Well, he's in jail. That's why I didn't say prison. There's a difference. When you're under trial, they put you in jail. When you have been convicted, you go to prison. There is a reason why Godwin Emefiele is in jail, because he took loans of 28 trillion naira without informing the National Assembly. What were they using that money to do? They were using that money to artificially inflate the value of the naira. And so we were living in a fool's paradise. Bola Tinubu has taken that away, and now we are now living at our own means. So we cannot be borrowing because we want to give our people food. We have to produce, and that's why we are now producing now, because exports are going up. Imports are reducing. We now have, like I said before, a $14.1 billion straight.
What about the impression on the average person? That's the question I asked you.
Yeah, the thing is, the impression on the average person is this: we have to look inward. Look at me.
And continue to suffer.
No.
The person that is in pain.
Please, allow me answer your question. Allow me answer your question. We have to look inwards. Look at me. Everything I'm wearing, from head to toe, is made in Nigeria. That's our economy. Not taking $5 billion.
All right, I think there's something wrong with the recording itself, but I think the point is that it's asking that people look inwards and probably copying by wearing, made in Nigeria. I think what's saying basically is that grow the economy by using what you produce, which makes a lot of sense. All right, moving away from that, Auchi Poli put out a statement, and I just think I should read it. It's in the Punch newspapers. Peter Obi's claims about students' death misleading. That's from Auchi Poli. The management of the Federal Polytechnic Auchi has dismissed claims by former presidential candidate Peter Obi that 2 students died during the violence that marred the institution's student union election last Saturday. Obi, in a post on his X handle, formerly Twitter, had alleged that the election chaos led to the death of 2 students and left several others injured. But the Polytechnic, in a statement on Tuesday, described the claim as false, misleading, and completely unfounded. Punch Online had reported that several students were injured after violence erupted during the Student Union government elections. Reacting to Obi's claims in a statement, the institution's Director of Public Relations, Angela Egele, said adequate security operatives were on ground during the exercise. Quote, "The attention of the management of Auchi Polytechnic has been drawn to a statement credited to Mr. Peter Obi, wherein he alleged that the recently held Student Union Government elections, SUG elections at the institution, resulted in the death of 2 students and injuries to several others due to gunfire," she said. Quoting Obi's post, the statement noted, quote, "I watched the heartbreaking video that showed students in Auchi Polytechnic in Edo State running for their lives as they were being shot at during their student election yesterday, which left 2 students dead and several injured." Egele refuted the allegation, stating the management categorically states that these claims are false, misleading, and completely unfounded. And then she went on to explain that no student was shot, injured, or killed during the electoral process, which was subsequently declared inconclusive due to observed irregularities. So apparently Peter Obi and the people that are always feeding him with terrible news, because again, Agbotikuyo for a reason. Perhaps they should calm down a bit and try and understand and make sure that what they're discussing is actually the truth. So we're going to round up now, and then we'll bring people up. But before we do so, HRH, good to see you. Letter that was written by the King of Ga in Ghana. By the way, this Ghana matter, it never finished. The Ghana issue hasn't finished. It hasn't ended. So there's a press release by the Ga Traditional Council. This was released yesterday, 9th July 2025. Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Ga Traditional Council, PO Box 42, Accra. Republic of Ghana, all media houses, press release by the Ga Traditional Council. The Ga Traditional Council has observed with dismay recent happenings in the Ga state surrounding an Igbo king by name Eze Dr. Chukwudi Chud Ihenetu, who has accorded himself king of the Igbos in Ghana. At an emergency meeting held at the Ga Traditional Council on 9th day of July 2025, presided over by the President, King Taki Teko Surutu Ga Manse, and all members, the understated were resolved unanimously. Number 1, the Ga Traditional Council dissociates itself from all activities of the said Eze, Dr. Chukwudi Judy Henetu. Number 2, the council has never recognized anybody or person as a king of Igbos within the Ga state. Number 3, recognition of persons and their induction at the Ga Traditional Council has always been conditional upon entry of one's name in the National Register of Chiefs. The Ga Traditional Council is a creation of statute. Number 4, Eze Dr. Chukwudi Judy Henetu should henceforth cease and desist from holding himself out as a king of the Igbos in the Ga state by way of performing any traditional activity. Number 5, all assigned paramount and divisional chiefs installed. All assigned paramount and divisional chiefs installed by Eze Dr. Chukwudi Judy Enetu should henceforth cease and desist from holding themselves out as such within the Ga state. Number 6, all traditional and cultural festivities under the guise of importing Igbo culture presided over by Eze Dr. Chukwudi Judy Enetu in his capacity as King of Igbos in the Ga state should cease forthwith. The Ga Traditional Council wishes to assure the entire general public that we Gas are a peaceful people and welcome all tribes, communities and people of other nations into the Ga state on condition that they respect the Ga traditions and customs. Any persons who disrespect these directives with intent to disrupt the peace of the Ga state shall be dealt with by law. Our goodwill and respect for other tribes and people of other nations should not be taken for granted. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. This is how you do it. Well, unless, of course, the people you are dealing with are not very smart, then you can move to the next one, which will involve the police. But this is how you do it. Just going everywhere constituting nuisance. And all of us are carrying the same passport. It is well. Today I'm very happy with that because I think it's important that people speak up, and that's the same thing that we have to also do in Yoruba land. No king or anything, let alone a kingdom. It's disrespectful. It makes no sense. And what they did is exactly what Yoruba people and Yoruba towns and cities also must do. By the way, they even, guess what? At least in Yoruba land, they're not even trying to create a kingdom. Do you know what it means to want to create your own kingdom in another person's land? Like I always say, some people don't have social intelligence at all, no cultural awareness, just moving. Anyway, a couple more things before we bring people up. This is on the ADC issue, the political party. Delegates will settle Atiku Obi Amechi's fight over ADC ticket, Atiku's aid. Paul Ibe, spokesperson to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, says the purported fight among the leading opposition leaders in the coalition-backed African Democratic Congress, ADC, over the party's 2027 presidential ticket will be settled by the party's delegates. Ibe, while speaking during an interview with Trust TV, said leaders of the party had already reached an understanding on the need to make sacrifices before launching the coalition. Recently, opposition politicians led by the former vice president launched a coalition to unseat President Bola Tinubu in 2027. Days after the launch, Peter Obi and Amechi declared to contest for president on the platform. And so Ibe has downplayed the implosion narrative, saying supporters are the one jostling for space. He said, between what Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi and Amechi say, it is ultimately democracy has worked. It is the delegates of the party, whether it's a direct or indirect primary, they are the ones who are going to determine the fate of these leaders. All of these 2 fighting or 3 fighting will be settled by the delegates. I'll bring some people up now so I can part of this. They will take everyone down, then get on with the session. So if you'd like to speak to any of the things that we've raised today, please send your request. We'll bring you up momentarily. What was done in Ghana, Yoruba kings, politicians have to do the exact same thing. By the way, if you're planning to go to Canada, Canada has increased proof of funds to 17 million naira for immigrants. If you're planning to go, may God provide for you. So let's bring some people up. I still have a couple of things to read, but I'll just bring people up so that be part of the conversation. So I see people in the comment section say something about Victor Banjo again. No. I spoke on Victor Banjo 11 sessions. 11. No, you don't need any other day. Anybody that wants to hear it, please, the videos on YouTube. You can watch everything. Shorts, everything is there. The shorts, the long, the full sessions, everything is on YouTube. And the shorts are also on TikTok and on Twitter. So no, I'm not having another session on it, please. Thank you very much for your understanding. Can we spend 11 days doing something and then have to do it again? Because of the sake of Yoruba people. No, the Yoruba people can watch it. Thank you. God bless all of you and thank you very much. No, I'm not repeating. I can't repeat anything, please. The video is on, the video that you want me to repeat is literally on YouTube. You can watch everything again and you get every single thing I said yesterday. I told you by the time I was done, I was emotionally drained because of that particular session. Yesterday's session was the most emotional of all the sessions I've ever had on this platform. Very, very draining. Maybe because I feel what actually happened. I'm not just reading. Like, I'm not going through that thing. Not 2 days in a row. Nah. If you want to relieve the kidney, please, the videos on YouTube, you can watch everything again. It's free of charge. You're not paying for it. Thank you very much for understanding. Let's listen to the people who came up. So we have Shola, we have Dark Poet. Please go on. Mr. Lushola, are you there? Okay, it's not there. Dark Poet.
Good afternoon, Prof. Good afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I think see the cancelled culture. I think they woke up when Reno was Reno, so they are not used to people doing research and telling them fact as it is. They want narratives and they feed on narratives. So when Reno was trying to educate a lot of them, they just come in like, oh, this, that, because they are not used to it. They are used to propagandas, PRs, and all these lies that both politicians and stalwarts in the society tells them that this is so that they can see something to feed. I think it's they feed on that like a human being needs, or they need that like human being need oxygen. But that should not necessarily. So anytime Reno is speaking, I've never. Because I do fact check Reno at one point in time. Not that I don't believe in him, but I want to be able to say, if I go out there, I can defend this person and say, okay, and I have a reference. So Reno has always been a fact checker. As I've known Reno now in the political space for the last 10, 15 years. And he hardly says something that is untrue or unreal because he does his own work very well. So these people now, these mobs now, they think, oh, and he's a fearless person. He doesn't give up. He will say his mind, always going after him. And because he has propaganda, which is Peter Obi, like countless times, which is found to be Reno is always true. So that is why they are after him. And for Governor Dapo Abiodun, I like the development and I like what is going towards, but I'm an Ogun State man. It needs to be to go into infrastructure too. Ogun State needs infrastructure, just because I've been saying this thing for years. When Lagos population is going to the agent Sonyo back in the Mayfair, the population of Okubona share the first likely place to share see Ogun State, because people can't stop coming to Lagos.
So by my share, abi ibi to si
as in ibi to ti share sí, but ó sì ń share síbẹ̀ náà. Ó sì ń share síbẹ̀ náà lọ báyìí. Ó sì ń share síbẹ̀ náà báyìí. So I believe I've identified I was in government actually analyzing. I've identified those pressure points that link Ogun State to Lagos State that the governor should do a lot of work on, especially infrastructures and roads, so that if there's smooth transition into the two states, thank God the train is there now. The train is up a lot of things. People don't, that's why I said, see, you can't be like, people don't understand what Southwest is doing. That train is a lot of movement. People can now go to Ilea and everything with train, and bad road, federal government, really we can leave that and go through the train and we still achieve our aim, which is easier, is even more, is cheaper, because they increase the train during Ilea, and also is safe, very, very safe. At least for now, because I'm not too worried. Some years back, I took it conducive and safe. Until now, they are still maintaining it. So if we can do that, maintain, build infrastructure and road along those border town, bordering Lagos, and also increase housing programs in Ogun State, I think Ogun State should be fine for the next 20, 30 years. And like I said, what it's doing is good, but it should look towards infrastructure, especially Iju side, this place, Alagbado, Iju in what Alagbado side. That place, it's been ongoing for some time now, but I think after Amosun left, it stopped. So a lot of roads that link the two states should be looked into. I thank God Mowe is there. Mowe is trying. At least we know Mowe is better now, unlike some years back. The federal government
Mowe is trying. Or is it federal government that did it, or the state government?
Yeah, no, it's federal government. Mowe is a national distance. So, like I said, we need those things. And if we do from Lagos inward Ogun, we should do Ogun inwards or another state. That is where the link is. If the roads linking the states, especially I'm talking of our own southwestern state, because Ilele Maoko work into. So
the roads linking the states, are they states roads or federal roads?
Yeah, they are federal. Some of them are federal roads, some are state roads.
If they are linking two states, they are federal roads.
Okay, let me give you an example. Iju inwards Alagbado now. Iju inward Alagbado is not federal. So that's why I said some of them are, why some of them are not. So if we can look at those things, it is state Bale Shekoshi, and I believe they can even prompt the federals too, because it's an APC state, APC national. We can actually do that level, at least to gain a little bit of advantage. So if we can move seamlessly from state to state in all corners, I think we should be all right. And lastly, let me quickly come for Peter Obi, the usual, the ADC this thing. I think before now, I'm not confirming, I am hearing rumor that Atiku already declared before all of them. And Atiku played the game by picking Obi as vice. Now, Obi can't go and tell his own mob that they gave him vice, because that will break the camel's back for them. They would disperse almost scatter. So now that's why he had to come out now to say, now if they do election in that party today, tomorrow, next 10 years, we all know who will win. It's seamlessly, Atiku will win seamlessly. So he will still go back to the vomit VP that he was offered, that he said no, he will still go back to it, which on the long run does not favor him too. So I like I said yesterday, it's a dead on arrival thing, because a lot of complicated matters are along that line for the ADC. Thank you for now. Let me rest my case here.
All right, thank you very much, Dark Poet. Let's have Mr. Lushola. Please go on.
Okay, Baba Busi. Wọ́n láìkí láti sọ Yorùbá. Ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ará bí yẹn. Àwọn Yorùbá ní ṣe bó ti mọ ẹlẹ́wà àṣàpọ́n. Gbàtéèyàn bá táwọn èèyàn bá wà tí wọ́n máa ń kọjá àyè ní everywhere tán bá ti lọ, wọ́n máa tẹ́ náà ni. Ẹ wo nǹkan tí àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ lọ́balọ́ba bíi Ghana sọ báyìí sìn. Wọ́n ti kàbùkù báyìí. Wọ́n ní wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ gbọ́ lẹ́nu ẹ̀ pé ó ń pàrédè ààrẹ àbò ó ń dé àdé wèrè kan kiri nígboro. Kóun lọ bá ọba àwọn Ìgbò kan. Wọ́n ní táwọn bá gbọ́, wọ́n bá mú yóò fi ata òfin símú. Ṣé mọ̀ pé ọba bíi ọba Yorùbá náà wà níbí báyìí? Wọ́n ẹ̀ lè rí kí wọ́n kọjá. Mo ti come across bàbá yẹn rí tó jọba Yorùbá bíi. Wọ́n kọjá àyè wọn ṣe yàmàyàmà táwọn pípù yìí máa ń ṣe. Wọ́n ti ẹ̀ ń sọ kọ́tàkọ́tà nǹkan kiri nísìnyí lórí social media pé Yorùbá ló sponsor àwọn tí wọ́n tako àwọn tí wọ́n ń bú àwọn tí wọ́n ṣe kinní ẹ̀. Wọ́n ní Yorùbá ló sponsor wọn. Ẹ wo inú mi dùn gan ṣá because látìgbà tí ọba yẹn ti sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí káwọn ìgbìmọ̀ lọ́ba ti sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí kò everywhere ti go down. Fún àwọn èèyàn wọn gan ti ní pé káwọn ó cease fire for now. So that's very good decision. Adúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run. Ẹ ṣé sà.
Hello. Thank you very much for that submission. We're going to go to. I thought I had somebody in the comment section who was there to come up. Let me see. Mass Vision sent an invite now. Mr. Lushala. Hopefully, any we from Bajo will around Arabi. Muson, good to see you. Okay. So this is how you hide in the crowd. But I'm glad you're here. There was someone else wanted to come up to speak. I wanted the person to speak before I get into this. Maiwa, please, are you there? You had a question. In fact, let me go and check for that question. Meanwhile, Dark Poet, let me just ask you because I need a minute to quickly do something. Dark Poet, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm here.
Sure, I'm here. Hey, Joe. Oh, you got to tell us somebody to die in Lekon Abi.
Yes, more coffee.
Emma, sorry, Emma, borrow.
Okay.
I said
okay.
For
yeah,
me, I'm enjoying the
for now, like I said, for me, I'm enjoying the union of the state governors and the way they are doing.
Everybody,
see about the Shibai because this is what we've been lacking all this while. Every state have been developing on its own, but now this union is bringing a new front for the Southwest. Together, which is if this coalition continue, we'll be able to link a lot of things together. It will improve our trade, the road network, the rail network, and some are even investing in airports like Ogun is doing, and I think either Ekiti is doing too. So that is where development comes from. If you have the roads, and also we go into agriculture as a source of income, if people move more, it will reduce the stress on Lagos more. If these people did not keep coming via the trailer every day with slippers and nylon bags, you don't know that it will reduce the stress on Lagos State and other states too will have the population because numbers bring money. People should understand that basic economics. If you have a lot, the more population you have, the more leverage and the more money your sector will be able to make. One of the reasons China and India is going far in some things. Example, if the more numbers you have, if you improve the education, the more numbers of maybe engineers, doctors, lawyers, scientists, IT guys that you will be able to churn out from that population. And by doing that, you do each one teach one long 1,000 engineers yearly or so. The day I had the statistics, I was like, wow. But this thing is possible because of the population. Imagine people generating like 300,000 engineers, specialists per year. Let's say out of those 300,000, you just need 50,000 to be top notch, and they can develop any country no matter the population. So this is why I like all this coalition, and they should really work with Mr. President. This is a man's this is our time. When the last the dispensation is there, when he's building rail from Kano to Maradi in Niger State, he's doing it for his own people. Not
Is it just me, or did we lose Dark Poet?
No, I'm here. Am I audible enough? Prof. Sheng got me. Oh, I don't know whether I'm still communicating. Okay, I think okay, Mr. Geshaman said. So, like I said, this is the long-term plan I want for my own people, which is Yoruba land. I don't care how any other person want to do his own area, but for my own area, this is what I want for us: development, and development at Ishokan. So that taba develop it àwọn kan tó ń jókòó nílé every Monday, àbọ̀ kan tí wọ́n rántí pé ó yẹ kó develop lọ tó ń sáwá sọ́dọ̀ wa, àwọn máa sọ fún wa pé 20 years 30 years to come àwọn lọ́wọ́ develop nǹkan bí ẹni pé kíní. So this are èmi o personal goals because man sọ fún ẹ̀ long run I have ambition. I have ambition to join politics. And I don't mind whether local government chairman or state or minister or commissioner. I have ambition because I know I can do it. I know my capabilities and I know the experience I've gathered over the years in our sectors to know about and I want knowledge to not acquire personally, either by reading books or by studying or through discipline. So this is the thing that I want, and I want it collectively for my people. If the national can turn about the jembe, boya minister, fine. But my first aim is to make sure I develop my own, which is what our own fathers did and our forefathers did. That is why our place is growing and it will continue to grow. Because they've laid down this path for us. They don't put down the path of propaganda for us. They put down the path of truth, path of development. They've laid it for us, and it is our own right to do what? To improve on it. The Prof. Shemanso, we need to improve on it. Fine. I maintain it because I believe so that if we can be dedicated like that, faster. And then she be blue at red last one in Lagos law of Lagos law. Somebody purple, yellow, green at the others and co. So I want that for Lagos. Same thing as Ogun, same thing as Oyo, same thing as Ekiti, same thing as Ondo, same thing as Osun, and to an extension. Because Kogi, because we can't line over political zone. They are still our people. So far they are speaking Yoruba and they have the interest of Yoruba. They are our people. Now, for those coming in, we are not saying you should not come in. What we need to do, what we need you to do is key into our program, come in Yoruba land and succeed, and do what? Follow the laws of the land. It's not my house. It's your house. I have to follow the rules. Because only àwọn kan fìgbà sí tí wọ́n gbà tó kù nílùú wọn bí wọ́n ti believe pé àwọn ò ní ever lọ́lé, but ilé làbọ̀sí ni oko ni Yorùbá máa ń sọ, and that's why you say once we critically understand a lot of proverbs in Yoruba land, you know that kò kí ń sọ̀rọ̀ lásán láyé ìgbà yẹn. Yorùbá tó sọ pé ilé làbọ̀sí ni oko, ọmọ ìpè there's no place like your ancestral home. That is the place you feel more comfortable, you feel the safest in life. Your ancestral home. Kò síbi tó lè lọ láyé, kò síbi tó kò máa make billions of kìíní kan níbi kan. The place tó bá kọ́ dé ancestral ọkọ̀ ẹ̀ máa balẹ̀. That this is my own, only turning tèké sàǹtàtàn. So I just wish that we all key into that program, because if we have the dedication and we key into that program of making Yoruba land the best it can be, wo gbogbo àwọn tó ń jápa gan ó máa wọn kọ́ padà wálé in how many Lagos is there now during December 1st or this thing. A lot of this thing revenue is coming in from there. And then I think some people are now doing tourists with Ogun and Ijesha waterfall and some part of kind of northern part. Then there is now a business now that they bring people from overs to come and experience those things. I think it's a new opening. It's a new business that is just developing. Some are tapping into it. If others can tap into it too, a lot of people. We have like 8 billion people in the world. It's a large. Tourist is always a large base customer because anybody might want to come from any part of the world. So these are the things we should be looking at. Thank you, Prof. Let me yield for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking up that. I mean, for speaking and saying those fantastic things, and also for filling up for me. Thank you very much. There's hope for Nigeria. We're not being looted. We're not under serious undermining. See, let's be careful with this thing. This is not the platform for doomsday rhetoric or narrative of everything is going to spoil. No. This is a platform that talks about the possibilities. We acknowledge the problems, but then we talk about possibilities, not to be saying, oh, there's nothing, there's no hope. There's hope. Yeah? There's hope. Thank you. If you're on TikTok, please let's power tap. We're on 36.4K. Let's try and get this thing up. Because we really need it, right? We really do need to get the likes up. So please like the live, share the live. We're about to move to the next part of the session where we're going to be studying just to get into some of the things that people have talked about. That will be the session for today. Somebody says Yoruba. Please also don't invest. Are you saying do invest, Olori? Do you mean do invest? I don't even think Odua Group is trying to get investment, because the investment is primarily from the governors, the five governors of the Southwest. They are the primary owners and investors. Okay, then I agree on your points as your own perspective. No. This is the platform. This is what I do here. If you want to have your doomsday, you can always have your own live sessions and talk about how terrible things are. So it's not just about perspective, it's about vision. So here, what we talk about is, we talk about possibilities, not that we are helpless, everything is scattered. No, not here. There are enough platforms for that. Thank you very much. All right, moving on. Maiwa, please, are you here? Let me try and find my last question, because I think he sent me a video. What about the Southwest Development Commission? They appointed the board a while back, and I think hopefully they will begin to work. So I think they have a budget. They already talked about their budget, 400 billion or something like that. So we're looking forward to them. Maiwa, please help me with that question so that we can. Do you want to come up? So I'm going to do this in a very... Today we're just chatting, by the way. Somebody says, not everybody wants to go back home. If you don't want to go back home, you stay where they are then. Oh, can buy or see. Or maybe they're talking about the fact that other people are trying, they want to, what's the word now? They don't want to leave Yoruba land. Maybe that's what the person meant. So let me try and find the, okay, so let me play the video and then I'll now respond to it. It's about Yoruba history. Today, all right, let's have this device to connect. So Dark Boy, thank you very much for being here. I'm going to have to take it now so we get to the next part of today's session. Eshao, thank you so much. All right, I'll play the video, then I'll respond. So today I'm just going to respond to some of the videos, and then if there are any questions, we can talk about it. Tomorrow we're going to start a new series. But you know what? Before I even play the video, let's do a poll. There's a way to do it. 1 second. I think there's a way they do it on TikTok where you can create a poll and people can vote. I want you guys to vote on the topic that we're going to begin tomorrow. We're not going to spend too much time today because of I'll be able to prepare. Who knows how they create that poll? 1 second though. Can you imagine they are trying to make it a Yoruba issue, claiming Yoruba chase Ghanaian out? Yes, then let Yoruba also say that Ghanaians chase Yoruba people out. It's a bunch of clowns. Like I said, it's not about social media. These are the things that no dry gogon, like real people will get really angry with some of these things, and then they will then show them Pepe. I want to try it. I want to see if anybody can see this. I'm so excited about linking developments all over Yoruba land, including our kin folks in Kwara, Kogi, Delta, and Edo. Absolutely. Absolutely. You are doing a great job and enlightening many. However, let's keep dreaming about Nigeria. Is it difficult for you to have your platform where you don't believe in anything in Nigeria? Like, it's not that difficult now. Like, respectfully, you can have your own and just say whatever you want to say there. Like, it's fine. That's ibiti iyiwani. Iyi is you don't agree with something, you believe in something else, then you go and talk about what you believe in. Like, that is where honor is. Like, just stop, please, and don't be patronizing. Don't worry about whether I'm doing a good job or not. That doesn't change the fact that what you're saying is not what I am about. I'm not saying you are wrong. I'm just saying I don't believe in what you're saying. I think it's okay. Thank you very much for understanding, folks. There's some people who say things like, they'll say things like Nigeria, your balance is not going to work until you get out of Nigeria. And I look at them like they think they are saying grand stuff. It's the most hopeless thing you can say about Yoruba land. Just saying. And I think I should even, let me start with that thing. This idea that we cannot make progress until we get out of Nigeria, it's a very defeatist mindset. It's from a defeatist mindset. I've said it several times. It would be wonderful to have a separate nation. But guess what? Whatever you're going to do in that place, if you have not done anything right now, it means even if when you get to that place, you will not do anything. I remember one group said, people have been interesting, said Nigeria is the one that's not allowing us to speak Yoruba. That's why we need our own Yoruba nation. When we have Yoruba nation, we'll be speaking our own Yoruba language. The person who is talking, his children don't speak Yoruba at all. When we have that thing, that's when we can now have Yoruba language as the official language, because we need to have a nation because we need Yoruba language. I'm like, you really think you are saying something? Has anybody shut anybody's mouth from speaking Yoruba? What are we doing at home with our children? Do we speak? And I know it can be tough because we live in the 21st century. We live in different parts of the world. It's easier to communicate in English. It's the global language and all of that. But I'm saying that if you cannot, it's difficult to, I know in my own experience, well, it's not like it's difficult to be honest, but you have to be intentional essentially. If you are not intentional about that, how do we then get people to get the nations to speak? Don't mix yourself up with this issue. No. I can't say anything I want to say. That's the problem. You guys don't mind when people are talking about what Igbos are doing in your land or what Fulanis are doing in your land. How about what you are doing in your land? I don't pander towards anybody. I don't pander. I respect everybody, but I don't pander. If people are messing up, I'll say it. All this thing of doomsday. Everybody say baje. I want to call Nigeria. Okay. Haba. Things are difficult, but people are building. And the crazy part is that those who are part of what is happening, they see the opportunities, they're able to plug in. Let me tell you something. It's not so cool right now in Nigeria, the way the structure is, but I want to tell you something. The structure that we had, even in the 60s, in the 50s and 60s, they were not very good though. We talk about Baba, we'll talk about Papa a lot and say, the things he did, the fantastic structures he built, first civilization in Africa, first stadium, first this in West Africa, tallest building, all those things. He didn't do it because we had a separate nation, no. And the system is not like it's so even that system they were complaining of, Papa wrote books about the system that they were operating in the 50s and the 60s, and he did not like that system. It was not his preferred system. And that's why when I hear Yoruba people also saying things like, let's go back to what we had before 1960, I'm like, have you even studied this thing? Because the people who were there were complaining about the system, talking about what they really, really wanted. Which is what we should be talking about. What they wanted, that particular thing, is what we should really, really, really be focusing on and see. Even if you don't get there, perhaps if you shoot for the sun, you probably land, it's the moon and stars they use. But this idea that we just want to go back to what Awo had. The question is, have you spoken to Awo? He's not with us now, but he wrote books. Have you read his thoughts? What did he say about that situation? What he said was to have ethno-linguistic states that gives you autonomy and the semblance of what I would call like a subcontinent, right? Nigeria becomes like a subcontinent with several nations within it, able to run on their own. And by the way, it is hard to get it, but it is easier to get that this disintegration that all of you are just pushing out there. Like, if you want to have your nation, it's a fantastic thing. But please, this is not the platform to say until it happens, I hate negativity. It irks me. Until we do this, we will never make progress. All the people that are living in Nigeria, they are just dreaming. I'm like, how does that even make sense? Until you break away, you cannot do anything. Do you know that you are sounding exactly like Nnamdi Kanu? If you want to destroy your country, you don't have to carry guns. You have to say, all you have to do is constantly say negative words. This will not happen until we get out. After a while, people will believe that thing. And what would they do? They will look for every way to get out, which would involve anything, including what happened in Ibadan recently. I think it was last year or 2 years ago. Those people were told that they needed to do something to break out of Nigeria. And when they do it, that is when we now have something. So they carried guns and went to Secretariat. Thank God we dealt with them differently than the East is dealing with their own issue. We dealt with it decisively. If you are about break, I think every day we have the Nigerian anthem, we have the Yoruba anthem at the end of the sessions. If you are, that tells you already that we don't have the same vision. So if you are so passionate about this breaking everything, please don't say it here again. God bless you. I want the progress of Yoruba land. I want it in Nigeria as it is right now. And would I ever want to have a separate space? Absolutely. But do I think that we cannot make any progress until we break out? Absolutely not. That is a very, very defeatist way of thinking. All right, please take a listen to this man who has something to say about Yoruba history. Oh, I have to come back up. Sorry, guys. Let me come with this other idea. Everybody will be fine. Yoruba land will do well. And lágbára Ọlọ́run, ńgbà tó bá ṣe kí yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀. But at any blue line, red line, the way people talk, like nothing can work. Have you been to Ogun State? Even the Ogun State that poet was complaining about, which of course is valid. There's so many things that still have to be done. But I visited last year. Bad as it bad, things are still being done. Ogun State, Oyo State, Ondo State, all the states in Southwest, I visited last year. There's a lot more that can be done. But this idea that once you just get out, everything just become paradise. And Shomokekere. All right. Allah. I believe that people who speak like this also want the best for Yoruba land. They're not saying it because they want to destroy the place. They want the best. But you see, while intentions are very important, you also have to understand the consequences, especially if you think everything through. Your intentions are great, but intentions don't rule the world. The world doesn't judge you based on intentions. So find fantastic intentions, but once it has negativity, perhaps this is not the platform for you. Thank you very much for understanding. Take a listen to this. Let me not call him anything, and then I'll see if we can speak on that. Please take a listen.
He do listen to me. Before I said, Oduduwa is just the progenitor. It's not the father.
Of who?
The progenitor of all the Yorubas.
Of course, now.
Of course.
Of the Yorubas, of course. Why are you laughing now?
What is funny there?
Okay, so who is the father of the Yorubas then?
Okay, who is the progenitor of the South of the Ibibio?
Who is the father?
Who is the progenitor of the Igbo?
Funny person, though. Oduduwa who came to be in 10th century is not your progenitor. That is that.
Anybody can be your progenitor.
Okay.
Anybody. You do listen to me. Before I said Oduduwa is just the progenitor. It's not the father.
Of who?
The progenitor of all the Yorubas.
Of course, now.
Of course.
Of the Yorubas, of course. Why are you laughing now?
What is funny there?
Okay, so who is the father of the Yorubas then?
Okay, who is the progenitor of the South of the Ibibio?
Who is the father?
So, I think somebody sent me this video and said we should speak on it, so I'm going to speak on it. Yoruba people need to understand the people they are dealing with. So when you see an ignorant person who just wants to cruise, spending time with that person to argue your own history is actually a waste of time. The person is not trying to know stuff. He just wants to laugh at you or just joke with things. So somebody said, oh, that he didn't get the correct answer that he wanted I should answer. So let me just say something on that matter. Oh, I said we're going to vote. We'll vote after this. We've already started. So when people say Oduduwa is the progenitor of the Yoruba people, there are many things happening at the same time. Okay, Maiwa, you are the one who asked the question, so please come up. So you can add. You say you want to add context. Let's hear you. I've sent you an invite.
Hello, sir.
All right, welcome.
Yeah, I'm audible enough.
Yeah, you are.
Okay. A question. So yesterday, during the conversation, Oduduwa and him being the father of Yorubas. So he asked questions about, are there kings in Yoruba land before Oduduwa was born?
Should I begin to answer it straight like this? Can you just ask?
No,
as you're asking.
I'm going back
down
to,
there. Okay,
no, I'm going back to work, so let me just
Nisuru. Okay. Were there kings in Yoruba before Oduduwa? Were there kings in Yoruba land?
Yeah. Well, before Oduduwa was born, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So if yes, how come our what's it called? Our history starts from Oduduwa? Because I think most of the Yorubas agree that most of the Yorubas on that platform agree that there were kings maybe in Ijebu or Ugbo, Olugbo of Ugbo or something like that. Those are the names. There was nothing like I'm very sure they didn't get.
There was nothing like Olugbo.
Well.
There was nothing like Olugbo.
Okay.
But please continue. Mongbo.
So
is that all?
Also, he went further than that. No, that's not all.
Okay.
So he also said that Oduduwa, because according to Samuel Ajayi Crowther and Samuel Johnson, that they wrote that Oduduwa came from Sudan.
Neither of them actually wrote.
Samuel Johnson.
Neither of them said anything about Sudan in connection with Oduduwa. What's it going moral?
Then lastly,
I'm going to bring out a book.
Oduduwa was a Okay. So and lastly said Oduduwa was a conqueror. He was conquering all the Yoruba kings, forcing them to be their own, forcing them for him, for him to be their own lord or something like that. Not the JB Olori, something like that. So that was what they were discussing throughout yesterday.
Okay. All right, I'm going to mute you now. Okay, thank you. Sudan, Colibian. Let me see. So I'm thinking what book I should go. Should I go up, stand up now? I think we just continue. I think if I have to stand up and pick up any book, I think I have a couple of books here. But if I have to stand up at any point, I will let you know. So where do we even begin? All right, Mumbo. So let me see the questions again. Were there kings in Yoruba land before Oduduwa? The answer is yes. Were there kings in Yoruba land before Oduduwa? The answer is yes. All the titles you are mentioning, Lugba Ojale, there was nothing like that. All those titles came much later. So I think the best way to understand that question is to understand the space where Oduduwa became king. He also said about Benin sold all the slaves to be found. The truth of the matter is that the slaves that of Benin sold were actually the person you're talking to about. His ancestors were the slaves that Oba of Benin sold. Right? And by the way, all of them till today are called the slaves of that king, even today. Now, if I have to get to that thing, I'm just writing it down just in case I have to get there. So let's start with let's try and understand what Ife itself was like, because when you talk about Oduduwa becoming king, he didn't become the king of. He also said Ife wasn't an empire. But why do you guys listen to a retard? Like, the guy is an ignorant clown. Somebody sent a link. He was just shouting my name and saying all kinds of things. I said he told me something. I'd never had a conversation with him. We've never spoken on that. The last time we've never spoken on anything in the last, I don't know. You know, the time when I was doing sessions on Benin, he reached out and told me about a book that I was going to send a Google Drive. So I said, oh, please send it to. That was the last time. He never even sent the stuff, you know. He reached out to give me a book that he did not give me, but of course I got the book regardless. He mentioned my name like a million times. Oh, okay. So someone said that we should organize debate. Like me, no, that's never going to happen. So it's important to debate somebody that you can learn from. You don't have to agree with, but you can learn from. There's nothing to learn from this one. So let's start with 1 second. By the way, if you insult Oduduwa, you insult Yoruba heritage, or you just say all kinds of things, as far as I'm concerned, you are retarded. I don't care how old you are retarded. And I don't know, you guys even give him all this attention. But, I mean, God bless his soul, bless his heart. One day he will support you, the other day he will fight you, whatever. So I don't know. But I'm not doing this for him, I'm doing it for us, because apparently we need to have the answers to the questions. And not so we can respond to him the next time he asks. No, just so we know it and teach our own children and teach people around us that we know, not because of clowns like that. All right, so let's start with, were there kings in Yoruba land before Oduduwa? The answer is yes. Was there a king of Ife before Yoruba land? The answer is no. All right, now to get to this, we also first have to understand what Ife looked like back then. You see, Ife had this interesting, it still does have this interesting topography. it's like, and this is what scholars, would say whenever, especially archaeologists, whenever they describe the topography of Ife, it's like a bowl, right? There's a depression, and then you have a rim, and then you have the hills. Now, inside that depression, there is a swamp, which of course, archaeologists, posit that it's like, it shows you a sign that there used to be a body of water in that particular place, but it dried out over time. Now, but while it was still Guinea, there was a swamp, all right, and it was populated by a particular group of people. Those group of people that are in that particular area are called the Igbo or Ugbo. That's part of the places where they were. They were fishermen, they were foragers. Now, on the rim, you have communities. Those communities in Ife at the time, they were called Elu. In our songs in Ife today, you hear, if for instance you know Drojayarem, you hear him say, Drojaye, is that there's one in Ife, there's one in Kwara State, Ilorin, we hear Ife Mefa, Elu Meje, Elu at the time, or Elu. Communities were in that rim, all right? So you have like a depression. Inside there, you have a swamp. Around that place, people are living there. That place is called the Ugbo. The Igbo people live in that space. You come to the rim, and then you have the 13 communities. Let me just quickly read the names of the communities. There's Omologun, there's Parakin, there's Okioja, there's Odin, there's Idita, there's Iloromo, there's Ijugbe, there's Ido, Imojubi, Iraye. By the way, Iraye is, 1 second, I made a mistake. I clicked on something. I didn't make a mistake with the names of the settlement, so, but 1 second. I want to read it out to you. I know maybe like 7, 8, but I might as well just read everything out in order. So that rim had, now, one of the things you have to understand is that all of these people, whether the ones in the depression or in the bowl, like by the swamp, or the ones on the rim, they are already Yoruba. The idea of Yoruba did not begin with Oduduwa. There are so many things I'm trying to say at the same time. Give me a second. Let me read it so that I don't jump ahead of myself. We need to have structure to the conversation. Just give me a second. I want to make sure I read out the names so that I don't have to be going back and forth. Let me see if I can remember. There's Odin, Ideta, Iloromu, Ijugbe, Imojubi. I've said 5. Oh my God, now. And this is Ekaka, let me open the book. Just give me a second. Almost there. All right. I found it. So quick one. We had 13 of them. There's Omologun, Parakin, Okioja, Iloran, Odin, Ideta, Iloromu, Iwerin, Okeawo, Ijugbe, Iraye, Imojubi, and Ido. Those 13 communities had kings. You know, whenever you hear in Nigeria of autonomous communities, have you heard that thing before? I want to make sure that we are together. Have you heard the phrase autonomous communities? Has anybody heard of that word before? You heard it's very popular in a particular part of Nigeria, autonomous communities. You heard it before? Okay, you heard it before? Okay. So all those 13 communities were autonomous, right? There was nobody ruling everybody. each group had its own king. All right, and for instance, Ijugbe had a king called Obalejugbe. Interesting, when I was younger, I had an uncle who used to stay at Ijugbe, and so we'll go there, and I was very small, we'll go there and greet him, but that name just stuck. Each of them also had different deities. It was so interesting that Ijugbe had the biggest yams in Ife at the time. I'm talking BC. Had the biggest yams. You know, people now decided for some interesting reason to adopt their deity for productivity. Of course, much later, it's possibly, and this is what archaeologists have also said, that it's possible it's because of the soil quality and stuff, but it had better produce as far as yams were concerned. Now, each of them had their kings, each of them had their deities, and they were different, but they were all in the same place. This is what I always tell people about this idea of religion in Yoruba land. We never really had just one deity for a place and say, oh, we have one religion. Yoruba has always had multiplicity of deities. It's in our history. And it's not, I'm talking about the 100, 500, 1,000 years. I'm talking from Igbalai. Whatever you know as the spirituality that we have today, it is dated. But I may not talk about it. But let's just get back into this. So 13 communities, everyone had their own kings, they had their own deities, they had their way of doing things. But at a particular point in history, they came together and said, you know what? You have your own kingdom. You are a king there. You are a king there. But we need to take advantage of the resources around us. So why not have this thing where the 13 of us can come together and then we can appoint a person to lead us? Now, not the 13 communities, the 13 kings. So the communities remained autonomous, but the kings now had a sort of confederacy, and the leadership of that confederacy will be rotational. So think of it like a confederacy where each unit still retains its autonomy, but when it comes to certain things that involves all of us, we can work together based on the person who is the chairman at the time. The chairman is not the king of Ife, is the head of the kings. Whenever they are, and he has a term. His term basically is until he dies. Actually, he's always the eldest. The oldest amongst them will be the king, right? So the oldest person will be the head, not the king. Will be the head of those kings. In our history, the first person who turned out to be that. 1 second, guys. The first person who turned out to be the first chairman of the confederacy was the man called Oramfe. Of course, his deity now is worshipped now and is venerated. Oramfe Olena, who is also a deity today in Ife. Oramfe was the very first. There is a song, Toman Konfe, Ora Lonife. Wait, don't let me sing everything. The point is, what I want to bring out was just Ora Lonife, Ora Loloki, Ora Lonile. The idea is that he is now the one that everybody has to submit to, or at least the kings have to submit to. Not that he was the king of the town, but he was the head of the kings. And so every time the head Tobati Waja, the next oldest person will become the head. And that went on for many, many years. Now, Oramfe himself is from a part of Ife called Okiora. So I mentioned earlier that there's a depression in the bowl where you have the Igbo people. There's a rim where you have the 13 settlements. Then there is the hills. There are 7 hills surrounding Ife. One of those hills is called Okiora. Oramfe is from that hill. Interestingly, Oduduwa is also from that hill. It's eastward of the main bowl, of the main side of Ife, but it's in Ife, right? So think of it like city center, but you still have the city. So you have the depression, you have the rim, and then you have the hills. Oramfe was from Okiora, just like Oduduwa, much later. Again, not the same timeline, many centuries apart. Okay? So Oramfe became the first head of all the kings, and then they had many, leaders and elders and chairman, that's the word, chairman of the confederacy. The very last chairman was Obatala, At the time, he was a king of Ideta. He was not the king of Ife. There was no king of Ife. And I've heard one person say, like, his father's father used to be the king of Ife before Dudua. Is a lie. There was never any king of Ife. Yoruba had not developed the idea of uniting communities and building a capital like Oduduwa did. He was the first, which is why we call him our father. But I'll get to that later. Now you had all these, kings, but each community can determine who will be their king because it's their right, it's their own space, and everybody knows their boundaries, but we can work together. That's why I said this idea of unity, we've practiced it for a very long time in Yoruba land. Now, by the time of Obatala, there were certain things going on in Ife. We may not get into it today. Certain things going on today in Ife at the time. Certain people had some issues with the way leadership was at the time. They found some they were disillusioned with the kind of leadership that they had at the time. There were some frailties from the leader at the time. There are certain things that were not just very cool. Some, of course, were still loyal to him. Some wanted a change. In comes Oduduwa, not from Mecca, not from Sudan. By the way, excuse me, people lie a lot. Ajayi Crowther did not write about Oduduwa's history. The person who wrote Yoruba history and mentioned Oduduwa is Samuel Johnson, and he published his book in 1921. That book is inside, but I can't stand up to go and read it now. The History of the Yoruba People. It was published in 1921. Not once was Sudan even brought up. What was brought up was not even his own theory. The idea of an Arabic origin and stuff like that was not even from him as a person. It was from another. It was quoting someone else. Who was he quoting? It was quoting Sultan Bello, Amadou Bello's grandfather, a direct descendant of Usman Dan Fodio, who was in his own mind writing stuff about where he thinks Yoruba people must have come from. But again, we'll get to that later. That's not the exact answer to the question you're asking. If we have to, I will get into what Sultan Bello actually said and what Samuel Johnson wrote. Right? And by the way, I think people assume that if two people have Samuel in their names, then that means that both of them wrote the same books. So that's to tell you the kind of people that are talking all these things. So Samuel Johnson wrote that. By the way, Samuel Johnson himself is from Oyo. He's a Yoruba man. So he took that name, of course, because he had returned from Sierra Leone, and that was where he got his name. Okay. Now, where was I? Obatala was the one leading at the time. People were already clamoring for change. Oduduwa gets in the mix, not from abroad. He's from that place. And by the way, as I'm talking, I've already mentioned one book. By the way, that book is very good, apart from the bits that have to do with history, because the problem with that book, as far as origins of Yoruba is concerned, is that it's everywhere, and so it's difficult to pin it down. But it's still a very, very important book. Once you move past that particular, thing, if you ever want to review the book, I will explain in details. But you can still read the book by Stephen Banji Akitoye, A History of the Yoruba, and also a book by Akinwumi Ogundiran, Yoruba, The New History. You can also read Cradle of a Race by Adema Kinwa. Then there's another book on Ife by Akin Jogbe. Anyway, around that time, people were already clamoring for change. Here comes Oduduwa, part of these people there, but of course not a king. I mean, at least not one of the 13 heads. Was known to be something, even in Okiora. And Okiora is not a recent creation. It was the same place where Oramfe came from. Okay? He comes around and says, we've got to change this whole structure. This is not helping. There are some details I will not get into right now. Like this is not helping. There's times change, right? And then as times change, sometimes it might require a change in political structure. And so what he said was that instead of having 13 settlements with kings, they could band everybody together. Anyway, his own ideas led to a fight. Was there a war between Oduduwa and Obatala? Some Yoruba will say no, because they don't want to sound like Oduduwa fought. There was a war, and it was not bang bang bang. Okay, at Parija. No, it was physical. There were weapons involved. There were sackings involved. Some of the heads of those 13 communities were on the side of Oduduwa. Some were on the side of Obatala. And eventually, they were able to push Obatala out. Obatala was not the leader of Ife. He was the leader of the kings of the 13 settlements. His own settlement was called Ideta. When the war became fierce, he was pushed out of Ideta, and he established a place called Ideta Oko, which tells you that it's Ideta Ile, apparently. Some people call it Ideta, some people call it Idita. It's the same thing. Ife, sometimes we have different ways of saying the same thing. While he was there was a prince called Prince Ojumu. He brokered peace. By the way, before that, there was a problem in Ideta Oko. There was a smallpox epidemic, right? Affected a lot of people. So they had to broker peace. When they brokered, Prince Ojumu got in the mix, they brokered peace. And they had to come with a new way of, okay, so if you ban all the settlements together now, you're going to become the king of Ife. As a matter of fact, that's exactly how Oduduwa became the king of Ife. He banded the 13 communities together and became the king of everyone. That had not happened before anywhere in Yoruba land. Before him, there were kings in Yoruba land, but it was an idea of autonomous communities, not so big. What Oduduwa did in the 11th century is the exact same thing you see all across Yoruba land. Whether you go to Ondo, you go to Ijebu, you go to Oyo, you go to even Egba, with a little twist in Egba, is the same structure you find everywhere. It was not the first king, but it was the first king that will be known as a divine king. So you see, everybody on earth becomes, before him, you become a deity after you are gone. For the Oni, he is not going to have to waja to become an Orisha. He is divine from the very word go. That's why it's called Oni Risha. For instance, even the first class, the big kings in Yoruba land are known as Alasha Ekeji Orisha. Oni is not Alasha Ekeji Orisha. Oni is Oni Risha. He is a deity. Okay? That concept of divine kingship did not exist in Yoruba land until that moment. Also, the idea of banding different communities together did not happen before that moment. The fact that he was able to do something that we had never seen before so you know how you have BC and AD, before Christ and in the year of our Lord, Anno Domini. It's not like there was no world before Jesus was born, but his life was so important, that was so significant, that it marked the end of one era and the beginning of another. When we call Oduduwa our father, it's not like, oh, there was no other. And I'm going to go to the spiritual aspect. I know there's a spiritual aspect of creation with Oduduwa and everything. That's not what we're talking about now. So there's the myth, there's the history. What I'm talking to you right now is the history. The myth is also valid, but the myth explains something totally different. But that's not where we're going right now. So if you have that thing, how about they said that Oduduwa was the first person that came to the earth? That's the myth of our origin. That's different from the history. And if we have to get to it, we'll get to it. Now, the point is that because he was so significant, and his influence, you can't even say was, he is such a significant figure in our history. When we want to discuss our history, we say things that happened before him and after him, just like we will say before Christ and after Christ. For example, if I have to ask you, let me ask you a question right now. Who is the father of modern Yoruba people? I'm not giving you multiple choice or anything. Just write whatever answer you think. Who is the father of modern Yoruba people? Awo. People are writing Awo. Are you sure? Really? Awo. So the question is this: was Awo why was Awo the first Yoruba man? And I was having a conversation with his daughter some time ago, and I said to her, you were saying something, and she was talking to me about Papa, and I said, you are his biological child, but I am his ideological child. And she was like, yes. And then, of course, she said certain things I won't say here. But the point I'm trying to put out there is this: the idea of Awolowo being our father today is not a biological fact. It's a historical and ideological fact. It's not about did he give birth to all of us. No, we are here because he came. If you are discussing the history of Yoruba land today, I'm not saying he was even the wisest that ever lived. That's not the point. The point is that he's so significant that as far as Yoruba history is concerned, in the last 100, 150 years, you cannot say a lot. You can't even say so many words without talking about Awo. Awo became our father not because he was the first Yoruba man to be born, but because his impact was is so significant that we still feel him. And I remember I say it every time: if we were living in the 14th or 15th century, there would be a shrine to Awo today. But of course, we don't have any shrine to him, but we can call him father, especially in the context of Nigeria. That's exactly how Oduduwa was back then. There were people before him. There were kings before him, but there was no king like him. Nobody ever did what he did. He created a structure that nobody ever saw, where these communities now do not have to say, he said, come together, we're going to create a new city. There's a city center, there's a town hall, there's a palace, there's a marketplace. So you essentially have a new downtown. Then they now allocated places in Ilugogon, in the city center, Tonko, and now say, okay, that let's say for instance, Iloromu, here to here, that is your own in this place. And here to here, that is your own. You, that is your own. You, that is your own. So where they used to be before, they still owned it, but they now call those places Oko. If you grew up in Yoruba land, you would probably have heard your parents say, or maybe your elders say things like, "I want lost Igboro." The concept of Igboro for us is like you are going to the city, you are going to town. If you went to Ife or you, that's how the conductors, that's how the Ekperos are called. Tangboro. They are going to town. Where they were before the new arrangement, they still owned it. And it's some of those places that you hear they now call Okowaju or Okoetile or Okoegan. Okoetile will be the farms around you where you can grow your vegetables, right? You can just plant some things and all of that. No big deal. Okowaju is where you have to go further. In many cases, Okowaju is where people used to be. They never left the place, to be honest, but it's like they can come to town, but they can also live in the farm. That farm used to be their home, but it's still their home, but they have another home in the city. So most of my grandparents, for instance, my granddad, for instance, of course, we have a place in town in Ife, but our Oko is so far away from that place, but it's still ours. That same thing is what you notice in just about every Yoruba story. When Ebumawe and Osemawe, the people who became Ebumawe and Osemawe, when they got into their spaces, for instance, they were twins. One was a lady, the other was a man. Ebumawe, the one who became the Ebumawe of Agoewoye. By the way, Ebumawe and Ondo are connected. Sorry, Agoewoye and Ondo are connected. Ebumawe was the twin, the brother, who became the king of Agoewoye. The sister, Osemawe, was the one who became the king of, and I'm using king intentionally, of Ondo. By the way, when you hear the word, I could have said queen, but the reason I said king is because, for the most part, when we hear queen, most times we think of consort. So there are 3 types of queens. Oh boy, I'm out of the topic, but it's still part of it. So there are 3. So there's queen dowager, there's queen consort, and then there's queen regnant. So the queen regnant is the queen that's like a king. For instance, Queen Elizabeth was queen regnant, but Queen Camilla is queen consort. She's a queen because she's married to the king, but Elizabeth was a queen who was reigning. So the reigning queen is the queen regnant. So the Osemawe was queen regnant, or a king, right? She was the one reigning. What they usually do is this. So when they got there, the place was not empty. There were people, but just like in Ife, they were small communities. So what they did was exactly what their forefather did. He banded them together, and in some cases, whenever you were told that, oh, people are coming from Ife, for instance, there was a particular period in Yoruba history where there was a lot of royal migration. There's a lot of royal migration from out of Ife. Princes traveled out. For instance, in the 13th century, the 12th century, when Oromiyo moved to Benin, that was a royal migration. He spent 2 years in Benin, and then he didn't really enter the town. It was for that area now. Everywhere is Benin. Spent 2 years there, then went to Oyo. When he moved, it was around the same time, 12th, 13th century. That period between 12th and 14th century, a lot of princes moved out of Ife. A lot. Whether you're talking about Jibogun of Ilesha, Oromiyo himself, Ogufuminere, Awori, most of those people moved out around that period. I'm not giving you exact. I'm saying there was an era of royal migrations. When they moved out, sometimes they will find bare spaces and then they just establish their own settlements. In some cases, they will find occupied spaces. But you see, let me give you a very interesting example. Let's assume that they're living in Ife. Now, Ife has Shokwason happened around the time, shortly around the time of Oduduwa. Shokwason was one who went to Ketu. But you're right, he also moved out. Thank you, please focus. Now, let me even tell you, before I move, let me not go too fast. After Oduduwa created the city, of course, there was a city center, there was a market, there was the palace, and then you have allocations of lands to people to build stuff. Around that time, he also built city wall around Ife. Depending on the timeline, you could even say, to be honest, he actually began to build even before the end of the old, war. I know I'm rushing, but I think it's not right that I'm rushing. So let me slow down a bit. When he took over the entire place, let me tell you one of the things they did in Ife. I don't want to rush. I think it's not necessary. Let's take it one by one. When he took over the entire thing and became the king, I mean, before him, there was something called, like I said, the chairman of the Confederacy. So that chairman was the primus inter pares. Is the first among equals. Oduduwa was not the first among equals. Oduduwa was a divine king. But despite the fact that he was now going to be the divine king and the unifier of all the 13 communities, Ife still had to do something to ensure that he did not have absolute powers. Because we don't like the idea of tyrants. Right? So what did they do? They created a structure that allowed for him to be the executive, but they have to have a cabinet, which will be the legislature, and then they have to have the judiciary. The legislature is called the Warefa. Right? They are chiefs, but they work together to make laws for the land. And then the judiciary is called Ogboni. Now, I know that you probably hear Ogboni in this and hear secret court. Well, that was not the origin. It wasn't just secret court. It was the judicial arm of government back in Ife. And then they had an arrangement also with the king. That arrangement is called Esisun. There were conventions, things he could do, things he could not do. He never had absolute powers, but he was lifted above every other deity, as a matter of fact. Now, that structure that you see in Ife is the exact same thing you see replicated everywhere. For instance, when you go to Oyo, what Oni is in Ife is what Alaafin is in Oyo. But Alaafin, of course, the first Alaafin will be Oromiyo himself, who eventually, after leaving Benin, went to Oyo, created the same thing in Oyo. The same structure his grandfather created in Ife. By the way, Oromiyo is Oduduwa's grandson. Created the same structure that his father created in Ife, and then brought in the same everything. So, for instance, the Oba, when he got there, when Oromiyo got to Oyo, there were also settlements in Oyo. There were settlements in Oyo, but there was no Oyo like everybody. He brought all those settlements together, and a couple of those settlements were not even Yoruba. In the established, oh gosh, oh boy, guys, we are very complex people, and it's lovely. In establishing Oyo, there were Nupe elements, there were Bariba elements from the very beginning. They were in the minority, but they were seen. As a matter of fact, they had representation in the parliament, in their own council. Their own king, of course, would be Alaafin, but their own Iwarefa is not Iwarefa, it's Oyomesi. It's the exact same thing as what you have in Ife. They have a Bashorun, just like Ife has an Obalufe, who is the prime minister in Ife. By the way, he's still there today. There's an Obalufe right now. So you have Oni, you have Obalufe, who is the prime minister. You have the Warefa, you have the Ogboni. So you have Alaafin, you have Bashorun, you have Oyomesi, then you have Ogboni in Oyo. When you, by the way, I want to allow Oyomesi, they have different names. There's Bashorun, there's Alakbini, and so on and so forth. That same structure is in Ijebu. Ogboni in Ijebu is what you call Oshugbo. It's the same thing. And of course, they also have their own structure. Now, each of them, Ashipa, thank you, each of those groups also have their own structures. So the king has his own structure, the Warefa, that's the cabinet is working with. When you now go into the Ogboni now have their own structure. So let's say Oyomesi, for instance. In Oyomesi, you see Alakbini, you see Ashipa, you see Bashoru, you see the rest of them. Those ones, they have a way they run their stuff. The Ogboni now have their own thing as well. They have Yabiye and excuse me, and the chiefs, and the way they have the rituals, the way they do their stuff and things like that. The point is that Samu, thank you, please focus. Samu or Samu. That's in Oyo. Agba, thank you. So what you see essentially is a replication of a structure, which is why it nauseates me when people are trying to say, "Oh, you're skinny con, if you're skinny con, it doesn't make sense. The very foundation of this place was from a man who was the grandson of the person who created that place and replicated it in this place. What is the ego trip about? If you like, you can build your house to reach the skies. You can never become bigger than your father. As far as the timelines are concerned, he got here before you. Anything that makes you tell you that anything that makes you, oh, I'm now bigger because I became something. By the way, the empire that Oyo became, Oyo was not the first empire in Yoruba land. Ife was the first empire. Oyo was an empire for 200 years, which was fantastic. But Ife was an empire for 400 years. And I know I also hear people say it's the spiritual headquarters. Ife is not it's not just the spiritual headquarters of Yoruba people. It's also the cultural and political headquarters of Yoruba people. Oyo is the political headquarters of Oyo Empire. They are two different things. Ife is not the spiritual headquarters. Oyo is political. No. Ife is the spiritual headquarters of Yoruba people, the cultural headquarters, the political headquarters. It's all of those things. Oyo is the headquarters of the Oyo Empire, which was huge and powerful. But guess what? It wasn't even every part of Yoruba land that was part of Oyo Empire, to be clear. But majority of Yoruba, everywhere you go, they'll tell you back to Ife. Now, why do they mention Ife? Because the kind of structure they were having was, so you have during the royal migrations, people moving with the structure, the ideology, even the religion. Some, let me find a way to say it in a way that people will not go crazy. There were bits of our spirituality that was developed after the creation. I'll find a way to say it, because people hear funny things on social media. They will not hear what you are saying. They hear what they are thinking. But I'll say it in a way that if you don't get it, that means that you don't want to get it. After the enthronement of Ududua with the creation of the new structure, there were some myths that were created at the time. And because Ife became a behemoth, like, it was not just influential in terms of like, we like it, or we like it, or it spread, it radiated, like the brightness, civilization radiated from Ife to every part of Yoruba land and beyond. Therefore, it makes sense that people will connect themselves. As a matter of fact, everybody wanted to come from Ife. Ife was the US of the time. And why did that happen? Was it just because somebody became king? No. What happened was that after he became king, everything I'm saying, by the way, I've told you some of the books that where you can find it, but if we have to read at any point, I will read. But for now, I can still just, explain these things to you. So my flow be question and answer, going that be full session. But I think it's becoming a session already. You see, when Oduduwa Otete, when he became the king, he didn't just create a political structure, he also created an economy that was not known before then. Now, we've been trading for a long time. We used to have a market in Ife, even before, like in the 9th century, in the 800s, where people would travel from Ekiti and buy and sell in Ife. There's always been a place, now your man wagon. But what Oduduwa did was to create, there was a product, for instance, in Ife at the time, glass bead. And I remember sharing with us, guys, please, let's power tap. This is passport. We've got a passport. We have to tap up, please. Thank you. I shared with us the other day the research of Dr. Babalola, who got the $300,000 grant. He worked on the glass beads at Olokun Grove in Ife. What Oduduwa did was to build something on that product. That product became not just, we have something. If you read a history of the Yoruba people, for instance, what you discover is that Oduduwa began to use the product to the point where it became a status symbol. So he had it around his neck, he had it on his wrists, his ankles. He was covered with beads, glass beads, shaggy, and that's not glass beads. It was covered with it. The chiefs started using it. Everybody wanted to use it. It became a status symbol, and before you knew it, became the thing that we're transporting all over the place. It would go from Ife, travel all the way. Of course, we already had a trade route to Mali, even back then. Folks would travel from there to Ife. If people would travel from Ife to Mali, people were selling and buying and selling, going with caravans. We have Alajakpa, our people were selling and buying, and then the products was also moving. And as the products were moving, right, the fame of the city was also moving. And that's why by 1353, a man called Ibn Battuta visited Timbuktu in 1352. He was there from 1352 to 1353. And then he wrote about this place in the forest of Sudan. By the way, Sudan at the time, again, whenever you hear people from ancient times refer to Yoruba and Sudan, Sudan was not a country. Sudan was the name that Arabs called all of us blacks. Bilad al-Sudan means the land of the blacks. Anything from after North Africa down, all of us were Sudan. No? So if you read any ancient book and you see something Sudan there, it doesn't mean that you're from the country where they speak, where you have South Sudan, not Sudan. That's not Sudan. All of us were called Sudan at the time. As a matter of fact, in the 14th century, you know what, at this point, I think I should read. I want to read this so you get the I'm going to have to open to. I'm going to open this book, The Yoruba, A New History by Akinwumi Ogundiran. By the way, Akinwumi Ogundiran is a professor in the US, majors in archaeological history. He's done some fantastic work. The other day, I think they were even in Old Oyo National Park excavating. So somebody says, does that mean we were Guineans? Yes, Dark Poet. There's a time all of us were. So it depends on who you are asking. If you ask the Portuguese in, let's say, the 14th century or 15th, no, not 14th, 15th century, if you ask the Portuguese, I will be a Guinean. You are a Guinean. You are from Guinea. All of us are Guinea to the Portuguese. All of us are from Niger to the English person. We are from, I mean, the word Niger is Latin, it means black. It's the same word that French call Niger, right? If you ask the Arab, all of us are Sudan. I'm trying not to say Sudanese, not the country. We are all Sudan. Negro, Niger, the same thing. Thank you, FFT. So we are all Negroes, we are all niggers, we are all Niger, we are all Sudan, we are all Guinea. It depends on who you are asking. Guinea today is a couple of countries, Guinea-Conakry, Equatorial Guinea. Those are the countries that came out of that arrangement. But in reality, all of us will be called Guinea at the time. So it's about the perspective or the person you're asking. Who are you asking? So when they say, oh, you are connected to Sudan, are they right? Yes. But they're talking about the Sudan as a country right now. No. You know what? When people talk about Ijebu and Sudan, do you know that the Ijebu identity was formed before Sudan was created as a country? Even as a kingdom. Leave the country for a second. Ijebu was already a kingdom before Sudan became a kingdom. Well, let me read something to you about Ibn Battuta. I'll read from Akinwumi Ogundiran's book. Give me a second, it's loading. By the way, I think I should show you what Segi looks like. Give me a second. The book is not here. I talk about this thing every time, but I never really show what it looks like. So give me just a couple of seconds. I'll bring it. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry. So I was saying that this is the book I was talking about. The one by... Sorry about that. Sorry. So I was saying that this is the book I was talking about, the one by Reverend Samuel Johnson on Yoruba, the history of the Yorubas. But if there's need to read it, we'll get to it. And this is the one by Akinwumi Ogundiran, the Yoruba Yoruba schools. We are teaching it. We'll talk about that later. Let me see if I can quickly find. We'll talk about it. So Shaggy will be the blue, Ian will be the red. Sherry, bye. All right, so this one and this one, these are the ones we're talking about. Number. This one, sorry, can you see very well now? Yeah, this one and this one. So the blue one is Shaggy, the red one is Iyan. Okay, the economy of Ife was built around those tiny things you're looking at. Okay, another day we'll have full session on Shaggy and Iyan and things like that. Well, let me read from. Oh boy, I'm getting very excited and I'm trying to rein myself in because this is sweet. By the way, I think you should be able to get this book on Redomi Books. So if you're interested, check out Redomi Books. It's a bit pricey, but it's worth every penny. All right, so let me read this. The diachroic bluish, greenish, and yellowish beads of the same HLHA. HLHA is high lumina, high lime, high alumina. Chemical properties as those of Ile-Ife have been identified farther afield. Then it says here, it's been identified in further afield from Igbo Uku in southeastern Nigeria and Benin Lafia in northeast Benin Republic to Kishi in Burkina Faso, Djibouti in Senegal, Gao and Essouk in Mali, and Kumbi Saleh in Mauritania, all in 12th to 14th century contexts. Ile-Ife, the only known industrial center for HLHA glass production, was a supplier of these beads to several locations in West Africa. As these exquisite imports permeated the subcontinental market and social lives, so did the fame of the city spread far and wide. Ibn Battuta, the 14th century globetrotting Moroccan scholar, was informed during his visit to Mali, February 1352 to December 1353, about a powerful kingdom to the south. The name of the kingdom is rendered in Ibn Battuta's travel account as Yufi, which his informants described as one of the biggest countries of the Sudan. We're already talking about Sudan, Abi. Abi, one of the biggest countries of the Sudan, that of Awalawo Dudu. And their Sultan, one of the greatest sultans. Sultan, of course, means what? King. You're talking about the Oni. But they will say it from their own perspective. They have been influenced by Arabic culture, so they will use the word Sultan. So they said Ile-Ife was the largest urban center, the biggest emporium, and the wealthiest polity in West Africa's rainforest belt, south of the Niger River, during the mid-14th century, with more than 2 centuries of trading contact with the Western Sudan. On account of these facts alone, it is the best match for Ibn Battuta's Yufi. Moreover, on linguistic ground, Yufi is a Mande or an Arabic transliteration of Ufe. Why is this important? You may not see the word Ife in ancient documents describing Ife. Why? We did not call ourselves Ife until very recently. We call ourselves Ufe. All right? So, and that's what I also said about the Igbo thing. The Igbo are also the Ugbo, but they're not the Igbo. Please, we have inactivity on TikTok. Please power tap. I'm going to have to drag a piece here. 1 second. Live will soon end, though. There's inactivity and they're giving us only 50-something seconds. That means that we're not liking enough. Please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. All right. So, I was saying that we're Ufe. Just like we say Ugbo or Igbo. The Ugbo or Igbo in what we call Ife today are not Igbo of southeastern Nigeria. They are not connected. They were never connected. They are not connected. If there's any other way to make it clear, I will say it. They are not. The Igbo that we had in Ife, who are still there, by the way, some of them are still there in Ife, they are the ones who left, are the ones who became the Ilaje community. They are Ugbo in Ilaje, Ondo State today. They did not go to the southeast. They are not Okechukwu or Emeka. They are Yoruba people till today. Capiche? All right. So Ufe, that we called ourselves, was the same thing that they will use to write about you, because that's what you said you are. So they will write it as Ufe. So when you hear Ufe, it's the same thing like when we say Ule. Like if you talk to an Ijesha person and you say Ibololo, Molosi Ule Isha. Ushu, Ishu. So that's how the Portuguese established contact. Who cares? I'm not talking about what's my business with Benin Kingdom. Kilo Konro, Kila Sodoro. When is your turn? I will let you know. Don't worry. So that's how you have that kind of thing. At this time in history, this was about the height of the empire. The empire was from the 11th century, right, to the 15th century. This is happening in the mid 14th century. If it was an empire from the 11th to the 15th century, all right, Oyo became an empire in the 17th century, and it was an empire until the 19th century. So it was for 200 years, if it was for 400 years. All right. So it says here that it was the largest urban center and the biggest emporium and wealthiest polity in West Africa's rainforest belt, south of the Niger River. That happened because of economic power. And that's why I say to people when they say something about, when you use the word Ife is Yoruba, apart from the myth, who are the parents? We'll get to that later. When you hear the word Ife, oh shoot, I've forgotten what I was going to say now. When you hear the word Ife, and people say things like it's the spiritual capital, it is denigrating to what Ife really is. Heads that are dated to 10th century AD found in Ife. It was a center of art and craft. And now that somebody mentioned Benin, let me quickly tell you something about Benin. The man who went to create the group of craftsmen in Benin, his name is Ugwege. That's what they called him in Benin. Ugwege was an Ife man that was invited to Benin by Oba Ogola, right? This must be in the 1400s, in the 14th century. And that was how, you got the blessing of the crafts that you have in Benin right now. So thank God for Igwege. I know you guys change your history just like the Igbos, but everybody will be all right. Let's get back to, the beautiful thing, there were many books that were written before people started changing history. And those books, thank God, they are still available. And we have them. Praise the Lord. So back to what I was saying. So it was, the spiritual capital thing also is true, because they created new religious forms, new religious ideas in that space. And they did it because they also helped to create structure and order in society, right? Lots of stuff were formed around that time. The democratization of certain things like Ifa, for instance, also happened around the time of Oduduwa. The establishment of proper structure and order also happened around that time. So his influence, of course, there's political part of it, there's economic part of it, there's spiritual part of it, and of course there's cultural part of it. Now, when his children and grandchildren moved out of Ife, they took those things with them, and that's why you hear these things. Have you ever heard this statement, beaded crown or beaded staff? Have you ever heard the statement beaded crown before? Let me just ask, have you ever heard the word beaded crown? Chetigbori? Does he have a beaded crown? Johnny beaded crown. Do you know why it's important? Okay. Thank you. The beaded crown, you've not heard it before. Okay. If a king doesn't have a beaded crown in Yoruba land, he's a recent king. Even if he's recent self, they will still make sure that they find a way to get him a beaded crown. Beads, that word beaded, look for the word bead. That bead is the connection to Ife. They call it Adayeba or Adenla. I mean, there are different things on it. It's not just the bead, though. There are other things. There are different motifs on it. That bead is a connection because that bead was the mainstay of the economy of Ife, and it was a luxury item. It was, think of Prada, Gucci, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, everything combined into one. That was what Segi and Inyo were. It was a status symbol. People, you could go to a place and drop your bead as payment. God bless you. That from our own. You hear Okpa Leke. Odade owo owo Okpa Leke. What's the meaning of Ade owo? What's the meaning of Okpa Leke? Nǹkan tó dé yẹn ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ ló wà lára rẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ yẹn owó ni. Nǹkan tí kábíyèsí dé, adé tán pè ní adé owó, ó dádé owó, ó tẹ̀pá ìlẹ̀kẹ̀. Ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ is also that connection. So the Okpa and the Ade are always from Ife, or were always from Ife. These things are in some of the books I mentioned earlier. And if we have to read, if any question comes that requires me to read, I'll read those things. But I'm going somewhere with this question. I want to try and get there very fast. So as they were going, they had to go back home, or they took that thing from there as they were traveling. Let me give you an example. 1903, there was an incident in, it was in Remo, but the judgment happened in Lagos. The governor at the time was McGregor. McGregor was in charge, and there was an issue between the Akarigbo and the Elekpe. Elekpe wanted to be crowned, and he wanted a crown. He wanted to be made king, first class king. And the Akarigbo said no. And they were trying to sort the matter. Oyinbo asked the native authority, they asked everybody who can solve this issue. They didn't know how. They just asked. So when they went to meet the native authority, the Agbalagbas, they said, listen, to solve this person, we have one king who is the king of all Yoruba land. All the people that are called Yoruba people, like whether they're Yoruba or Karojiri or Ife, whatever you call them, we have one person who is the paramount ruler of everybody. Is the Oni. The only problem is that he doesn't leave his palace. The idea of the Oni not living in his palace is another historical matter that we will talk about maybe if time permits. So they sent message to the Oni. This was 1903. They talked about the sacrifices, the things they had to do. When Kabiyesi left the palace in 1903, every single Yoruba king left their palaces. Every single one of them. And that's why I say all these things that's making people say Yokonlo, it doesn't even make sense to ask that question. Oh, somebody was king before Oyinbo came. It doesn't make sense. If you need Oyinbo to even be telling you, it means that you don't know your history. Every single Yoruba king left their palaces until Kabiyesi got back home. And when he got there, what did he use? When they asked him if Elekpe was supposed to be a king, he said, you know what? Including about Benin, all of them. That's why Nigeria is what happened to their history. Everybody's just changing their history. Everybody's waxing lyrical now and just saying funny things. These things are written, by the way. 1 second. I want to see if I can quickly find it. If not, I'll just keep talking. Because of time, I didn't really prepare to read anything. Everybody, please focus. Everybody left their palaces. Why? Your God left the palace. Let's stay the way it is. Your God left the palace. It doesn't leave. Let me, while I'm trying to find the page, I found it, Seth. I found it. Let me not waste time to explain. It's not even wastage. It's not time wasting, but let's stay on topic. This book is called City of 201 Gods, Ile-Ife in Time, Space and Imagination by Jacob Okubona. Oh boy. I've missed this book. I've not opened this book in a long time. But let's just read the word that we need for now. In another historical context illustrating multiple layers of religious traditions, we can examine the experiences of the Ooni and the British colonial governor in 1903, which I will consider in detail later in this book. The British colonial governor requested that the Ooni travel from the sacred city of Ile-Ife to the city of Lagos to settle a dispute as to whether a Yoruba king in Ekpe, now part of the state of Ogun, was a legitimate descendant of Oduduwa and therefore entitled to wear the sacred crown. The governor's request was unprecedented. From the beginning of time, the Ooni had never vacated the sacred city of Ile-Ife. The Ooni embodies the sacred center that radiates out. By the way, let me stop to say that word I used it earlier. When I used it, I was going to say something. When you hear about radiation, I was talking to somebody yesterday, I said, every time I say, oh, we meet here Mondays to Fridays, 1 p.m. Ife time. The reason I started saying that thing, and I've been saying it for a long time, the reason I started saying it really was that in Yoruba land, we say, Ile-Ife nibi to jumo ti mo wa. Ojumo, in other words, we look up to Ife for the dawn of the new day. Like, that's what the term is. It doesn't mean it's in the east. It's talking about glory. It's talking about civilization. It's from there it emanates. It's from there it radiates. And it's in the person of the Ooni. When you see the Ooni, I mean, times have changed. But when you see the Ooni, that is the representation of everything that makes anybody connected to the identity of Yoruba. That is the personification of that, of all the glory of the image of the unseen being. Ooni is the express image of Yoruba identity, and it's also from him that the glory, radiates. All right. By the way, that's why everybody always looks towards Ife. That's one of the reasons. There are many reasons. We'll not get into everything, but that's one of the reasons. Let's continue here. So it says, from the beginning of time, the Ooni had never vacated the sacred city of Ile-Ife. The Ooni embodies the sacred center that radiates out from Ile-Ife on physical, temporal, and spiritual planes. In the new era, however, the Ooni opted for a radical break with tradition by lending his traditional authority to British rule, to the great dismay of many Yoruba Oba in cities as diverse as Oyo, Ijebu, Abeokuta, Owo, Ondo. The Ooni granted the request of the colonial governor and made the astonishing trip to Lagos. After settling the dispute, the Ooni shrewdly asked the British for reciprocal assistance in restoring the badly deteriorating palace. I'm coming. There's another thing I'm looking for. I'm almost there. So that's from Olupona's book. Omombo, information you can. Under the British system of indirect rule, the colonial government had created a new city legislative council in charge of the affairs of the new region. In 1903, a dispute between two Yoruba rulers, the Elekwe of Ekpe in Ijebu Remo and the Akarigbo of Ijebu Remo, was referred to the State Legislative Council for adjudication. Please take a listen to this. This is actually very nice. Like, you're going to who just strolled in. This is not your dad's house. That's where they raise fools. You can go back home, eh? God bless you. Samekin, Busu, are you really a pastor? Why do you ask that question? By the way, Samekin, are you a Yoruba person? So I would know exactly what to tell you. Why do you ask the question? Guys, sorry, I apologize for the break. Why are you asking if I'm really a pastor? What does that have to do with the history of Yoruba people? Oh, he's an Igbo man. Oh, okay. You just want to know. Okay. Let's just continue. Under the British system of indirect rule, the colonial government had created a new city legislative council in charge of the affairs of the new region. In 1903, a dispute between two Yoruba rulers, the Elekpe of Ekpe, I don't want to say Ekpe, in Ijebu Remo, and the Akarigbo of Ijebu Remo was referred to the State Legislative Council for adjudication. The Akarigbo protested the Elekpes wearing a beaded crown. That's what I was looking for. In fact, this is what I was searching for. The Akarigbo protested the Elekpe wearing a beaded crown. Remember that's where we started from, beaded crown. The beaded crown was a sign that you were connected to the throne of Oduduwa. That's why all paramount kings must get their crowns from Ife. The Akarigbo protested the Elekpes wearing a beaded crown, which by tradition could be worn only by an Oba claiming direct descent from Oduduwa, who had been authorized to wear the crown by the Ooni of Ife. The reigning Ooni was Adelekon Olubuse. Olubuse, that's the grandfather of Obashejo Adetonwaja Obano. At the suggestion of the council members, the Ooni was invited to Lagos in February 1903 to rule on the matter. Now, it gets interesting. Hidden behind a screen, Ooni could not be seen. Okay? And this is not the only book that talks about the fact that you couldn't see him. There are many books. If, for instance, I don't talk about Benin for now, but whenever people were sent to him, they would be outside the curtain. You couldn't see him. As a matter of fact, let me give an example. Whenever, and this is not a jab or anything, it's just history. Whenever a king was to be enthroned in Benin, for instance, they would send messengers to Ife. When they got to Ife, and they would tell Ooni, whatever it is they're doing, what the person needs to see in order to know that the Ooni is favorably disposed towards what he has come to tell him, was for him to show his foot. Once you saw the foot, that means that you got what you're looking for. Nobody really saw him. Not even his legs, his foot. Just the foot, not the leg concept, the foot. We'll read that later, but if we have to. Anyway, again, it says, hidden behind a screen, since it was forbidden to behold the face of the Ooni answered all the questions the council put to him. He denounced the Elekpe, lamenting that if it were the old days, the Ooni would have summoned the Elekpe to Ile-Ife and had him beheaded. What happened between the Ooni and the British governor after the meeting must be the subject of another work. In short, the Ooni was entertained by the governor in a private meeting, and upon the Ooni's safe, listen to this, upon the Ooni's safe return to Ile-Ife, the Yoruba Obas returned to their palaces. It was after the Ooni go back home. This is not 12th century or 15th century. This is 1903. The Oba of Oyo, the Olowo, Aujale, they were protesting. Like, no, Kabesi, you can't go and meet anybody. They didn't want him to go out. But of course, it was an issue that nobody else could solve, and the governor didn't know what to do. On a normal day, what should happen is that they will bring those two to Ife. And then the Ooni will then adjudicate or pronounce judgment. But in this particular matter, of course, we now have Oyinbo, and he had to solve the problem. But all these other things were like, Kabesi, you can't go, But eventually they had to say, we have to solve this thing. When he moved, everybody vacated their palaces. They only returned after he returned. Now, that was not even the topic. Where was I? I was talking about the beaded crown. So the beaded crown became, let me read something to you about the beaded crown. It became a symbol of authority. Mambo. just quickly open. Oni was referred to as the Oni was Oni was not second in command to Orisha. No. Oni was not second in command to Orisha. Oni is not Alashe Keji Orisha. And Oni is Olorio Balaye, but himself is Oni Risha. Sorry, I'm responding to somebody on YouTube. He is not Igbakeji Orisha. He is the Orisha himself. This book, by the way, one of those books, depending on who you ask, 201 gods, 401 gods. That's one on top. That's the Oni. And by the way, just in case, this is beyond religion. This is about I'm a Christian, but it's on Nirisha. Oh, that's my handkerchief. 1 second, guys. Right. Okay, don't worry, I found it. How are you? All right. So you remember what the Akarigbo said? That for you to wear the beaded crown shows that you are a direct descendant of Oduduwa. In other words, you are connected to the palace. And that's why you discover that many of the kings will tell you where they are from in Ife. For instance, even this Akarigbo now, they'll tell you it's from Iremo quarters. There's a quarters in Ife called Iremo. Lagelu in Ibadan is from Ife. In Ondo, the Ondo people can trace themselves to Ife, Ekiti. People have that connection. So when we call it Ife, the city, I mean, you know what? I think we should have a proper session on this, but I'm still answering the question. So we'll see how far we can go in answering this question. I read from Akintoye, a history of the Yoruba people. The Yoruba were very sophisticated in the use of symbols and icons to express deep and powerful statements, and everything around the king conveyed profound messages. Thus, every significant detail of the palace building, the carvings of the wooden pillars and doors, the murals on the walls, and so on, all were iconographic statements relating to the aspects of the origins of the kingdom, the Oduduwa source of its royal dynasty. Apologies, no. Adimula is originally actually Nilonja Adimula. And to Adimu, láti là. Oni gangan ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Lo àwọn kí ni mo bá ṣe máa lò látijọ́. Ẹ ṣáà máa ká máa kà lọ. So it says, every significant detail of the palace building, the carvings of the wooden pillars and doors, the murals on the walls, and so on, all were iconographic statements relating to the aspect of the origins of the kingdom, the Oduduwa source of its royal dynasty, the all-pervading oversight and care of the gods, the perpetual presence of the kings who had ruled in the palace, the visible and invisible powers of or authority of the king, the conical beaded crown said to originate in Oduduwa's time, and therefore known as the Great Crown or the Crown of Oduduwa. By the way, that's the crown that Kabesi wears once a year in Ife during Olojo. Onpeni Adeari. Everyone wears it. It's still the same one that. This is not what I'm looking for. That's not what I'm looking for. Mumbo. Okay, this is all I found it. It's from okay, so please take a listen to this. I'm reading from Akintoye's book, A History of the Yoruba People. Continuing a trend initiated in Oduduwa's time, certain aspects of Ife's industrial production became special buttresses of the political system and therefore matters for close royal regulation. The most important of these was the bead industry. In the first place, increasingly from Oduduwa's time, beads became the distinctive material component of royal grandeur. Beads in the making of crowns, insignia, scepters, ceremonial royal fans, and horsetail fly whisks, irukere. Beads on the royal person as necklaces, bracelets, anklets, beads woven into the royal regalia, and into the braided hair of royal females. Secondly, and conceivably, more importantly, as the new kingdoms emerged across the face of Yoruba land, beads became the most important material objects for establishing relationships between the Ife throne and the emerging royal dynasties. According to Akin Ogudiran, these preciosities and symbols were crucial in the development of Ile-Ife as the primate center that many harbingers of dynastic institutions in the region visited and allied with to establish and validate their political power and ideology. It wasn't that they just come and say, oh, we really like these beads, oh, we're now from Ife. No, it was a powerful entity, powerful in every way, politically, spiritually, economically, culturally. They had to plug in. Let me tell you something, and I will try not to. I will say it in a way that I'm sure I'm going to get it. There were kingdoms who just even though they were Yoruba, but they were not directly connected. They had to say, guys, we are from here. One even happened in recent times. I won't mention the town. They were shout, we are from Ife. Me, I'm like, they are saying we are from Ife, we are connected to Ife. And the primary thing that made it happen was the bead. And which is also why I tell you, people, to be calm with this thing about spiritual headquarters. I've said it about 3 times today. It's because it's very important to me. That spiritual headquarters thing, it is true, but it's not the whole truth. What made Ife is not just because there was a spiritual entity, Kiniko. It was sacred, and maybe one day we'll talk about it. It was so sacred that when people died, or when or anybody, they'll tell you that you have to go through Ife to get into heaven. As a matter of fact, in my own time, as young as I am, my aunt back then told me that when she was growing up, she's late now, when she was growing up, that there was on some of these things are on that topic, but you could access heaven. That's the belief. That's a totally different conversation. So I'm trying to establish something very quickly, and I hope I'm succeeding. This is like a series. What I'm trying to say very quickly, and I'm not sure if I'm succeeding at saying it very quickly, is that the idea, they connect the primacy of Ife and what made Oduduwa our father is not just because somebody lived and we're like, oh, let us not make him. It's like talking about Awolowo now. Why don't you make any other person? My father is my father. I was a great man. But as a collective, as Yoruba being a collective entity, you can't call my father Yoruba now. You can't call my father the father of Yoruba, although he was a great man. But there's a collective, and then there's also something that he did. You can say, oh, there is what's it called? Cocoa House. There is TV. There is Stadium, Liberty Stadium. There's all these things, and you can say, oh, there's free education. Therefore, those are the things that made Oduduwa our father, right? It was not like, just to round up the answer to that question, it wasn't like there were no kings before him. But what he did was a turning point in the history of Yoruba people forever. Till today, the political structure of Oduduwa is what everybody practices, even those who are saying, no, I don't agree, I shan't agree. Whether they agree or they don't agree, they are literally practicing the political structure introduced by Oduduwa. That is why we call him father. Let me look at the second question. If I took so long to answer one, it is well. If yes, how come our history starts with Oduduwa? I already explained. Everything changed with him. Even our myth changed with him. Our myth changed with him. Let me tell you something, guys. You know, when we say Nigba Iwashe, the idea we are communicating is that when existence came into being, like Igbati Washe is like Igbati, when existence began. But you see, there are certain things you can prove historically and also archaeologically. This I'm about to say, you get it. There are some things that were introduced and they are dated. Let me explain this way, and I think I've said something reserved to do what they want to do. All right, it's not a scriptural process. It's a denominational process. 1 second. Now, if a person was great, they will beatify that person. They will make the person a saint. Now, biblically, that's not how you become a saint. Biblically, you become a saint by believing in Christ. I just need to quickly say that. That's why when you read the book of, when you read all the letters of Paul, whether he's writing to Rome or to Corinth or to Ephesus, or you say to the saints, they were not beatified. They were saints because they were believers. They were Christians. And that was all you needed to be a saint. Anyway, for the Roman Catholic Church, it was a totally different process. You were made a saint maybe because you did something miraculous, or maybe people went to your tomb and started experiencing miracle or something like that, or you were just a fantastic being, or you just like Mother Teresa, you were just good to people and stuff like that. They will beatify that person and make the person a saint. Well, in Yoruba land, we also have something similar. I can only use English language to explain it right now. It's the process of deification. We deify our heroes. And the reason I usually say it the way I do is because we think, generally speaking, across across the board, like regardless of your religion, generally speaking, we think that the Orisha are just spiritual beings. In actual fact, before many of them became spiritual, which is not, again, if you have all this religious thing, this is not the place for you. God bless you. We are discussing history. Before they became spiritual entities, so to speak, like religious symbols and objects of veneration, they were humans who were heroes. And because they were heroes, or they were great, or they were powerful, or they were significant, like Awo, they were made Orisha. Even in Ifa, I would say it is written, Eyan lo man d'Orisha. Eyan lo ń d'Orisha. So why did I say all of that? I said that to say this. They made some of our great men heroes. Now, the thing is that if, as Yoruba people, the only connection you see, or let me put it this way, whenever you hear the name, you only make the connection between them and something spiritual, then you want to run away from it if you don't practice the traditional religion. But if you understand that, for instance, maybe one of these days I'll do a series on Oduduwa, not only as a spiritual being, but you see him as a strategist, you see him as a warrior, you see him as a king, you see him as a father, you see him as a businessman, you see him as an innovator, and none of these things are made up. I say that to say that those things that he did, those are the reasons we call him father. Not just, and that's even the reason you worship or you venerate many of the deities today, because of what they did. If a Yoruba man and someone comes to you and says, why do you call yourself Omoduduwa? Because we are connected to the things that he did. And we consider him our father. Everything that happened before him almost pales in significance to everything that happens after him. Therefore, he becomes the new beginning of our race. That's what it means, literally, to be the progenitor. Not just that he was one that just gave birth to everybody, we're now many. Although he did give birth to some people whose children are still here with us, by the way. Which is one of the reasons I'm also I don't like to talk about all this part also, which king is bigger than the other, because at the end of the day, I remember one day, the first time I would speak about Oduduwa online was when somebody was just talking, fata. And I said something, I said, you speak about Oduduwa as abstract. But there are people today carrying his blood in their veins, like literal blood. His direct descendants are still here. And they're in different parts, okay? But the point I'm trying to make is that you have to understand him from all those perspectives, so in order to get why he is now seen as the progenitor of Yoruba people. So everything before him pales in significance to everything that he accomplished. Therefore, it's as though when they sing the song, "Today My Life Begins," who sang that song? Was it Bruno Mars? If they pass behind me, today my life begins. Oduduwa was the person with whom our life now began. But that's not to say that he was the first person. He came recently. Our identity as Yoruba people is at least 5,000 years old. And all these people that are Yoruba, they have always been Yoruba. They were not created, by the way, they may not have used the word Yoruba, but they had the same identity. They could have called themselves Karo Jire, called themselves Ife, by the way. There's a book by Akin Jogbin, who was a professor of history, who went to length to establish the fact that they are Ife. The people in Togo, Atakwame, they are called Arafe. They are Ife in Togo. They are Yoruba. Ife is not a town. It's not just a town. It's an identity that we all had. You see, it's like saying America, American. Ife, Ife, or Ife, Ara Ife. All of us are Ife. Okay, and the connection happens in different ways. Another way that connection happened is through what I was saying earlier, the royal migrations. So different things led to it, many things, different things led to the royal migrations. When they had to move, a lot of them, of course, left with crowns as direct descendants of Oduduwa. Now, when they got into spaces, if you heard that they are coming from Ife, in some cases, people will say, it's from Ife. That means they're bringing civilization. And that's why when you study Yoruba history, especially Ife history, when you study it, you will understand the concept of local or native civilization before colonization. Whenever some people hear that, these guys are from Ife, they're Ife, it's a superior culture. And that's why I was saying that in Nigeria today, some cultures are underdeveloped, some are developed. If per culture was superior even 1,000 years ago to many of the Yoruba kingdoms, therefore, some of them are kings, but like I said, it's king here, king here, king here. So instead of having, let's say, let's use Ife so that it doesn't look like I'm taxing anybody. When you say Obafemi Awolowo is the progenitor of Awo, is also is reductionist. Obafemi Awolowo is not the progenitor of Awo, he's the progenitor of modern Yoruba people, as far as politics is concerned. And some of them may not call themselves by the tag Awois, but they acknowledge that they are from him. There are some people who are direct beneficiaries of Awo who are not even Yoruba people, e.g., folks in the Midwest, Delta State, Edo State, parts of Bayelsa. Many of them got what they got in terms of education and health because of Awo. We'll talk about that some other time. I was saying something before I saw that thing. I got distracted. Sorry. What was I saying? Please help me. Is it true that Oduduwa was an ally of the Kanuri against the ancestors of the Sudanese and Shula Arabs in war? No. No, it's not true. No. Again, when you hear the word Sudan, like I said, Sudan in his time is not the same. Even Nigeria, do you know that Nigeria in 1914 is not the same thing as Nigeria in, what am I saying? Nigeria in 1950 is not the same thing as Nigeria in 2025. I hope you guys know. I hope you remember. Sure you know, Abi? You know there are parts of Cameroon that used to be part of Nigeria. So the Nigeria of today is not the same Nigeria as Nigeria of 1950. Some people used to be part of Nigeria and not Nigeria. It's the same thing with Sudan. The Sudan of the 11th century or the 13th, 14th century is not the same thing as Sudanese or Sudan. There was no Sudanese back then. There was no identity of Sudanese. There was no identity called Sudanese in the 14th century. That came with colonization. Sudan was a name that the Arabs gave to all of us, not that it was a nationality of anybody. It was an identity from their perspective based on color. But I was saying something before I stopped. Jeez, I need to remember. What was I saying? Somebody please remind me. I was trying to make a point about... it's the same thing with Ethiopia, for instance. Ethiopia that you call Ethiopia now, that's not Ethiopia of ancient times. after the old colonization thing, Ethiopia was called Abyssinia. The original Ethiopia is way bigger than the Ethiopia that we call country today. Okay, so it's evolution of identity, of tags, of names and nomenclature. Now, thank you very much, Jide David, migration. So in some cases, they will welcome them like, you know, we're talking about a superior culture, a superior civilization. Everybody knew about the political structure. They also knew about the economic power. And beyond that, there's a part that people don't really talk about. They were also militarily superior in many cases. Not just because of weapons, but because of structure, again. So I'll give you an example. Let's say, for instance, they are moving out of Ife. They didn't go in twos or threes, or Ife was a major town. By the 12th, 13th century, we're counting more than 70,000. Some books claim 120,000 people in that place. Listen, there are very few places in Africa at the time where you could find 1,000 people in the same place. To have 70,000 is to have Lagos State too. You get the point? To have 1,000 people in the same place in the 11th century was not even commonplace. When you hear autonomous community, some of those autonomous community 100, 200 law. I'm going somewhere with this. 200, 100, 300. Àti bàbá àti ìyá àtàwọn ọmọ gbogbo family home and abroad. Wọ́n ju bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lọ. To have a space where you could now have not 1,000, not 2, not 5, not 10, not 20, not 50, 70, 120,000 people in a particular place means that you are talking about a very, very, very superior, powerfully urban area. And that's why I've said it several times. On the continent of Africa, without missing words or sounding, sounding like we are proud of anything, without missing words, Yoruba people are the most urbanized, like Ongbenu urban areas. And that's why, if you remember, when you were growing up, I asked that question a lot until, of course, I found the answer later. When you hear things like Anlosigboro, there are very few places on the continent of Africa where they have that kind of phrase. One losi igboro. That simple phrase is very pregnant with meaning. That's history in words, in a phrase. Why did I say that? When the real migration would, let's say, move from Ife to other places, you go to a particular place and then you find small settlements. By the way, it's the same story if you know the story of Ogumosho. There were small settlements before Ogunlola then decided to work with the other guys in their small settlements to create a different, distinct space where people could now, get to, and then the town now grew around them. So, rare migrations will get to a particular place. You see a few people, you can conquer them if you fight. Why? You are coming with superior military organization. You do not live with 10, 20 people. You are living like 100, 200. They did not live small. They left on lobby on meji meta. On my law, only to 50, only to 100. Toma shibe, on the law in different directions. By the way, even in my own Oriki, the places where the folks who left our home, I'm from Ife, by the way, as you can tell, the people who left from Ile, who went to the towns they went to, the name of those towns are also part of Maoriki. When they get into some of those places, they are all Kereje. Now, this is also one of the reasons certain people, I won't mention any ethnic group right now. If you read the book, which I will not mention also, because if I mention the book, I've mentioned the ethnic group. The reason certain people were never able to fight a war was because they were never together. And that's why I said all this unity that you hear people preaching in 1966 and preaching in 2025 is because they never experienced that thing that we experienced. The reason we can say there's no need for unitary system is because Oduduwa practiced it in the 11th century when it was needed. All Yoruba town banded around that thing to create something. When it was Bato to Baju Baja, Abi Bato Asho Igbalanda Fungba. That's what Yoruba people say. Nigba tie, Bato ye. That's what I'm looking for. Nigba to ye style yen, Bato ye ọ̀nà yẹn àgbékalẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n ṣe ń gbà yẹn. Àwọn tí ò rí àyè ṣe láyé ìgbà yẹn, àwọn náà wo kankan mọ̀ pé a gbọ́dọ̀ sọgbọ apọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà. Ìgbà tó ní ìlàwá ti ṣe yẹn kì í ṣe ní Nàìjíríà sọ wọn pé let us unite. Unite yẹn, the definition of unity they are saying, that unitary system they are talking about is what people did more than 1,000 years ago. It's no longer fashionable. Kò gbajúmọ̀ kì í ṣe nǹkan yìí mọ́ nsìn yìí. Ẹni tí ò bá wá ṣe láyé ìgbà tiẹ̀, ẹ bèèrè lọ́wọ́ pé ṣé wọ́n lè ṣe ní àdúgbò wọn. Mo mọ̀ sọ̀kọ́ tí mo sọ Yorùbá ni, ó ti yé yín. Ìkọ̀ tán wá yẹn, àkójọpọ̀ tán sọ yẹn, kọ́kọ́kọ́ ṣe àkójọpọ̀ yẹn láàrin ara wọn nítorí pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn títí di ayé ìgbà tá wà ń sìn yìí. Títí di ayé tá wà ń sìn yìí, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn sì ń ṣe kéréje ìgbèríko ẹsẹ̀ kùkú ìgbèríko ìlú kéréje náà sì ń ṣe dìsìn yìí. Èèyàn bíi 3, 4, 5, 100 àti di ìlú kan nìyẹn. Nílẹ̀ Yorùbá abúlé nìyẹn. In fact, wọ́n máa pè yín ìletò. Àwọn ìletò míì gan tó wọ́n tó 500 èèyàn. Whatever people are trying to get in Nigeria in terms of unitary system and banding people together in the name of unity, it's no longer fashionable. It was done a long time ago. And if you really are committed to doing that thing, then you have to go back to your hometown and create something like that. By the way, it still doesn't exist in many spaces in some parts of Nigeria. And so when these men would migrate into those areas, they will find these small communities. So they will just do the exact same thing their grandfather or great-grandfather did in Ife. They will band them together. In some cases, they would fight. Maybe, oh, you have this territory. That's why I say all these things that you are trying to create kingdom in 2025, people did it in the 12th century. You are behind time. You are too late. And once you discover that you are late, you don't. That's why in America, they didn't even bother with kings in America. They just moved on to republicanism. They just moved on to something else. That era don't till the koja. So this folks being enamored with nostalgia for a past they never had makes no sense. Like, just move on with the times. Even those of us who have kings, things are changing. I just mentioned how the Oni would not even leave his palace from Igba-Ewashe. When they say Igba-Ewashe, it means that from the very beginning of that throne, there was no need to travel abroad. All this abroad thing, we were the abroad. If I have the time, I'm going to read some of those things to you. How craftsmen would travel from everywhere to work in Ife. Ife was, it was the, and I'm not exaggerating. One, if I, as a matter of fact, I'm actually being humble. What I'm saying, Ife was, to get to Ife was like you had your green passport, green card. You won lottery to even be able to, like, Ife was the place. By the way, the things that they did, they still do. Which is why I don't like to talk about it in past tense, but it's history, so we have to talk about past tense. So whenever they move like that, in some cases they will fight, establish a new kingdom. In some other cases they will welcome the people. But with whatever they did, however they established that kingdom, the people that they met will always be part of the kingdom that they are creating. How those men did it, I still wonder. And guys, we are going to have sessions on this thing. You will just, it makes you just marvel and just challenges your thinking as a Yoruba person. They never did winner takes all in every single kingdom. And we have documented facts of this. They never did, oh, we've won you, get out. We are now the kings. Because if you do that, your throne is not safe. Your throne is not secure. Which was what Victor Banjo was telling Ironsi. You see how I'm going from ancient to modern. That's what Victor Banjo was telling Ironsi. If you do this, who is going to stop anybody from doing the same thing to you? Which is exactly what happened 6 months later. you have to include them in the running of the organization, not as subservient to, as valid members, like they are part of everything. So that's what they did in Oyo. That's why you notice Nupe influences even in the palaces of the Alafin. That's why you see Bariba there. Why? Because there were Bariba and Nupe settlements in Oyo before the founding of Oyo as a town by Oromio. A lot of people, because of some funny egos, say, oh, they were not there. Listen, it's in this book. I also want to open any book because I don't want to make any. It's in this book. It's also in the book by parts of it in Baja Akintoye, but it's more explained in Akinwumi Ogundiran. Listen, the welcome, Solo 28. Good to see you, sir. The core of the city must take into cognizance every single person in that community. You know why? Because they were creating a new kingdom, so they worked with them, and that's why you notice that the Bashorun was a Bariba man. The Alakbini was, I think, Takpa, Nupe. Bashorun Ga was a Bariba man. And then over time, everybody became Yoruba. But when we say he was a Bariba man, I'm not saying that he was a Bariba man, really. I'm saying he had Bariba ancestry. I think that's even the better way. It's a better way to put it. He had Bariba ancestry, but he was a Yoruba man. That's the best way to put it. Because they now created a new thing that all of them were now part of, but everybody was represented. So because they were replicating that structure everywhere they went, by the way, is the exact same structure that Afonja was going to do in the 20th century in Ilorin. When he had issues with, several times Afonja tried to become Alaafin, it never worked out. And so the last time that I was like, oh boy, Otusumi, I'm not doing it again. So what I'm going to do is, Bariba is from which modern Nigerian state? Niger State. They're in Niger State. They said Shango's grandfather was Nupe. Shango's grandfather could not have been Nupe. It's Shango's mother that was Nupe. His father was Oromiyan from Ife. Who gave birth to Oromiyan? Who gave birth to Oromiyan's father? They're all Ife people. Therefore, Shango's grandfather could not, unless they are talking about his mother's father. If they're saying Shango's mother's father is Nupe, what does that matter? The mother is Nupe. So if the grandfather is Nupe on his mother's side, maternal grandfather, of course, the mother is Nupe. And that's why I'm also very careful when people say things like, we don't want any other culture. It's just pure blood. We just want pure blood. Brother, I'm not sure your blood is pure. There are some of us that are always very passionate about these things. You'll be shocked to know that you are somehow connected to some other people in Nigeria. But of course, doesn't mean you should not protect your identity. I'm just saying that we should not go to the extreme. All right, where was I? So this thing that happened back then is the replication of the culture, of the structure. But again, like I always say, it's not like they were not Yoruba before they got there, or that there were no kings. There were kings in Ekiti. There were kings in Ota. On this platform, I think it was last year, December, I interviewed the Olota of Ota. He was here, Kabesi was here, and many of the things he said, you could corroborate, from historical text. Many of them are kings, but they didn't have the kind of structure that Oduduwa brought. All right? It's Oduduwa from Sudan. I think I already mentioned that. I heard that Shango was called back to Ife from his mother's land in Nope. Source. I don't know about that. Oduduwa conquering all Yoruba kings. Okay, so they said Oduduwa conquered all Yoruba kings. Again, you are listening to a drunk person who is just talking nonsense and forcing it on you by saying Oduduwa conquered all kings. Ask him which Yoruba kings did he conquer. When you talk about Oduduwa conquering kings, did Oduduwa ever conquer kings? Yes, he did. All Yoruba kings? No, he didn't. How could he have conquered all Yoruba kings? It doesn't even make sense. How many kings were there? And what was the structure they practiced? So the kings that Oduduwa fought, by the way, Oduduwa, like I said, the 13 settlements of Ife, there were some that were on the side of Oduduwa, e.g. Obameri. Some of the settlements were on Oduduwa side, some were on Obatala's side. His side defeated this other side. But like I said, nobody in Ife looks at we don't call any side defeated. Why? Because during the reconciliatory process, when they were reconciling, they ensured that. Do you know that even the Obatala, who was the leader of Ideta, and his town was sacked, and he had to move to Ideta Oko, and he was the leader of the troop of the group that quote unquote lost. Even he is deified in Ile-Ife. You know what? Let me pause to tell you one funny thing. Not funny. It's actually very serious. By the time I'm done what I'm about to say right now, if you don't respect your ancestors as a Yoruba person, that means that you are not Yoruba. You're probably from, let me not mention, but you get the point. I mentioned Oranfe earlier, have you? You see, Latijo, our people, 1 second. Oh, no wonder. Sorry, guys, I have to switch the internet. Please, let's power tap. Oh. These things make you very proud. Not proud of ego, like you're just proud. You walk with your heads up, your shoulders high, and you don't even have to start shouting, I own this place, I'm bigger than everybody. You don't. People see you and they're like, This one is from a civilization different from the one we have here. That's how it should be for Yoruba people, by the way. Not that you be going around the place shouting that we bought your land, we bought the kingdom, we done this, we done that. People who talk like that are very, very insecure and from underdeveloped cultures. Is it true though? It's not. No jabs thrown and no names mentioned. If you take any offense, it's because ento je fufularamfu. I'm going to say what I want to say, but I want to quickly do something. Just a second, please. I need to monitor the YouTube account on this other device, but the internet on that device wasn't strong enough, so I had to switch. So please give me a second. I'm almost done. All right, I am done. Somebody say Oduduwa did not conquer Otunkiti or Ijebu King. Why would Oduduwa conquer Ijebu King? Why? What was that Ijebu? If you want to discuss Ijebu King, sorry, someone on YouTube is saying that if you want to talk about kings in Ijebu, you cannot start. If you start with Oduduwa, it's because you are trying to trace the lineage or the genealogy of Obanta. Not that. How could Oduduwa have fought Ijebu? No, now. All right. Thank you, Sell by Liz. I like your name more. I'll be your Andrew. I was going to say something. The first chairman that I mentioned earlier of the Confederacy in Ife is Oranfe. Oranfe had a deity he worshipped. That deity is known as Orishanla. Please, if you are a religious, just calm down, okay? It's history we're discussing. We're all on the same page, but just chill. You know, sometimes we do things, even Christians, I say it, sometimes we do things that we've never studied. So, was Ijebu in existence? Yes. Whether it was now of that identity, I don't know. But I know that what Oduduwa did in Ife, Obanta also did in Ijebu. But did the place exist? Of course it did. Even in the 12th century, they were bringing fish and salt from Ijebu to trade in Ife. That place was not a small. Let me see what I was trying to say. I mentioned Oranfe. He was the first chairman of the Confederacy in Ife. He had his own deity, Tomambo, Orishanla. When he passed, he became the avatar of Orishanla. What does that mean? You know how, let's assume you've not seen me, like you've seen the video now. the image right now, that's the avatar of myself. That's the representation of me. People did, Orishanla was abstract to people. The best thing they could connect with Orishanla was okay, the hills and the mountains. But for the first time, they were able to associate somebody with the hills, the mountains. Because when they say Orishanla, they were not talking about God. That's Olodumare. So they had to they associated those things with Oranfe, with Orishanla. Now that Oranfe had passed, Oranfe now became associated. Please stay with me. What I'm about to say right now is a bit. 1 second. No, I thought was that, you know what? Hold on. When I'm going to take a break very soon. I'm going to come. Sorry about that. All right. What was I trying to say? Sorry about that. House stuff. All right. What was I trying to say? Yeah. When Oranfe passed, he became the avatar of Orishanla. What does avatar mean? It's just a big word for representation. So, for instance, we talk. Let's say we're talking about. Let's say Shango. Now, nobody knows what it looks like. For us, our generation, we don't know what it looks like. We don't know what I was taught. Let's assume we don't know. I'm not saying we don't, but let's assume. I'm just using an example. We don't know. Then one person that used to, and I'm using Shango because somebody wrote something about Shango in the comment section. Then one person that we looked up to worshipped Shango. Now that the person is gone, now we don't know what Shango looked like, but at least we know what this person looked like. So we make the person a representation of that thing. So we can make an image. So our forebears, I was saying something that I forgot earlier. Our forebears actually venerated the elements, the water, the trees, the mountains, especially waters and mountains, rivers, streams, mountains, and of course elements, fire, wind, e.g. Everything had to have a spiritual meaning. And by the way, this is the same thing in many Asian cultures. You had to have a spiritual meaning behind things you cannot explain intellectually until, of course, you get to explain it intellectually. Okay? So they had all this. So Orishanla was one of those skinny. For instance, you have some people worship the earth, the Imole, the earth, water, wind, mountains, not so much sun, but mountains and fire. Not worshipping fire, but using fire in. Oh shoot! I have to change the audio source, guys. Sorry. Come on, Loku. All right. So everything you see in those oriental stuff, we had it: earth, wind, water, hills, mountains. Our forebears, venerated those things and worshipped them. Now, that was what so to Oranfe, that would be Orishanla. I'm going somewhere with this. After Oranfe passed, Oranfe became the avatar. Why? It was the one they could see. So they made him the representation of a deity they could not see, or of the mountains, the representation of the mountains and of the deity. When Obatala passed, do you know what Ife people did? Or the Ife leaders, you know what they did? They took the identity of the Orishanla, gave it to Obatala, then created a different then deified Oranfe beyond just being an avatar to becoming a deity in his own right. So that what you now see, I'm not saying it happened at the same time, I'm just giving an example, I'm just trying to explain what they did. So today, in 2025, if I mention Orishanla, people would tell me you are talking about Obatala, and they would be right. But it wasn't always like that. What do you see that? Why did I say all of these things? Because even the group that quote unquote lost when they fought, they still deified. They didn't only deify him, Obatala, they also now placed him at a level that was one of the highest deities you could find in Yoruba land, which was Orishanla. So Nisimba Otidi Adakwe. What I was trying to say is this: the way they built our society, they didn't have a winner takes all mentality. Even the ones who quote unquote lost were brought in, but they worked together. However, they do not become like folks in some parts of Nigeria who will now begin to spread propaganda about the ones who won, despite the fact that they were brought in to be part of the team. Which is how you know that certain people are yet to develop. I am not mentioning anybody. When people lose, the normal thing is to say, we're all brothers, let's come together. But that's the normal thing in a normal scenario. That's what we did as well in Yoruba land, in many cases, not one, not twice, not thrice, not in our history. It just so happens that in Nigeria, the ones who lost decided to win the battle of propaganda that they were fighting with themselves. The problem with that is that generations after, it becomes difficult for those people to integrate and their children to integrate, because the propaganda has become the belief system. But when it happened to us, we co-opted everybody and we worked together. So no, last question. Oduduwa did not conquer all Yoruba kings. It was restricted. The whole thing was in Ife, and he gave birth to kings. Kings came out of him. Kings came out of Oduduwa. Not that he was going all over Yoruba land looking for kings to conquer. It wasn't. That was not the kind of. His children did that, by the way, but he didn't. All right. I hope I answered all the questions in record time without going too deep. Maiwa, I hope I have answered everything now. I promise I'm going to do one. I'm going to do a series on Ife. I'm going to do another series on Oyo. There is no reason for a conjugate. Is a case of father and son. So apart from the myth, who were the parents of Oduduwa? Trying to remember. Oh, I wrote it. I've done a session on it before. How come I forgot? I've had a session on this before. So your question now is about this. God bless you, 2245. God bless you. God bless your progeny. God bless your children. Thank you. Thank you for not allowing me rack my brain too much. I was like, what is talking here? Oh, it was about to go. Yes, it was. You know, the thing is, once you look at it from spiritual, you will know, people will argue with you, the wash, people will argue with you, he was not the brother to anybody. He was just from heaven. And they are right if they're discussing myth, but they are wrong if they're discussing history. Let me answer the question that, boy, this is going to be interesting. All right, but we're going to do it very fast so that we can close. I don't want to end late tonight. By the way, we have not voted though. We're going to have a poll on what to discuss next. All right, so let's quickly tackle this. Yes, Big Fowler. Yes, it's true. They were brothers. And that's where you see the folly of all this Sudan, Arab, Kini. Movies, musical, that's not the point. That's not the point. And please, on this particular matter, if you are very emotional, you are going to have to calm down for me, please. All right, let me explain this way. You see, myth. If you have a civilization without myth, that civilization is underdeveloped. The Yoruba myth, the myth of Oduduwa, is a very, very important myth. However, myth doesn't answer the question of history. The idea of myth, the idea really is to answer the question of origin. If, for instance, you are trying to explain how you came to be, there are things you'll not be able to answer. But myth helps you resolve the question of how did I come to be here? Where am I coming from? How did I get here? And then it also gives you an identity. So with the myth, you have identity, but you have to understand that it is not the same thing as a history. Now, here's the problem that we have in most cases when we discuss Yoruba history, especially with Oduduwa. There are folks who want to talk about the history, they want to talk about the myth, they want to talk about suggestions and everything, and they mix everything together. So if you went to school in the 90s, like I did, we were taught that it was from Mecca, we were taught it came from heaven, we were taught different things about the same person. Why? Because they were trying to teach history and myth as the same, and they're not. He was a human figure who lived and breathed and did fantastic things. Sorry, guys. He lived and did fantastic things. Like I said, without going too deep, everything that happened before him pales in comparison. So as far as we are concerned, now from him, we wake up. You know when they say, anytime you wake up is your morning, Oduduwa is our morning. Therefore, everything would have to revolve around him. Not that, historically, he was birthed by a person. Again, history. This is not religious. Thank you for understanding. Because I can hear some people's thoughts. He was born by somebody. Quisheba, that's not a question for you. I apologize. Because all you guys do is to take people's history and use it to be fighting the person. Interesting, I already answered the question. He was birthed. But his greatness and the things he did made us rewrite everything around him. And guess what? Anybody, any group who has the concept of heroes will be able to understand this thing. For instance, in Hausa, there's Bayajida. You have the Hausa Bokwai. You have that concept. There are certain people that don't have that kind of concept because you have to be a very developed, sophisticated culture to have that kind of thing. The Vikings have the same thing. The Greeks have the same thing. Every developed culture has that. Somebody becomes the rallying figure for your people, and it's as though your story is just beginning all over again. That's why when we got that video yesterday, somebody said they were going to name streets after ancient people. Who did he mention? I'm not mentioning the person or what he said, but someone write in the comment section. When the person said, we are going to name our streets after ancient people, whose names did he mention? If you were here yesterday, you would remember. Please write it in the comment section. What he's doing is not wrong. That was when they woke up. It's not right, it's not wrong, it's just that was when they woke up. So they are going to write their story around that person. And that's why they were very insecure when Awolowo kept using the word Odudua, Odudua, Odudua. No other person could do what Awo did. Not just Awo and his people, the Yoruba people in 1945. Do you know what they did with Egbe Odudua? People are saying that the next thing we won't talk about tomorrow, Seth. Egbe Odudua, what they did was to rekindle something that was lost through Kiriji. They reconnected themselves back to the person that everybody rallied around back in the day. And that was how they were able to recreate the Yoruba identity. It was always there, but they had tussles and fights and wars, and those things affected the collective identity or the collective peace and harmony. So they had to come up with that name all over again. That man was in the 11th century. The person who is laughing and insulting you with the video that somebody sent to me, he doesn't have a history of anybody he can look up to like that. The only person in his history, by the way, is not Igbo. The only person in his history that he can look up to was the one that was defeated by a Ewedo. I won't say anything more than that. And if he comes that is looking for me to come and argue with him, not me. I can't argue with an ignorant. Just be shouting my name for waiting. I don't even know waiting. But the point I'm trying to say, what was I saying? I was talking to you about is paternity. So yes, but you see, the thing is, it depends on how you relate with him. Let me give an example. Do you know there is a way movies, music and TV, I don't think you are listening. I don't do this thing here. Please, if this is your pattern, maybe you should step out, please. Please step out. If you have a problem with what I'm saying, you don't have to be here. I don't like explaining myself over and over again and the person just choosing not to understand. Let me ask you guys in the comment section, did whatever I say right now invalidate the myth of origin? Did anything I say right now invalidate the myth? Please write in the comment section, yes or no. Is there anything I said right now that invalidates the myth? Why are you like this? Don't bring up what I'm not saying. If you are thinking it, think it, and it's okay. But don't say I'm saying what you are thinking I'm saying. That just because you are thinking it doesn't mean I'm doing it. I'm telling you that the myth gives us a sense of identity. It has its own place. This is actually funny. A person without a father asking me to provide the name of my father and that I must provide. You don't have a father now. Why would I be the one to now provide the name of my father? What would that do for you? It doesn't give you any identity. The myth answers the question of identity. Listen, there's archaeological evidence right now that tells us how everything happened 5,000 years ago. We have that. So we have the scientific answer, but we have the identity answer. The question of identity is usually solved in ancient times with myth. And I mentioned Bayajida in the north. I mentioned even the Adamic story, the Adam story for the Jews. That's what they're trying to get to, is a question of identity. But you see, the myth, especially in our own case, and in most cases in Africa, does not necessarily equate to the history of the person. I was going to say something earlier, and let me give it this way. I said something, and a very respected person called me and then said, "Are you connected to Awolowo? Like, what town are you from?" This is actually it was a serious conversation from family members. What's the name of your family? What's the name of your dad? Where are you from? What's the name of your town? What were they trying to say? They were like, say there's a way I say Papa. I said no, everybody calls me Papa, but you say Papa, there's a way you say it. Like, this is from his family. Why is that important? Today, there are people that say Odudua, Odudua, Odudua. They may not be biologically connected, but they see him as Papa. So whether I'm biologically connected to Awo or I'm from Ikene, that's secondary. The point is that he is Dad. Now, in that sense of identity, that's where I find that. The political identity of a Yoruba man in Nigeria today is only found in Awo. It's the fact. The same way that happens as far as politics in Nigeria goes is the same way it happens as far as your identity as a human being goes. So back in the day, they had to make it very clear. Listen, the world began in Ife. By the way, the Chinese said the exact same thing. Many cultures don't have that thing. Again, they are in the comment section just laughing away because you can be ignorant and be happy. Just laughing away. It means your people never answered that question, and the reason is because they were just recently put together. And I'm not going to mention any group. The Chinese believe that the earth began in the middle. You hear the concept of Middle Earth. It's a part of China. The Egyptians believe the same. The Egyptians believe the same thing. The Jews have their own history. If you are an ancient people, most likely you are going to have to come up with something to explain, to answer the question of where am I from. We came out of this place. Oduduwa came from heaven. O teworo. Nígbà tó dé gbogbo ilẹ̀ omi nìkan ló wà kò sílẹ̀. Ó mú iyẹ̀pẹ̀ nínú àpò àtẹ̀díẹ̀ ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ márùn-ún. Ó da iyẹ̀pẹ̀ sílẹ̀. Adìẹ wà ńbẹ̀. Adìẹ wá tàn ilẹ̀ yẹn wá ń fẹ̀. That is not answering the question of history. It's answering the question of origin. Àwọn orúnmọlẹ̀ wá sọ̀kalẹ̀ gbàtàn wá dé àwọn kan fẹ́ àwọn bímọ. That's how we now came. It's not that you're going to be looking for your family records and looking for your surname as Ogun or Oya. That's not the point. It's just to tell you that this place I am in, I am autochthonous to this. I'm autochthonous to this particular area. This is where Ibinofori Misolesi. That's the point of the myth. That's what makes it important, regardless of religion. Which is why, regardless of okay, no, it's fine. Movies and music is fine, and I apologize if you didn't say it correctly. So please help me. I thought it was Orumila that first came. Never thought it was Dua Irumole. We'll talk about that later. As a matter of fact, there are different versions of these stories. There's one where Obatala was sent before even. You know what? The best place I can do this thing is going to be like a closed door meeting where I can ascertain that the people that are there, I know them. Guys, don't disturb me now. What's this? Come. Yes, now. Take it. Whatever. Just take it. No, because even that Obatala story, something happened on the journey. He was man. The day I'm going to, I will say it well, but I am. If you notice, I'm also jumping certain things because of what she's shaking. Sherry, Agent Soyoba. Obatala Lodumare ẹran. Nígbà tí bàbá ń bọ̀, bàbá nǹkan kan ṣẹlẹ̀ tí bàbá ṣe. Nǹkan tí bàbá ṣe yẹn náà máa ń sọ nínú àwọn tó ń bọ Ọbàtálá ń sìn pé wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe. Mi fẹ́ lọ sínú ẹ má kọ sínú comment section tó bá ti yé yín ó ti yé yín náà nìyẹn tó bá yé yín ẹ má wọrí tó bá yá máa tún sọ. Tó mo ti pé àwọn ọ̀nà kan ti ń wọlé. Ìgbà tí bàbá ṣe nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ yẹn ni Olódùmarè wá fúnra rán Oòduà ló wá parí iṣẹ́ tó yẹ kí Ọbàtálá ṣe. Gbogbo wọn wá rọ̀. Ṣé rí àwọn míì wà nù wọn tó jẹ́ pé these things is difficult to. So there are things that in classes, like when I was in school, we would discuss these things and I will be able to interrogate it. But ṣé lórí social media yìí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ èèyàn emotion wọn fi ń gbọ́rọ̀ so láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọn àbẹ̀rẹ̀ sọ di kíní ni or that's why I'm always putting out the caveat. I am not having a religious conversation here. It's history and it's connected to the myth. And if all you are seeing is just oh, you will not get it. You will not get it. And even then, there are some things I'm trying not to say. Orumila, we'll talk about that later. But what was I trying to say? Can we call Adam and Eve story a mythology? Of course, it's a myth. Ariagilete, Adam and Eve, that's creation myth. It's part of the creation myth of the Hebrews. But it explains a lot to them. It explains identity. It explains origin. If they want to explain history, if you notice, they start their history from Abraham. But if you want to teach salvation through Christ as a Christian, you have to start from Adam. But if a Jew wants to talk to you about his ancestry, it doesn't start from Adam. It starts from Abraham. Why? That is his Odudua. He was the one that before him, everything else pales in comparison. Even Noah is not as important to the Jew as Abraham. Of course, Noah is important too. But I'm saying in terms about understanding his identity, that's why you hear the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Abraham is the beginning of the covenant. And they see themselves through his eyes. Now, to finish the answer to that question, the myth gives us that stuff, but then the historical part is what I said earlier. It was a man who walked amongst us, who lived among us, who did marvelous things, mighty things, and you just could not look at him and see a human being. So Arabs stole the mythology of Hebrew. I don't know. Let's not use the word stole. You know why? Benin copied the mythology of Yoruba people. The Igbos recently copied the mythology of the Benin and the Yoruba people. Let's not use the word steal. Around this part of the world, especially in the forest regions below the Niger, the Yoruba myth is actually the one everybody copied. I said it. And by the way, if anybody wants to make me prove it, I will prove it, and I will tell you the books to read, and you'll find it there. It's the literal copy. Benin have two. You find one in H.F. Marshall's work, Intelligence Report on 40. You find the other one in A Short History of Benin by Jacob Egareva. It was published in 1934. And those two things connect with Odudua. Every ancient culture have myth. Namaka and Eri. And what they said was that himself and his wife descended together. Every time you guys say descent of Odudua is fake, it's because you don't know how they even made up your own, or what it is. You don't know it. So my assignment to you, Ayadiego, go and look for how Namaka and Eri, how they descended on earth. When you find it, all this your stupidity will go away. I promise you. No, it cannot go away. Maybe to reduce. Because you guys are you don't know it too. You now be insulting the people that know their own. Now that I've answered your question, I can mute you now. All right, where were we? I think I've answered that question. Maiwa, àti dáhùn bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìbéèrè yẹn lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn, àwọn tó wọlé ìlú jẹ́ kí n fẹ́ sọ tán, bọ́ ẹ kí n parí ẹ kí n sọ díẹ̀ níbẹ̀ ní Yorùbá. Ó ní bàbá, ó ní ìyá, wọ́n bí, ó dàgbà, Ifẹ̀ ló ti bí, Òkè Ọ̀rá ló ti wá. Àwọn tó jẹ́ àwọn àrọ́mọdọ́mọ ẹ̀ sì wà pẹ̀lú wa lónìí. E.g. ẹni tó ń bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ yìí, tó jẹ́ àrọ́mọdọ́mọ ẹ̀. Àwọn ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ìlú nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, wọ́n máa ní nǹkan ṣe pẹ̀lú àwọn aládé ibẹ̀. Àwọn aládé tó ń jẹ nílẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ lónìí báyìí, àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ ni, àwọn tó wà ní Bìní, àwọn tó wà lọ́yọ̀ọ́, àwọn tó wà ní oríṣiríṣi àwọn ìlú káàkiri. Ṣùgbọ́n bóyá wá jẹ́ ọmọ bíbí inú ọmọ ẹ̀ àbáwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ o, àbí ó ṣáà jẹ́ Yorùbá, gbogbo wa lọ́mọ ẹ̀. Gbogbo wa ni ọmọ Oòduà. Lóòótọ́ àwọn kan sọ wípé àwọn ọmọ Oòduà, àwọn ọmọ báyìí ni wọ́n ṣe rí, kò lè ṣaláì má rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Tí n bá sọ ń sìn pé àwa kan ọmọ Awólọ́wọ̀, ṣe àwọn kan jẹ́ pé àwọn òṣèlú NCNC làwọn ń ṣe o, bó ṣe rí gbà yẹn náà nìyẹn. Tó bá bá yín pé àwọn kan sọ pé àwọn ọmọ Odùduwà, òwe tẹ̀ sọ wípé Odùduwà ni bàbá Yorùbá, á túmọ̀ sí wípé irọ́ ló pa fún wa nìyẹn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kọ́. Àwọn kan máa wà, wọ́n lè jẹ́ kéréje, wọ́n lè máa pọ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n bóyá àwọn ń sìn yìí, mi ìfẹ́ dárúkọ olóyè kan tó jẹ́ pé ó máa ń bá bàbá ṣe ńgbà yẹn pàpà wọ́n jọ máa ń ṣe ìjà wá dé Oríndòwe ẹni tó bá tẹ̀lé ru bàbá yẹn sìn ó lè sọ pé ara o àwọn oṣù ọmọ Awólọ́wọ̀ o ìyẹn ò túmọ̀ sí wípé in tó pọ̀ jù nù wá ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá la rí Awólọ́wọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí bàbá wa ṣé nǹkan tí mo sọ yẹn so tí nǹkan máa sọ fún yín sìn pé èèyàn kan mò ń gbọ́ mi kan pé àwọn kan lọ kọ́ àwọn ọmọ ṣọmọ ṣé àwọn kan àtẹ pé lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí kí n sọ Yorùbá ṣé lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí wọ́n jà nígbà tí Ọbàtálá wà ní Ìjẹ̀tà Oko àwọn kan wà pẹ̀lú wọn ìkan náà àwọn tó wà pẹ̀lú wọn jẹ́ Ọba Wìnrìn ẹ jọ̀ọ́ power tap ẹ jọ̀ọ́ power tap. ok tí n ṣe máa parí ọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ Yorùbá ní màá máa sọ ẹni tó bá ti ẹni tó mọ̀ pé a gbọ́ máa dẹ̀ dájú pé mi ò ṣe àmúlùmálà so that mo ti sọ so that kó má bàjẹ́ pé àwọn tí ò yẹ ló máa gbọ́ nǹkan tó yẹ kán gbọ́ bí wọ́n bọ́rọ̀ mi ti sí ṣe rí nígbà tí wọ́n ń jagun yẹn àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí Ọbàtálá wà ní Ìjẹ̀tà Oko ó débi kan tó jẹ́ pé àwọn kan sọ pé àwọn ò tiẹ̀ padà lọlé mọ́ nígbà tí wọ́n fẹ́ parí ìjà orúkọ wọn wà o ìjọ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ bọ̀ kì í ṣàròsọ o nígbà tí wọ́n fẹ́ parí ìjà pé ó yá ẹni yẹn wọ́n pè é ní Ojúmọ́ ó yá àtọ̀tún àtòsì kan parí ìjà káwọn yẹn kan padà wọnú ìlú àwọn kan náà ò lè padà àwọn kan nu wọ́n lọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìlú mi ṣé láwọn yẹn àwọn kan wà láàrin wọn tí wọ́n sọ pé bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ẹni tó ń tẹ̀lé ń gbà yẹn ó padà sínú ìlú wọ́n tẹ̀ parí gbogbo ẹ̀ àwọn kan dì sọ pé àwọn ò padà àwọn kan wà nù wọn àtàwọn ọmọ wọn àtàwọn ìrandíran wọn tó wà pé àwọn ń ṣe ètò dùà a lè ṣaláì má rí irú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ nínú ìtàn èèyàn kì í ṣe pé Yorùbá máa ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ bó ṣe rí gbogbo ibi nìyẹn so bó ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà Oòduà ó sì ń ṣẹlẹ̀ dìsìn yìí náà bá a ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí ń sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí sìn tó wà pé Afẹ́nifẹ́re àwọn kan ní àwọn Fáṣọ̀rántí àwọn kan àwọn ń ṣe Afẹ́nifẹ́re gbogbogbò aláwọn tẹ̀lé Adébánjọ bó ti jẹ́ pé àwọn tó tẹ̀lé bàbá Adébánjọ yẹn wọ́n ń ṣe báwọn ṣe ń pè é sìn àwọn kọ́lù ẹ̀kí wọ́n ṣe tẹ̀lé with all due respect torí wọn ò bìkítà nípa ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ọ̀tọ̀ nìkan tó wà ló mú lọ́kàn wọn àwọn fẹ́ sílẹ̀kùnlẹ̀ fún gbogbo ayé tiwọn ni kì í ṣe fún wa ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀kan tí mo gbìyànjú àti sọ ni pé táwọn kan bá sọ pé Afẹ́nifẹ́re ń sìn tá a bá dárúkọ Ọba Olúfàlàyà bá dárúkọ bàbá Fáṣọ̀rántí ẹ ti máa rí àwọn kan tó wá pé àwọn wà níbẹ̀ yẹn ṣerú àwọn èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ẹ lè ṣaláì máa ní wọn ní ìran láti ìran díran ó máa wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ Odùduwà ṣùgbọ́n ọmọ Odùduwà gbogbo wa bóyá wọ́n bí ẹ ó jẹ́ ọmọ títí ẹ àbò kan ṣáàjẹ́ yóò bà nígbà táwọn bàbá Awólọ́wọ̀ máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ tó ń ṣe 1945 wọ́n sọ ẹgbẹ́ ọmọ Odùduwà we look up to him as our father therefore we are from him regardless of biology the same way we can say we look up to Awólọ́wọ̀ as our father and therefore we are from him regardless of biology we are all his children all right. But yes, there's a physical aspect to it. But even when you're studying your history, you'll be told the mythical aspect because it helps you understand how the history is founded. There are three parts to this thing. There's the historical part, there's the mythical part, there's the scientific part. And thank God for Yoruba people, the three have answers. And the three are recorded, and the three are produced, and the three are published. That is a blessing. We can explain our history just historically on personalities and characters and timelines. We can also talk about the myth that happened before time. You know how important our myth is? Let me even tell you something. You know how important our myth is? It was so important that in the 19th century, when the British, the missionaries, when they got to Ibadan and Oyo, they told them that they have to get to Ife because that's the origin. The Alaafin said to the missionaries, that's the origin of all of us. The same thing in Ibadan, they told David Indira. When Indira eventually got to Ife, you know what they told him in Ife? They told him that, listen, your fathers were created in Ife. That's what they told a white man. That's why I say, as a Yoruba man, your fathers saw white people and looked, that was so like, listen, when they look and say, let me even tell you what they said, which is actually crazy. They said, we can show you the place where your fathers left from in Ife. That's what they told the white missionaries. They didn't accept Christianity in Ife at gunpoint. By the way, the first time Christianity got to Ife was in the 16th century. There's a place called Ileleri in Ife. When they came back in the 19th century and they say, oh, Jesus, they said, okay, as far as they were concerned, it's just another one of the deities we're going to add to the pantheon. So when people say things like colonization, they brought guns, you don't know the history of how it got to Ife or how it got to Yoruba land. As he was bringing the Christians, you were born here. What does that do for you as a Yoruba person? You don't have to explain your identity from. You don't need Greek mythology, Norse mythology, or any mythology to. You already have your Yoruba mythology to tell you this is where I'm from. It's so powerful that Professor Karen Baba, she's white. She was in Ife, OAU. She learned that. As a matter of fact, she lived in Okuku. That's Governor Oyinlola's house. I'll see if I can find that video. She believed all these things. I mean, she studied it. When Kariesi, the president Oni, went to London and they met, she was saying it like, she was speaking Yoruba, of course. Just to let you know that these things, so mythically, as from the mythical perspective, you can describe it. From history, you can divide it. From science, from science, which I'm not going to get into today. From science, when you want to use scientific explanation using archaeology, you can also explain it. You can explain how your identity was formed about 5,000 years ago. As I said it right now, I just remember two sources: archaeological work, historical work, peer-reviewed, not Aroso. The tracing of the migration patterns, you can also explain scientifically. And just in case you don't know, you are one of the most researched people groups on the continent of Africa. There's nothing, and I'm not even missing words. There is nothing in your history that has not been researched. Nothing. Shall I say it again? There's nothing, including skirts, the beads, the hair, the hair, the clothing, your tools, the beads, the pottery. Maybe one of these days we'll have a conversation of the connection between pottery and iron ore in Yoruba history. Our history is beautiful. Your face mark, thank you. And by the way, thankfully and humbly, whenever I have to say these things, I will not just say it from my head. I can always tell you, read this, read this, read this, read this. Your weaponry. We're doing a project once, right? And we're bringing, we had some materials. Prof is not here right now. Man, we have to even get back to some of those things. So we wake up and we're having meetings, just poring over books, the kind of weapons they used back in the day, the shape of the. If you know what they've written about Yoruba people, that's why all this Okuma Forayin way and your man do me. Everything, the way you sat, the chairs, the greetings, the family structure, the place of a woman, your spirituality, the diversity of deities, the creation of certain religious sects, the creation of religious philosophy, your philosophy itself, it's amazing. Goes DNA, exactly. Iweleru, everywhere you turn, you are bombarded with things that make you proud, right? And also challenges you. So this is not just to make us feel good. I was answering a question about Odua apparently, but it's not just to make us feel good, it's also to tell us about possibilities. If my fathers had no internet, had no airplanes, but they were traveling to Mali and they were trading. They understood international trade. When they were trading with France or Francia and with the Vikings, they were doing international trade in Yoruba land. So that challenges you. Like, okay, so what do I build on of all of these things I'm doing? And then how do I replicate some of the things from the past today? And I've said it several times, I'll say it again. If you look at our movie industry, our music industry, our fashion industry, banking industry, tech, what you see is a replication. Even our priesthood, even the churches you see in Yoruba land, all those things you are seeing, forget religion for a second. I'm talking as we are studying it now. Even Christianity, as practiced in Yoruba land, has in it certain traits from the past. Let me tell you something. On this continent of Africa, the biggest religious tourism happens in Yoruba land. In whether it's in Elesa Balaye or you are talking about Christianity. I don't care about your religion. Forget that for a second. When they are having Holy Ghost Congress at Redeemed, when they are having the one at Shiloh at Canaan land, what do you think is happening? The largest musical concert on earth holds at TBS annually. The largest Christian musical concert on earth. In fact, largest concert period. More than 500,000 people are in a place. Don't see, sometimes when you look at some of these things, don't be carried away by, oh, what religion? There are things you are seeing. You look at the way the way they organize. I'm not saying that people don't do it though, but apparently the structure, the churches that are thrive the most in the country, they are from a particular ethnic group. And it's a product of something. Let me give you two examples very quickly. How we got here, I don't know, but we are here. Redeemed Christian Church of God was founded by Baba Kindayomi. Baba Kindayomi was in CNS. He was actually a CNS prophet before everything became Pentecostal like it is. Bishop Oyedepo was born in CNS. I was born in CNS, by the way. CNS was the one church that trumped even the African church in the 1920s in indigenizing Christianity in Yoruba land. As of 1901, Yoruba ministers, Kumuyi, thank you, math tuition. Kumuyi, Deeper Life. Think of all the biggest MFM. I see people on social media getting angry. Why Yoruba people always I see they're the only one that didn't pastor. I think it goes way back. Kumuyi is also connected to CNS. SBJ or Shofa is also connected to CNS. CNS, let me just give you very quickly. In the 19th century, in the 1800s, Samuel Kwada rose and did fantastic things in his Yoruba land, in Igbo land, worked even with some Nupe people, did fantastic stuff. Our other people did great things, right? Became the first African bishop. The first bishop on the continent of Africa is a Yoruba man. When the whites got threatened by him and the likes of him, by 1901, they came up with the idea of African church in Breadfruit, in Lagos. They started that church, 1901. And what did they do? They Africanized, they Yorubanized Christianity. Not Africanized is too big, it's too abstract. They Yorubanized Christianity. Such that even those who still remained in CMS, like Baba Orimolade, by the time they were living in 1924, because he was an evangelist, he preached in Kaba, Ilorin, all of those places before he eventually traveled to Lagos in 1924. 25 CNS Society started. That became the fulcrum of many of the organizations of the churches you see today in Nigeria are directly or indirectly linked to the CNS. Why? Some of the biggest churches you see in the country today are linked to CNS. And it was not syncretic, but it was culturally aware. CNS, I was born there. I am proud. I left there many years ago, but I'm always proud to talk about it. When you understand what he did, he was able, these people, he was able to indigenize Christianity without syncretizing. What you will find, for instance, in Brazil, where you see candomblé and then Santeria and Cuba, that's syncretism. In other words, you're bringing two religions together. What he did was to retain one religion, Christianity, but use cultural, but appreciate his culture, even in his worship, so that you don't have Europeans in Yoruba land. You have Yorubas who are Christians. Guys, that is why I tell people that if you really think about it, the way they indigenize Yoruba, see what Apostle Babalola did. That was in the 1930s. The way they married culture and religion is what you see in all the things that you see Tokwa Alabi doing. These things did not start today. And guess what? Everything you see them even doing in the 1900s, you can trace that back to before Christ, to Orunmila. I'm not saying they learned Ifá. I'm saying that the concept of a people to think critically is actually linked sometimes, in many cases, to their civilization. Do you know what it means? Let me tell you something. Do you know what it means to be a pastor? You sit down, preaching on Sunday is just 10% of, it's a very tiny fraction of what it is. You are surrounded mostly by books and you're praying. So there's a spiritual part where you're praying, then there's a study. Let me ask you a question. When you look through your history as a Yoruba person, who do you see as the most studious person? Leave religion on one hand. Who do you see in your understanding of your philosophy and your history? The person, of course, in recent times, or that man can read, but I'm not talking about him now. I'm saying in history, is Orunmila. He wasn't reading books, he was observing and philosophizing, and he was teaching his disciples. He had 16 disciples, by the way. And he would teach them, and then he would think about stuff, and then he would teach them. So whether you are part of that faith or not, the philosophy and the structure that he created is given from generation to generation. Therefore, you can replicate it in your own generation. Therefore, it is no surprise that when you look at what we do, it is the way we do it. And I know that Nigeria is a handicap, to be honest. But even despite the issues, see how the things that we're talking about. Your music, for instance, goes all the way. Excuse me. Your music, for instance, goes all the way back. And somebody wrote something. It's true. In the 1920s, Fela's grandfather decided to indigenize church music. You know, we take some things for granted. Gangan inside church was not something that was even popular until after CNS. Gangan, Yalu, Agbamole, all those things, nobody allowed it. You had to play Duru. The first person who made that thing who indigenized that thing, that particular part, although they will still play the Duru and everything, but make sure they were singing Yoruba song, to the point where he took Yoruba folk music and made the Christian songs, was Fela's grandfather. And he was the first recording artist in Nigeria, by the way. His first song, Ishe Oluwa, was recorded in 1921. That's the kind of heritage you have as a Yoruba person. It is not to fight about Kiniko, who is Kiniko, who is not Kiniko. It's about when you look back and you are able to, you can draw inspiration. The same way Fela's grandfather drew inspiration, and they may not even know what Fela's father actually knew what he was doing. They knew what they were, what am I saying? They knew they were very intentional about it. They were very, very intentional about it. And yes, Solu 28, you're right, he composed the Egba anthem, which, by the way, was my best anthem until I learned Ife anthem. Apologies to my Abeokuta people. Egba anthem is beautiful. I love the pentatonic scale. I love, oh man. Fantastic stuff. Lórí òkè òun pẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀, ibẹ̀ la gbé yí mi sí o, ibẹ̀ la gbé tọ́ mi dàgbà o. Ah man, this man. My challenge to you is this. See why? Yeah, it's a new account. Well, it's been new for like 6 months. Or it was new. It was last new 6 months ago. So, my challenge to you, Yoruba people, is what are you going to do? Like, what are you going to do with the information? How do you replicate this in the different fields? When people do music today and they sing it the way they're doing right now, it's a lot of. When you see Ashake sing, for instance, it goes all the way back. And then every time you move, you have the influences. For instance, you cannot sing Juju without Christian influences. You cannot sing Fuji without Muslim influences. It's just what it is. You can't have Fuji without Were. You can't have Were without Ramadan. See, appreciate what you have. Appreciate what you have. Like, it's amazing. I like to talk about the movies, for instance, where you have to go all the way back to the Alarinjo and the Egugun, then they move from one town to another, and then eventually the church influence as well. The church influence, how theater got into churches, in the Yoruba churches. How Baba Ogunde commercialized it. I remember I was watching an interview that he granted some time ago, and it was like, one of the challenges he had was Egun. Because people will be like, why should I pay? You are covering the door to do a play. Why should I pay when I can literally just watch Egun on the street? That's entertainment. In other words, he cannot talk. I mean, he could not talk about theater and film without talking about Egungun and church. Jola Depo used to play organ in church. He was one who wrote Obakoso. In the 1970s, they were already taking Obakoso to Germany. This is when people start shouting, want to go to Toronto Film Festival, which is fantastic. But your fathers did this thing in the 60s and 70s. The man that played Bashorun in Anikulapo, he was born in 68 in the UK. He was born when his father, Ogunde, took his troops to that place to attend a festival in the 60s. Owobo, I think that's his name. Fantastic actor. In the 60s, was born while they were there. Tonche Festival. We have a very long history and we have to cherish it. And the reason I talk about things like this is because I think people, amplify, oh, something is not working, space is not good. The question is this: if you remember where you are coming from, walai, if you really think about it deeply, it should challenge you to say, okay, in my own time, this is what I'm going to do. So that, just like they talk about Alabuku, for instance, that's what we've done in pharmacy. Alabuku is a combination of medicine from, as a matter of fact, that man actually called it from Liverpool. They imported some things from Liverpool and then had Jacob Odulata, that's his name, Blessed Jacob. Then they had local herbs, mix everything, and voila, Alabuku. Alabuku is now all over the world. Secret ingredient. But you cannot talk about that without talking about the Wetegbo Lewa. Like, what are we going to do with the information? Rather than us, that's why on Twitter people say things like, is this person's fault? I'm like, okay, so are you going to push them away from Yoruba? They are Yoruba, there's nothing you're going to do about it. But the information you have right now, what are we going to do about it? So yeah, let's build on what our ancestors have done. We have a lot of work to do in a different, and you don't have to be a governor, a president, Jacob Odulate was not a governor, was not a president, he was just a humble pharmacist who did not study pharmacy in uni. He studied pharmacy as an apprentice. He studied pharmacy as an apprentice. So it's not even about what did I study in uni. Meanwhile, I remember last week somebody was saying, you are not a historian, you did not study history in school. I'm like, is this where you are in 2025? You think it's about what you studied? Nah. I might as well go back and ask Oromila, what did you study in uni? You see the stupidity of some of these arguments. It's not about what you studied, it's about whatever he says that Kotori back say, Ejuewa. Why it's a wa she. Kàkà máa sọ pé kíní kan dá kí lèmi lè ṣe mo lè ṣe lẹ̀kẹ̀ ṣé mo lè ṣe bàtà ṣé mo lè ṣàga ṣé mo lè ṣe kíní kan bá ṣe ń dárúkọ àwọn tó lọ ṣe tán mọ kí náà pé eré mo dárúkọ eré I just remember something else, totally different from what we are discussing, but also shows the greatness of Yoruba people. That thing is called Idota. Idota. That will be the last thing I'll talk about today. No, it won't be the last thing I'll talk about, but it will be the last thing before I bring people up, because I think people should come up. It's 6:30 already. Let me tell you about Idota. We have not talked about what we are going to start tomorrow, so I have to even go so I can prepare for tomorrow. Let me tell you about Idota. So yeah, sculpture Agbegilere, our Toman Shere. We have terracotta heads that go as far back as 10th century AD in Ife. We have stone figurines. Then, of course, we then have, the bronze images. Many of them found in Lorokon Grove, Ife heads. That's a topic on its own. That tells you something about creating stuff. Talk about iron. I think we got to our iron age before Europe. I mean, like, we didn't have to go through Bronze Age before Iron Age like they did. That's what I mean. Like, they had to go through Ice Age, Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age. We didn't have time. We got to Iron straight. Well, I think we even got Bronze much later. One thing I want, daughter, if a man notices that ọlọ́jọ́ ní pẹ́ dé, ó ti dàgbà, ó ti fẹ́ lọ síbi tágbà ń rè, you will now commission an artist. I'm not talking about last century, I'm talking about centuries ago. You would commission an artist. They will now create something. What I'm about to say right now, it may shatter some people's beliefs, but trust me, I'm not reading anything. No, I'm not reading anything. I'm tempted, but I'm not reading. It's in Adema Kinwa's book. They will now commission somebody. One white benkan. In most cases, Omaje Ota. Ota is Okuta. Now, calling your daughter. It's working here. Surely a daughter ni. She had to go. Ekmo boy come and go Mukumbara Misoro. She got to go. King on daughter. She had to go. Just off in the comment section. I read it before. Oh, call a daughter. Ota is Okuta. One low Okuta yen. One low Okuta yen. One benkan nínú Okuta. Could be terracotta, stone figurines or something like that. Don't matter why Satan. One agbe pamọ́. Ó tẹ́ ní ẹ bá ti wá lọ síbi tá gbà rè. Wọ́n á gbé kíní ẹ̀ jáde. Àwọn á sọ wípé ó ti dọ̀tá. Nígbà tá à ń dàgbà. I'm just sharing this one with you. I will stop now. Me I no go. Nígbà tá à ń dàgbà. A máa ń wo àwọn eré kan pé èèyàn kan wọlé ó ti dọ̀tá. Ó wọlé ó di òkúta ó ti di kíní kan. Maybe it happened in some cases, but for most of the rich people back then, maybe they got, and by the way, you have to have food in your house to be thinking all these things in the 12th century. You have to have food to be thinking of this in the 10th century. If you don't have, your economy must be intact for you to be thinking of collecting, items, artistic kiniko. If you take back by all the ayo that's tell you that don't you share consider no to be share ele. So àwọn yẹn ti daughter. Yẹn ti so tó bá ti be pé no sinsi nígbà mi da ba àwọn àgbàlagbà kan sọ̀rọ̀. Da ba àwọn àgbàlagbà kan sọ̀rọ̀. Obankwa ori daughter means a man's head is impregnable, very strong. That's true. Not empty skull. That's true. You are right. Thank you for even correcting that. I saw it, but I was on a trajectory I didn't want to drop. But thank you for even giving us bigger English. Impregnable. That was good. So the point is that for the rich people that could afford it, that gives them is like a memorial. So every time you want to see that person, you're not thinking of a grave. You are thinking of there's a word. It's more like a cenotaph, but beyond that, there's an object that's something grand and physical and tangible that you could see you know. All right, let's bring people up, and then we'll talk about what would you like. What would you like? Should we continue Yoruba history tomorrow? No. I said we're using Yoruba history to do break, and then we'll go back to our war. God bless you, our own. Oh, God bless you. Thank you, guys. He immortalized himself by creating a monument. That's what I was looking for. See, it's good to have fantastically smart people in the comment section. Thank you. Yes, monuments. So you have a monument. You're not thinking of a grave. Let me give you an example. If you hear Oromiyan in Ife today, do you ever think of a grave? No, you think of the staff. You think of the staff. You think of that monument. That is what you think of when you think of Oromiyan. You don't think of Bonosi Oromiyansi. No, you just think of that Okpa. When I was growing up, they said that Owobe, Owole, Owadi Okpa. Let me tell you something. It's easier for the most part. We explain things we don't understand using spiritual stuff. But you know that it's actually more. By the way, there are spiritual things. So there are spiritual things. Make no mistake. So, but this particular thing is pure craftsmanship, fantastic craftsmanship. But you know, to even explain that thing, and you see it in different parts of the world. It's in Egypt as well. You have things like that. How do you do that kind of thing? See, that how is what opens people's brains up. The obelisk. Thank you, Romeo. How do you create something? And by the way, they created something similar in OAU. If anybody here has ever been to Ezekiel Oluwasomi, the library, you see that Okpa in front of the library. That's what they were doing. They're trying to replicate the Okpa Romeo. It's in OAU. Not for worship, but as an artistic statement. Amazing stuff. When you think about how do you create something like this, not in 2025, or not with concrete and cement and kapopo. How do you do this kind of thing in the 12th century? How do you do it in the 13th century? See that question is what triggers our brains and our minds and makes us now start developing things in Yoruba land. But once we say it's spiritual, it's done. I'm not saying there are no spiritual things, though. There are. They are. And they exist. They exist. But I'm saying that sometimes if we're not careful, we might spiritualize science. And the minus in that is not that it affects us, really. It's just that it affects our capacity to replicate what our ancestors did. I hope you get the point. All right, let's leave it at that. All right. Yoruba, Awolowo, Willings Commission. We have all these kind of options. I'm so jealous. So you can just walk to where Okparomiyo is. You cannot just walk to where Okparomiyo is. So they have. There's a shrine around it. There's a. You can't just walk into Okparomiyo. There's a shrine. There are things. There's a spiritual aspect to it. Because again, it's a way of venerating Oromiyo. So there's that. And there's nothing you can do about that. But I'm just saying that beyond that, there's something else. All right. X-Men Logan was copied from the attributes. Timbatika. Once if I'm able to. Somebody on TikTok, sorry, 1 second, dark word. Please mute. Somebody on YouTube said something very, very powerful. The deification of many Yoruba heroes has made their history difficult to study for Yoruba Christians because Christians cannot be reciting Odifa, it is incantation. No. The thing is that it is layered. It is layered. It is layered. You know, Yorubas have a saying, and it's important to create mystery around stuff. But sometimes that mystery can also affect the replication of things because there's no democratization of knowledge. That's one. Now, of course, there are Christians who think that everything cultural is spiritual, because there are also some of us who are spiritual who think everything is spiritual, and that's why I usually have issues with certain people who just think everything is spiritual. There's a spiritual component to everything. The world is spiritual, life is spiritual, but there are some things that God, in His infinite mercies, has chosen to grant us. The Bible says that the things that are not known, the things that are known are given to us by God. No, how did they say it? The secret things belong to God, but the things that are known are revealed to us and our children. The thing is, there are things that are not known, but there are things that God in His infinite mercies has decided to show us. The problem is that some of us decide not to see it because we have mystified it. And young Yoruba people, we are very spiritual people, but I can assure you, we are very scientific. If you not today, we are very, very scientific, and very artistic as well. Very. The political system of the political structure of Yoruba, for instance, is not based on spirituality. People think it's spirituality because they hear Ogboni. All the spirituality. Of course, there are rituals. And when you hear rituals, doesn't mean that they are. It's just like processes that you have to go through, the structures that they have. Maybe of course there will be sacrifice and all those things, and things evolved over time. We're not going into all those things, but the point is that even in the things they did, it wasn't just spiritual. If I for instance, like someone was saying about Ifa, there's a sacred part of it. There's the intellectual part of it. I've always been interested in the intellectual part of it. I've been studying that thing and you can never stop studying it, by the way. But this is the point. How do I say this thing? When you study these things, you can acknowledge the spirituality of the author, and I'm speaking as though it's a book. You can acknowledge the spirituality of the author, and you can see it in the works. But you can also understand something called the power of observation. That place, it becomes easy to teach Yoruba philosophy. If you don't get to that place, I don't care how angry you get on social media, nobody would care. If you're just shouting, all the you people, you say you are Christian, you don't know anything, it's our origin, okay. If I ask you philosophically what you are telling me, you cannot answer. And that is the thing that unites the philosophy. Because listen, this is the crazy part. Whether you believe in Ifa or you don't believe in Ifa, all of us Yoruba people, we live based on the philosophy of Orunmila in one way or another. But it can be philosophy without it being spirituality. And that's why you see someone, for instance, like Mahatma Gandhi, talking about the philosophy of Jesus. He wasn't a Christian. And that's why he said, I love the Jesus is the Christians I don't like. I don't use the word hate. He loved Jesus. Some of the things you saw in the non-violent movement were from Matthew chapter 5. Of course, that's the same thing that MLK also did. Was from Matthew. There's a philosophy, there's a spirituality, but all of us will be fine. Let's power tap like we stole church offering. Jesus is the gorilla. Where do you come up with these things? But thank you. Intel, okay, thank you. All right, so we have one person who has chosen to come up. It's 6:43, so we're going to run like somebody said, somebody that stole offering. We didn't sell offering, we're going to be very fast, okay? So let's make it short. I hope we had this. It's supposed to be a break, so today was a break. I tried not to bring out too many books because I just wanted to chat. Tomorrow, maybe we should chat again. I don't know. Please let me know in the comment section what you'd like us to discuss tomorrow. And then once I'm out of here, I'll just dust my notes. All right, let's have our people coming up. So let's make it quick as well. don't make it too long. So a dark poet will go, and then we'll have let's try and keep it to 2 minutes or maybe 3. Anything on Awo? Okay. Awo. Okay. So let's have dark poet, please. You're coming up. If you send your request, I brought you up. Please mute. FFT, David, please mute. All right. Anything on Shango? Panther 7. Let's talk small about Abiola. You've talked about Abiola before now. That on film was two time. We talked about Abiola. Willings Commission. I see Willings Commission. Prof, how Awa and Akintola fell out. See, this is why I said don't just, let's do like this. I mentioned the options. You now pick one. Because at this point, you are spreading it. Everything is valid though. We can discuss everything, but we cannot discuss everything because of time. But not like we cannot because of capacity. So because of time, let's choose. Willings Commission report talks about state creation. Awo, we can learn something from past philosophy. We can pick 1 or 2 books. It can't be 1 or 2, but at least we can use a base. Willings Commission talks about state creation and what happened in 58. We'll see. If you talk about Willings Commission, you will talk about Awo. What time does the live start? It starts 1 p.m. Ife time. Ile Ife ni orírun ayé. Even the anthem concept is proud. Ile Ife ni orírun ayé. So is Ile Ife ni bidojúmọ́ ti mọ́ wá. 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Yoruba people, the past, present, and future. That's like a year's worth of teaching. How do you pronounce Oduduwa's father name? Send me a message. I'll type it, then I'll put the army because I want to come maybe. 31 minutes or Oduduwa's father again. Tabaranti, you can't bury. Ni bury akoko so. Oduduwa Yoruba and Benin relationship. You want me to start Benin again? You want to start Benin again? Educated stream, please just send me a message. I'll show you the. In fact, I can even say it now. It's like ta 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 ta. That's the Amiori eniye. Ta ta pam pam. Amiori orúkọ eniye. Orúkọ tí yàn kọ́kọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn. Àmì àti e méjì tó wà lábẹ́ wọ́n ní tó lábẹ́. So ní méjèèjì. Kì í ṣe domi o. Ó ní wọ́n á fi kọ́ mi lè fi kọ́ mi àmì ẹ̀ ò dùn. Ẹ yára fọ̀rọ̀ bì nílẹ̀. So before we go, we'll decide, and then we'll start that tomorrow. So let's have Dark Poet, the origin and meaning of the word Yoruba. There's a video of that on my YouTube page. Please watch it. It answers that question: the origin of the word and the meaning. Let me just quickly answer that one. There are different theories about the origin, but there's a video on the YouTube channel, Busui Oris on YouTube, that talks about the origin of the name Yoruba, and in there I presented different theories. And let me advise Yoruba people: be careful not to say it's just one thing, especially on that particular matter. Be careful not to say it is one thing and that is it. It may not be that. But be open to all the options, because these are things that people have researched and worked on. But you find it, whether it's the one from Robert Orton or the one from Akinwumi Ogudiran or the one from Akintoye, different stuff. You're going to like it. All right. Dark Poet, please now speak, because I've been calling your name since. Emma Binu.
Yeah, I think one person mentioned something about the X-Men and the Yoruba deities.
Are you on YouTube?
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm on YouTube too. I do like almost all your platforms.
Wow, thank you.
I have like 3 or 4 gadgets like that, so I do follow every statement. So I think where the person get it from is from this guy, Dr. Umar Fatuni Johnson. I think he was one that spoke about the,
Dark Poet. that guy is not a good source of Kinyo.
I'm saying that's where he got it from. That's where he got it from. I have watched it. I've watched that video and but I don't see the source there. Although what he said looks alike, but I'm not into it fully because I need to see the source and I need to read more on it before I could agree with it. Because he mentioned Thor having the two edge sword look like Shango and Xavier look like Obatala and Co. Fine, it might be, it might not be. We never can tell for now until we have more information on that particular topic. So I saw it, but it's rarely people because people want to associate. Oh, now we get this thing.
Let me from. Yes, I want to tell you something very, very, very important. Sherry, if sorry, I'm sorry. Please finish. When you're done.
No, go on.
With all due respect, I think many people in the diaspora are trying. They try to draw parallels, and it's natural, it's normal. But sometimes they force things.
Yes.
They force things. You can have an occurrence of an idea in different places at the same time. Sometimes intentional, sometimes just, let me give you an example. There was a time in Nigeria when, you remember this song, Pray For Me, Badura For Me by
Daria
Talade. At that same period, there was Wish Me Well by Timmy, what's this man's name? Shoot. Dakolo, God bless you, Timmy Dakolo. Sometimes things what's the word? No, correlation is not causation. That's what I'm looking for. Correlation is not causation. Sometimes things look alike. It doesn't mean it's a copy.
Yes.
And also, because if you are still under the influence of colonialism, you will try to make up for everything by saying you are superior to everybody. If you notice, it's not about what makes Yoruba better than America or King Kong. Once you say that, you don't know your history really.
Yeah.
So it's not to say, I can say that, just like you have Shango, you have Thor. I cannot say Thor is a copy of Shango. Do you know how old the Norse mythology is?
Yes, that's the question. Nobody knows. They never can tell.
Norse mythology is old too. Like the idea of Odin, Norse. Odin, Thor, going to Valhalla. All those things are very ancient as well. So, which river did they cross? There are some things that let me give you a question. And let me ask everybody just this small question. Why is it that just about every ancient civilization have stories on tortoise? Why do we all have, and every one of them use the same tortoise motif to teach morals, regardless of the story they are teaching? They all use tortoise. Why? Who copied from whom?
That's what me too. I think about, because when I studied the Egyptian gods too, there's similarity between the Egyptian, the Greek, the Norse mythology, and the Yoruba gods.
Yes, sir.
There are similarities between them, because I for once I studied all those things and I see so I tell people that I can't say which one comes first, but some people will be quick to say, oh, you are the first because you are the first woman, you are the first woman. I don't work like that. I like to have concrete evidence before I can say this is this. So that's for that. And for the richness in Yoruba culture, anything about the richness, I think some of us have not seen like 1% of it. That's why you can let some people tell you, oh, this is you insult your elders, or tell you this is this, and you believe them. If not, I myself, I'm talking, the way I've not even scratched the surface, and I'm loving it every day and every time. Because, like you said, it's spiritual, it's physical, it's scientific, it's philosophical, it's everything. Our people just need to put a little bit of effort in digging a little bit deep. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that submission. And that's the truth. But we're going to keep digging. And as we dig, whatever we find, we share. But as we share it, please don't sit on the information. Use the information for yourself to better your lot and the collective, so that in the next 50 years, they can talk about us and the things we contributed. Somebody says, Mbo, just before the next person, you need to talk about how Azikiwe relegated the Calabar people and engineered moving of capital of the East from Calabar to Enugu against British advice. Who said Calabar was international port? I have to note that, if we're going to discuss this, then it's going to be that we're discussing Willings Commission report. If we're discussing Willings Commission, then we can get into Azikiwe. Well, thank you very much for that. I think it's a very, 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 very important thing you just mentioned. Yeah, thank you. Where was I? Okay, thank you, Dark Poet. Let's go to FFT and then Elenio. Hey, John, Emma will send the Emma Tashe at Gishe. FFT, please go on.
Fine, good afternoon.
Afternoon. Yes, sir.
Not about Yoruba history today. Basically, the reason why I came up was just to, emphasize what you said about Yoruba people, not being able to divulge their, or should I even use the word reconcile, their religion, our history and mythology. There's this professor, which was one of the people that got me interested in the mythology, the history of Yoruba, and that's Professor Mrs. Iluwole. There's a video of us that she said, Ifa is not philosophy, but contains philosophy. It's not science, but contains science. It's not mathematics, but contains mathematics. So it means that Ifa, as you rightly say, is a purpose of different part of knowledge. So if a Yoruba person, and at the sound of somebody putting an Ifa, maybe a line in Ifa, if I start closing your ears, they are trying to...
No, don't say that way. Don't say that way. FFT, don't say that way. Don't say that way. No, don't say that way. Say it the other way.
Okay. Which other way do you want me to say it?
The other way is that if you're Yoruba, sometimes a person can come and say something using Ifa. For instance, there's a time, many times, people will come here and use Ifa, and I'll say Ashe.
Yes.
Sometimes, even if you listen to what they are saying, you can find parallels in Isaiah and Psalms. A lot of times, it's actually AYD. When you hear that, and the person says, "Be washing your dori wa your jotelo." Bóyá babaláwo ni o, bóyá wòlíì ni o, bóyá àfáà ni o, kí ló kàn tiẹ̀ àmì wàá ṣe. Gbogbo lọ́wọ́ yọ jorí, bí ọwọ́ ṣe ń yọ jorí wàá yọ àṣẹ ló kàn. So the point is, let's do it in a way that where we tell people to appreciate it rather than say, if you don't like it, that means you're not thinking. Do you get the point? Get what I'm trying to say? So let's say, okay, Toma Soba yo Igbami, and that's why Igbami, even from a religious perspective, many things. I grew up in CNS. Baba will say, ọ̀nà tó mi ń gbọ́ ọ̀nà tí omi ń gbà wọnú àgbọn tẹ́nìkan mọ̀, and then use it to pray. Omi àgbọn, you still find in the Bible, but omi wọnú àgbọn, but it's a power of observation. Just sit down like, how did the water get inside this thing? I can't tell. Nobody knows. So this is exactly how God is going to. So it's just the Yoruba way of imagery. Yorubas will not pray without providing an image. In other words, if I'm going to pray, this is deep stuff, guys. If I'm going to, if a Baba, even my own father, when they want to pray, they have to create an imagery. And they have to create an image. And what they're doing, Jesus is Lord. We have to change this audio. 1 second, guys. What they are doing is, and by the way, believe it or not, this.
I cannot hear you.
Believe it or not, this. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Believe it or not, this thing I'm about to say right now is in Yoruba, but it's very biblical. I'll explain something. When Yoruba elders want to pray for you, they do two things. They create images for themselves and for you. Whatever, once they create that picture, you are able to connect what they are saying to you to something. So it's not abstract. I'll give an example. In the book of Genesis, God calls Abraham and says to him, come with me, look to the heavens, count the stars. What God was doing for him was to give him an image, and then he said, as the stars are, so shall your seed be. In other words, the way you're looking at these stars and you can't finish counting them, that's how I'm going to give you your children. So now Abraham is not thinking of children in an abstract way. He's looking at the stars. Like if you read the book by Yongicho, Paul Yongicho said, in his own understanding, the point is that he now has an image to connect his faith to. So when you hear it is not so much incantation as it is providing an image for you to latch onto so that your faith can work. It's amazing what these old men know. But please continue.
So you've done justice to what I want. So basically, I just want to, like as you said, just encourage people to, look at it in the way that this Ifa and whatever knowledge base that our forefathers have brought before us is like an expo that we've not been exploring. There's a lot to learn from all those things, and people should be open-minded towards it. That's just basically what I'm going to say. And about the mythology of the Egyptian mythology, once in a while, at one point I've tried to read up and look for YouTube about it. Sometimes the Egyptian mythology used to sometimes look like the mythology of the Romans, the Hebrews, the Greeks, and sometimes I don't know which one comes first. That one too, baffles me.
Egyptian probably came first.
Yeah, because the whole story about Osiris, linking it to the way of the birth of Mary and all, they are just, but at the end of the day, their whole mythology is called myth for a reason. So yeah, I just want to implore more young people, especially young people, to look at these things in a way of finding knowledge rather than looking for the spirituality. The spirituality can come if you want to, but there are other things you can explore when it comes to the science, the philosophy that can advance our own society. So that's what I'm.
All right, thank you very much for that. We're going to do great things in our generation by God's grace. We will. Elenio, please. You'll be our final speaker for today. Elenio, do you know Fela or do you like Fela?
You mean me? Good evening, Chief Prof.
Good evening, sir. Evening, sir. I said, do you know Fela or do you like Fela? Which one?
I love Fela. I love Fela.
Fela Elenio.
I've been listening to your program for at least for over 2 months now, and I would want to tell you what you are doing is awesome. You're shaping our mindset, and it's been transformative. I met some of my friends. They were just like, oh God, what are you studying of late? Now, what are some of you of late? Anything we talk, you just make reference to book. I said, no, that's how intellectuals argue. So what you are doing, and at the point they were becoming uncomfortable because some of them, this tribal argument, I said, okay, go to this reference, go to this place. They would say, no, let's go to Google. I would say, no, that's not how to. So at the point they would want to dust it off. Let me use that language. They want to dust it off like. I said, no, okay, look at this book, Muntelad Njokuri. He said, we don't know the history, the study of later, none of that. So you're really doing a good job. And you made mention of something the other day that see people like Awolowo, the essence of all of this is to draw inspiration. Then I asked myself, if people like Awolowo could, without internet, with less technology, if they could do what they do, then is a clarion call to us. Like we have much work to do, drawing inspiration from them. So I just want to say kudos to you, and more. Then as we are doing the contemporary history, we should also, like this one you did today now, it was also another eye-opening. So I think we should also be looking towards that direction, at least for us to know our roots. Then I would also want to ask, what's the political inclination of Papa? Spiritual, sorry, I meant to ask, what was his spiritual inclination?
Okay, for my studies, Papa was a Christian, but he was also a practitioner of certain other faith. There's a traditional part
Sorry
of
if I may
it.
ask, just to ask for that, because there was this myth, or let me say, even that he was using booster to read. They were always like filled with charms, and that was the reason for their exceptional brilliance.
So I think the mistake people make is that when they cannot explain somebody's greatness, they chalk it down to spirituality. Ogboni is not a spirituality. Ogboni is a group. And this is what I'm saying. You see, back in the day, Ogboni actually were the judiciary of Yoruba towns. Was he Ogboni? Yes. He used to, I've seen some of his images with Shaki. But Ogboni is not a religion. But Ogboni has some form of spirituality and rituals, but you can't say which religion is the practice. It was Ogboni. That can't be the answer, if you get what I mean. So he was a Christian, but he also was a practitioner of certain traditional rites, which I don't want to go into. And there was one by Mike Omoleye. He's an old man. Baba is very old. It was like his contemporary, and he had mentioned some things about mysticism, and things like that. But let me say what I think from what I've studied about this man. I think there's the excerpts from one of his libraries where I saw things that you can only chalk down to law of attraction. Therefore, one of the things you can take away from some of those, without going into the details, one of the things you can take away from it is that they were exposed to knowledge, and they imbibe some of those things from a spiritual standpoint. They imbibe some of those things from a philosophical standpoint. I think that's about what I can say here.
Spiritual.
Yeah, some of those things he embraced from a spiritual standpoint. Some of those things he embraced from a philosophical standpoint, and some of those things are traditional. Some of those things are even foreign, according to what Michael Molaya said. He talked about the those circles, they have terms for some of these things. There's a particular word, phrase. I see, like, if I remember it, I'll let you know. Sean said that he had it, that Papa had it, and only few people had it, and things like that, But yeah, but it wasn't. But it was actually a fierce Christian, interestingly. I mean, yes, it was. It was involved in.
Dropped his name. And sure, that was the much we knew about him up until we began encountering that.
Who said he dropped? Who said he dropped his name? Ask them for the source.
That was what my dad told me. That was what my dad.
Some of these things are folklores. People, listen, read his books, and this doesn't make you a Christian, but read his books. He quotes the Bible copiously, and he also is not ashamed of his culture, of his tradition, and sometimes even to the spiritual aspect of it. But the idea that he dropped his name, I don't have anything to prove it. It was Obafemi Jeremiah Awolowo. Let me also say something. You see, that generation was the generation immediately after. It was about the same generation as Archdeacon Kiloko Abai. ROF. It was the same generation. In your opinion, our answer, please. It was the same generation. They were more like. So, for instance, someone was talking about Mason. Whatever they saw, please remember the name of this man. He's an Archdeacon, the man that started. Why did I forget his name? That started ROF. I'm sure somebody here knows the name. God bless you, KIB, Ogunbi. That generation, if they saw Freemason in the UK and they noticed that, oh, you're a Christian, but you're a Freemason, they will tell you that why should they join Freemason as Yoruba people? They will be Christians, but then they will now start ROF. The things they were doing were they were trying to prove many points. They were proving political points. They were proving identity points. They were proving cultural points. They were telling the whites that they could do exactly what the whites have done. They will hold on to the Christianity because they knew that Christianity is not from Oyinbo. It's folks that think that it came. The Oyinbo that gave Christianity himself got it through colonization. Rome colonized England for about 400 years. It was Rome that took Christianity to England. Rome got it from the Middle East. So the Yoruba guys will say, you know what, we're going to hold on to this thing. It'd be like say, get something, we'll go help us. But you know what, the way we're going to practice it, we're going to practice it as Yoruba. We are going to make the point that we are Yoruba Christians. So they made, some of them, it wasn't just Awo, many of them were in, even till recently, you will see Shaki, when they're going to church. I've seen it before. Lord service or for Lord, one program I went, this was in 2000. Now, Shaki supported was a church. Because for them, it wasn't, it's different now. It's different now. I cannot say go and do it now because things have changed. And I know what I'm saying. Most of the points they proved, we don't have to prove. That's the truth. But they needed to prove that point in their own generation. There's some things my father did I will not do. But they did it. And they were not hiding like, my aunt used to sing the song, I'm not going to sing that song because of the fact that everything has been spiritualized now. But it's not this. What it meant to them is not what it really means to us. For instance, when people start hearing things, just say, "Oh, I used to run in Abacha when I went to spend holiday in Abacha. You know, Abacha has so many lodges. And because everywhere is always boarded, you can't see inside. Just run around. I'm at Sakura, because we don't know what they are doing inside. Well, it's not for market area anyway. So just run and all of those things. The point is that for many of these people, they didn't really see any contradiction. I see the contradiction in mixing spirituality. I see it as syncretism, but I prefer the path of Orimolade personally. In other words, you hold on to your faith as a Christian, but you see that culture, you hold on to it as well. But I personally don't mix faith, but some people did, and they didn't see any contradiction about it. But again, generations are different. Now, to answer the last question that somebody asked, the person asked, did Awolowo make any mistakes? We're going to have a session on Papa. We can't even have a session on Papa. We have to have plenty of sessions on him. Did Awolowo make any mistakes politically? Of course. Of course. Of course. He did. But like I always say, hindsight is 2020. I don't know if I would have done any better if I was the one in his shoes. I thought you were done, Eleni. Oh, you're not done. Oh, sorry. Please finish up, and then we can.
In conclusion. So I don't know. I think we are really doing much in ways to.
Sorry, Eleni. One second, Eleni. So, Yomi, I've read the book. The reason a person becomes a Christian is not as important as what they do as Christians. That he went there because of Mama doesn't change the mind. The fact that he got in there, do you know how many pastors attended church because of a girl and became priests? What brought a person into the faith is not the same thing as what they did having joined the faith. Yeah, but please speak, Eleni, and then I will answer that last question, then I will end the live.
Okay, it's just like a conclusion. Like, I think we are then just to encourage other people. Like, if we can, I think two of my persons are here, which I tell them listening to this guy is worth listening. And I told some, because like in reaction to what you said now, like my dad and I was an Aoist. So one of the reasons he didn't give us an English name because he believed. So I think there are many lacuna in the information out there. All of my siblings, none of us have English name. He felt Awolowo drop his English name, he too should drop his own. So I don't know if we can encourage other people as much as possible. I told somebody recently that the way we study the Bible, no Genesis, no this one, no the story. But most of us, if not for what you are doing here now, most of us don't even know 2% on a scale of compared to what we know of the Hebrew culture. So I think if we, just to encourage other people here that we should spread the good news that we are getting here for more greater reach and more consciousness of the Yoruba people. Thank you so much. God bless you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I really do appreciate that. It means a lot. Thank you very much. You know what? I think let me be careful also the way I answered that question, what you said. I think I should also be careful. Let me not speak categorically like I know that he was referred to that by that name all through his life, especially even after he died. But let me put it this way. I don't have any sources to prove that he dropped his name. But if I find the sources, I will let you know. But it's not impossible that he may have dropped it. Right? It's not impossible. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. It's not impossible at all. And by the way, I did the exact same thing when I started studying stuff. It's just that after my dad passed, I had to now go through the stress of adding that name back. I don't have an English name. My dad did not give me an English name. He gave me a Hebrew name. But as soon as I think I was in, I just finished.
No Hebrew, no English, only Yoruba.
No, he gave me Hebrew. So after uni, I dropped the name. I stuck to Adebusui, my surname. But when my dad passed, the stress I went through in my life to change everything and impute that name, and the reason is because he named me after himself. So, some of these things, I mean, in brand, like, I don't even put it in my name, like, you don't know. But when it comes to government stuff, I had to go through every hurdle, BVN, NIN, FBK, all of them. Everybody change it back, because sometimes also it's also you. It's about his legacy, beyond the fact that I don't like. I think my kids, even as I gave them European names because of another reason. My kids have Yoruba first names, then they have one European name each. But I think it makes sense. If he did, of course, it's something that Papa could have done, and maybe he did. I just don't have the proof, but it's not something that's impossible for him to have done. And I'll say this: the more you study this Yoruba thing, the more you appreciate yourself enough to not even want to have any foreign stuff attached to it. But it's also not because you are protesting anything, just because you are. Again, one of the things that I like to tell us on the platform is, these things that we say, you are just full, and what comes out of you is that thing that you are full of, like the culture, the knowledge, the lifestyle. You are not forcing anything. You're not saying, I don't want the name, remove the name. You're not fighting anybody. You're just living your life, and it's just showing. It's just coming out like, boy, you buy your boy in Yoroko. So, I mean, there are people, especially a lot of people that went to school in UI, that, some of them would change their names as soon as they get in contact with some of the Yoruba. I'm talking, when I say, like, let me give you an example. And I think it happens to a lot of people when they travel outside the country. Many people don't appreciate their culture until they're out of the country, because it becomes the only thing they're able to hold on to that makes them unique in that space. And then when that happens, I change. I just usually advise people that when you change like that, that change, make it, like, try and not make it too radical, so that it doesn't become this thing where everywhere you go, you're not forcing people. You must do this. You're not Yoruba enough. If you don't have this, nah. It just flows. People see it and say, you don't got to tell something. Let's assume, which I believe you're probably. Say you guys should vote. Everybody was just saying, like, all kind of things. I will decide. In automatic Bewa. So tomorrow, Nebuchadnezzar was never a Hebrew. He's Assyrian. It's not Hebrew. It's not every name in the Bible that's Hebrew. Some of the names are Greek, like Felix. I see people calling themselves children Felix. Felix is a Greek name. Philip. That was this man's father, Alexander the Great. There's nothing. Those names are not biblical names. They're cultural names. Persian names. Thank you, that poet. Persian. Yeah, Assyrians are Persians. Persian names, Greek names, Hebrew names. But Christian just says, the day that I knew that, okay, we need to teach ourselves these things. When somebody said that they got Orúkọ Sami. Orúkọ Sami one is Florence. Kò tiẹ̀ sínú Bible gan. Wọ́n kàn orúkọ yẹn kan ládùúgbò, wọ́n kàn fún yín ọ̀gá. But I mean, it's not like it's. The important thing is that we do good by the name. It was a, of course, he's a Persian king, but maybe they gave him a Greek name. I don't know, but I think his father was. To be honest, some Persian names actually sound Greek, like Xerxes. You'll be pardoned if you assume that Xerxes is actually Greek, or it's Persian, or maybe that is what the Greeks call them. Maybe. Don't worry, we'll go and do research. They could also have versions. Yes. Biki and Komaje Ife. Can you in love? Is any Ibibio person here? I know we speak a lot of Yoruba here, but is any Ibibio person here? Ibibio people have very nice names. You know, I served in the Ibibio land, and that was when I stopped calling people blessing and happiness. You know that thing that people do a lot? Blessing, joy, hope, happiness. After I traveled to that place, I stopped using that thing. The person's name is Inemesit, Idongesit. Like, no traditional can you do gonju? It's like he came Ibukun, come up with blessing. Cool. Oh, marry back up, but again, everybody has his choice. Whatever you want to call yourself is fine. It's just Enobong, yes. A tier bet. Man, nice cultures in this country. We are blessed. All right. Fantastic session today. We'll be again tomorrow at 1 p.m. So I've seen a number of things. Holdings Commission report that also addresses the whole change of capital and what happened to minority. People that gave me breaks, they didn't even give me breaks. They still insulted us today, Seth, even with the fact that we are speaking Yoruba history. So they might as well just come and insult us tomorrow, no problem. So let's do, maybe if we do willing submission report, we can't do that thing with and state creation without discussing Papa, without even reading his autobiography. There's a lot about it in his autobiography. So we'll see how it goes. Whichever one we're going to do, whichever one we choose to do tomorrow, I'm sure we're going to learn. We're going to have a great time. So that's the most important thing. Okay. So thank you very much for being here. I want to thank all the speakers, everyone in the comment section, whether you're on TikTok, on Facebook, on YouTube. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you so much for your support. Thank you for liking the live. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for engaging. Somebody says, Oyomo Ile Ife Gege Ile. So start something else. So I hope everybody shall get the point. I mean, even without saying it, you can plot the graph. You can plot the graph. All this Oyo Ife thing that people say, people have told me to say something on it. I can't. Somebody called me from the US and told me something they wanted to do on the matter. And I'm like, let's even assume that I'm going to start doing this thing I'm saying. And somehow, they now hear in the palace that the person who is talking is from this family house in Ife. Abba. No. Whoever is doing, when me I want to talk, I'll talk about it, but not the way of Imimo Juelo, Iwolokere, necessary. What you must have it. There's a hot mic.
It's actually a song.
Me ma. Only one here. Oh, shine like type.
Yeah, more type. Only I'm Ọ̀yọ́ mọ́lẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ilé, Ọ̀ṣun mọ́lẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí orísun, Yorùbá mọ́lẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀, èròyà kárẹ̀lẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ níbi tí wọ́n ti bí wa, Ilé Ifẹ̀, Ilé Ifẹ̀ o, Ilé Ifẹ̀, Ilé Ifẹ̀, orísun Yorùbá ni.
Wow. I'm hearing for the first time, but it's beautiful. I say thank you very much. I mean, there's no need for, tussle, superiority. Just everybody to understand exactly what they are. But that's beautiful. Thank you. And our likes 247. We did 300 yesterday, but 247 is a lot. So let me clap for you first so that you can tap more. Let me clap first. Today I'll clap before we finish. Thank you. Thank you for tapping. Thank you. All right, so we're going to call it a day today, tonight. Somebody says, when I come and visit you where you are, my today and your today will be the same thing. We'll now do the show together. Folks on this side of the world will now join us, and we'll now tell them that, listen, we have gone to tomorrow, come and join us, that kind of thing. All right. that will happen soon. So thank you very much for being here. It's been a fantastic session, and we'll be again tomorrow, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. For those of us on TikTok, we're going to play the anthems. We always play our anthems, the Nigerian anthem, Yoruba anthem. One of these days, we are going to play Kakonshi session play anthems of different Yoruba towns, right? Different Yoruba towns. Maybe we'll do it just for the sake of it, and to also enjoy the not diversity, just the beauty of our culture from one area to the other. That would be cool. So we'll see how that goes one of these days. I don't know when, but it would be nice to have that happen. All right. But the anthem, copyright strikes anyhow on Facebook and YouTube, but we will not mind. We shall play it. All right. So YouTube and Facebook people, we have to let you go now. Thank you very much for being here.
To install thousands of Shell EV chargers by 2035, helping supply more than 20% of the UK.
All right. Thank you very much for being here. I'll see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Ife time, West Africa time. Please interact with the videos on TikTok, on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. We're everywhere, Busui Oris, and you'll be able to share your thoughts as well. And if there's anything you think we should talk about, please feel free to send me a message. Also,